Good morning, Dr. Swami.
Good morning.
Everybody. Yeah, the screen sharing has been enabled, so please, you can start.
Yes. It's okay, Dr. Sir, now.
Okay.
ठीक.
आपके इसमें ही हम लोग इस बार एक ही लैपटॉप में करते हैं, तो एक हो जाता है।
Dr. Kohli sahab. Dr. Kohli.
Ji, Dr. Swami. Hello.
It is already 10. I think we should start.
Okay. So I think we have to start with the oral sessions now.
Yeah.
And I think we have almost about 26 participants. So good morning, everybody. I take this opportunity on behalf of the Soil Conservation Society of India to welcome all the delegates to this second Asian Web Conference on Managing Hill Resources and Diversities for Zero Hunger and Climate Resilience on its second day. Today we have planned 3 sessions in which we have presentations scheduled for oral as well as the poster sessions. The theme or the session, the third session, which is scheduled at 10 today, is on natural disaster mitigation, environmental conservation, and climate resilience. And as I can already see, Dr. Jagdish Prasad is already there. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Welcome to you. Dr. Jagdish Prasad will be chairing this session along with Dr. Vikas Sharma from SQUAS Jammu, who will be the co-chairman, and Dr. Nirmal Kumar will be the convener. Dr. Nirmal Kumar ji, welcome. Dr. Vikas Sharma, if you are hearing me, welcome to you also.
Good morning, Kohli. I'm here.
Yes, good morning. We have 3 lead presentations in this session by Dr. A.S. Pawar, Dr. N.K. Sankhyan, and Dr. Sunil Dadhij. This will be followed by oral presentations. And as you are aware that we have almost 2 hours for this session, including the poster sessions. So I'll request the chairman of this session, Dr. Jagdish Prasad, to please take care of the time and complete the invited presentations as well as the oral presentations by 11:30, so that we have at least half an hour for the poster sessions. So
Okay.
with these words, I hand over the mic to Dr. Jagdish Prasad so that he can continue with the session. Thank you, everybody.
Very good morning, all of you. Dr. Arora, I am seeing, and Dr. Vikas Sharma, Dr. Kohli, and many more persons have already joined, and hope so this will be very lively discussion in this session. And I request all the speakers, if lead speaker and other speaker, to restrict with the time, because time is a very crucial because we have 18 speakers in that and are followed by the poster session. So not taking much more time, I straightaway request Dr. Pawar sir to deliver his lead lecture. Dr. Pawar sir. Dr. Pawar, please.
I think he has not joined yet.
Okay. So let us proceed for the, you can say, Dr. Sunil Dadhij. No, Dr. Narendra Sankhyan sir.
He is here.
So let us, you can say, I request Dr. Sankhyan to deliver his lead lecture.
Okay, sir. Good morning. I was just arranging my talk, and let me then straightway start.
Okay.
It will take a minute or two, sir.
If you take, you can say 2-3 minutes, I think so you can switch over to Dr. Sunil Dadhij if he is there.
Sir, no problem. Dr. Swami, please call Dr. Pawar so that he can
I am
join?
calling him, sir. I am calling him.
Okay.
It's a company. Dr. Arora ji, if there is a problem somewhere, I think because Narendra ji is already on, so we request him to, he can start his lecture.
Yeah, I can start. That yes, is my screen visible to all?
Yes, it is available. It is visible too, sir.
Okay. Yes, good morning. So my topic is integrated farming system for sustainable agriculture development in hills. So the topic is very pertinent because now our population is growing by leaps and bounds, and agricultural land is limiting and shrinking day by day. And we see that the farmers, they are already practicing this integrated farming system. And the real farmers, they have livestock also. Apart from the agricultural crops, they have livestock, they have horticultural crops, vegetable crops. And but the need is to arrange their different components of the farming system and to scientifically manage those components, those farming, these type of things. So otherwise a farmer cannot survive solely on the agricultural crops or on the horticultural crops. By default, they are practicing integrated farming system, but the role of the scientist is to arrange those systems so that they are environmentally safe, and the farmer that get maximum profit out of whatsoever he is doing on his farm. So that I have tried to cover in this topic, and I will be discussing my talk in these following heads. And as I said that we were in 2011 census, our population was 124 crores, but this has now increased to more than 150 crores, will be more than 150 crores till the 2030. So population is increasing day by day, and at the same time the agricultural land, the available land for cultivation, that is decreasing. The agricultural land which used to be about half a hectare in 50s, in 50-51, that has now decreased to 0.1 hectare in 2020. So the population is increasing, agricultural land is decreasing, and there are certain other constraints also in agriculture, that is degradation of natural resources, declining response to the applied inputs. So this will ultimately decline the production, and there is increasing environmental pollution problems. Our groundwater is depleting, and it's depleting with the and the situation is alarming. And then the cost of farming is increasing. There is decline in profitability. Resource use efficiency is poor, and this is ultimately having an effect on employment also. Under unemployment, as this agriculture, if it is not a viable option with the farmers, if it is not viable, then ultimately this leads to unemployment. So the farmers, they are having problems of high cost of seed, agrochemicals, labor, that and there are chances of pest and disease outbreaks. And the farmers, they get they do not get the good price for their produce. And the land is fragmented, population is increasing, land is required for national projects, land, then there is urbanization also. And so our productive land is being converted into non-agricultural uses, and now the horizontal expansion of agriculture, that is not possible. So what to do? what we can do. The solution for this is intensification and diversification, but we have to keep in mind the sustainability, our environment. That means we need to there should be a proper management of the resources, where what to do at if we consider the hills, then what to do on the areas which are very steepy, what to do on the flatlands, and how which thing we can practice where that is required, and that type of management we have to do. Then only we can do our this farming in a better way. And as the words of Paul Hawken, that leave the world better than you found it. Whatsoever we have got, we should pass it on with a more healthy condition to the next generations. Take no more than you need. Our needs can be fulfilled, but not the greed. That we should keep in mind, and try not to harm the life or the environment. But if we do these things, we need to amend, we need to think, and how we can then go for the things which are not happening in our good taste. So the sustainability means to keep in existence or maintain the things for a long time or permanently. So this sustainability in agriculture, if you talk of sustainability in agriculture, then we need to increase our productivity, that is the productivity of food and fiber. We need to decrease the risk of the different risks which are involved in agriculture. Those risks, they need to be minimized, and our natural resources should be protected well, and the agriculture should be should be a viable proposition. Economic factors we need to take into consideration, and then only the agriculture that can progress if it is viable. And whatsoever we do, whatsoever practices we follow, that should be socially acceptable also. So we need to take these things into mind, and then only we can proceed further in agriculture. We can contribute, or the agriculture growth rate can be maintained or can be increased. So if we see the situation of hill agriculture, then we say that this hills and mountains, they are one of the most important agro ecosystems that support life of half of the mankind, either directly or indirectly. Hills and mountains, they are the water towers of the earth. Spread over 20% of the land area of the world, hills are inhabited by 10% of the world's population, and another 40% live in foothills and its neighborhood. Thus, hills, they support about 50% of the world's population. And agriculture, it continues to be the dominant sector in hills, despite the fact that hills and mountains are subjected to adverse, harsh geophysical and agroclimatic conditions. The hill ecosystem, that is fragile, and there are many problems, like the problems of soil erosion, problem of water availability. Though the plenty of water is available, but water for irrigation, water for human consumption, that is a scarce commodity still. And in India, if we see these hills, they include Western Himalayas, including Jammu and Kashmir and Himachal Pradesh, Central Himalaya, that includes Uttarakhand, and Northeastern Himalaya, that includes the states of Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim, and Tripura, etc. And hills and mountains areas in India, they are distributed in the entire country with a large area located in Himalayas, extending up to 2,500 kilometers in length and 250 to 400 kilometers in breadth. The Himalayas, they are classified in three major zones. I did not to go in detail of that. So what is to be done? Need for farm management system. We need a management system. We need to keeping in view the fragile Himalayan ecosystem. We need a farm management system which suits to hills. We need such a farm management system in which there is a proper resource management, in which all the available land, which is this cultivable land or the other land, which the surrounding land, which may not be cultivable, that should also be managed in a proper way. So here in, if we see our agriculture in hills, that then we see that the integrated farming system, where there is integration of all available resources, where the integration of different components of agriculture, they are this integration is required, and because of this we can then manage our resources in a
Dr. Sankyan, you
yes.
should not tell what is the integrated farming system, each and everything. You straight away come to what is your, you can say, input in that, this type of farming system.
Okay, sir. So this integrated, so I did not to go in detail of these objectives and all things. Objective is to have a production system with different types of the components like dairy, poultry, piggery, fishery, horticulture, sericulture, apiculture, etc., and to manage them in a proper way. And and at the same time, then the different types of the crops, vegetable, fruit crops, livestock integration, poultry, duckery, agriculture, apiculture, agroforestry, etc., etc. And then there are different types of integrated farming systems, like crop livestock farming system, crop livestock fishery farming system, crop livestock poultry fishery farming system, crop poultry fishery mushroom farming system, etc. And in this the crop livestock farming system, where the crops they are grown, all the natural resources they are used in a proper manner, and then minimum use of the fertilizers and agro inputs. All types of available on farm these inputs, they are recycled, reused. One farm input that serves as the base that serves as the input for the other component, that becomes the base of one input, one system that becomes the input for the another system. So here also in this system, the crops grown on natural system, then minimum use of fertilizers, that those type of fodder is taken up by the the livestock, and livestock, the whatsoever is the dung of the livestock, that is used again as the manure to the for the crops.
Doctor, you have left only 1 minute, please.
Okay, sir. Okay. And then there are different types of another than we can include this fishery, poultry, duckery, piggery, depending upon or suiting to the area. And in hills particularly, we see that in whatsoever the where the slope is very steep, then we can the forestry system is suitable for that. And then on the lower slopes, the horticulture system, then the growing of the crops, cover crops, on the burns, they are the fodder crops, etc. Similarly, now in Himachal Pradesh, we see that if 1 hectare area is there, then the IFS model which is suggested for Himachal Pradesh is and then cereals, vegetables, fruit crops, fodder system. And in this, we see that about 0.92 lakhs rupees per year is the net income, and with a benefit cost ratio of 1 is to 1.55. And in Jammu and Kashmir, this system is suggested that is rice-based cropping system, including the horticulture crops, then livestock, fish cum poultry. And in this case, net income is 2.05 lakhs per year, and the benefit cost ratio of 2.2. And for Meghalaya, the most suitable system suggested is integrated organic farming system, that for 1 acre, this is suggested, that is that diversified cropping system, fruits intercropped with vegetable and the livestock, fish cum vegetable on embankments. Then for 1 acre, from 1 acre, it is 0.73 lakhs per year with a benefit cost ratio of 2.2. So the net income, net of RS 131 per hectare per day in Himachal conditions, and similarly in case of Meghalaya, it is from 0.43 hectare. There is 62,531 rupees per
Please
acre.
conclude. Dr. Sir, please conclude.
Okay, sir. Okay. So to conclude, this integrated farming system that holds a special position in sustainable development, as in this system, nothing is wasted. The byproduct of one system becomes the input for the other. India has a considerable livestock, poultry population, and the crop base, so this can be used. Integrated farming system is a promising approach for increasing overall productivity and profitability through recycling of the byproducts and efficient utilization of available resources. About 95% of nutritional requirements of the system are self-sustained through the resource recycling. As a number of enterprise they are increased, the profit margins are also increased. It could further generate employment opportunities for farming communities around the year and provide better economic and nutritional security. Thank you very much. Sir, you are not audible, sir.
Okay. Sir, anyone interested to interact with the Dr. Narendra?
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, I will interact directly to him. Okay. Anyone, please?
Sir, I am Dr. Vivek from Jammu, sir.
Yes, sir. You just interact with him. What question you have?
Sir, sir, it was a very good presentation. I just want to ask, sir, IFS model can be scaled up or it can be reduced to little area, sir, according to the need in hills, like rainfed and other conditions.
I was there were slides in which the answer answer of your question was there. These models, they are location specific. They can be augmented, they can be changed according to the need, depending upon the climatic conditions, depending upon the topography of the area, depending upon even the choice of the people, the community living in that area. Say the community is just say in case of northeastern states where non-veg is the main food there, and then depending upon the choice of the community and other factors, considering other factors, these models, they can be changed according to the situation.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank
you. Okay, thank you, Dr. for your nice presentation. Thank you. Now
thank you very much, sir.
I invite Dr. Pawar, sir. Dr. Pawar is there, Dr. S. Pawar, sir?
Sir, actually, Dr. A.S. Pawar is busy with some urgent assignment. He is not available.
So I'm just now calling Dr. Sunil Ladhich, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, please load your presentation. Question, thanks.
Dr. Sankhyan, please unshare screen.
So, good morning to one and all.
Dr. Sankhyan, please unshare your screen.
Okay, sir.
Dr. Rajit?
Yes. Yes. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning to one and all. So first of all, I thank the organizers for inviting me in this Managing Hill Resources and Diversities for Zero Hunger and Climate Resilience, this second Asian Web Conference. And I'm very much thankful, and it's really a nice moment for me because Dr. Jagdish sir, he is the chairman of this session. I am a student during a winter school program of 21 days at NVSS LUP, Nagpur in 2008. So before starting, once again, I thank you. My topic is sustainable agricultural and rural development through biogas and organic manure production. Screen share.
Okay, you just start you take little time for the, you can say, introduction. You straight away go to
Yes,
your
sir.
writing, okay? Because many times you should not tell
Yes,
each
sir.
and everything, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Just a minute. So then this what I want to tell here is that what I want to focus is the biomass resources, what we are doing presently, burning or throwing, and still some of the technology interventions have not been adapted by farmers. So I would like to focus on that. And there what I want to tell is that about 700 million tons of the biodegradable crop residue waste is being generated annually. Out of that, wheat and rice is
All the
flour is much
participants
more,
are
and then
requested to
cotton
mute.
and other is flour. So these are being generated, and we are what doing the throwing or burning or likewise that we are doing. And very interesting is that along with this 700 million ton of agro residues, 245 million ton of municipal waste is also being generated. What is very interesting is that 4.27 million ton of nitrogen, 2.13 million ton of phosphorus, and about 7.4 million ton of the potash is being removed annually, and along with that micronutrients are also there. Further, the very important what we consider the organic carbon status 0.5 to 0.75, we consider it medium range, and which should be measured for the same 44 ton of the FIM and 24.5 ton of the cereal or legume residues. They should be incorporated, then only we will be able to manage this. Here Dr. Sanjay Arora is here, he is the convener of this one. We were together at SKN College of Agriculture job there in the sandy soils. Before 25 years, the soils were very, good structured and in very good condition. Now that soils have become hard because this what residues are generated, they are not being recycled. The carbon is assimilated by plant in a very complex reactions. However, we are burning or throwing in the country, that is very matter of the worry. Here, our total livestock population is around 500 million numbers, and out of that, 300 are total bovines. They are generating the dung and all those. And what is the we are doing? We are burning that, or we are throwing over the landfills and all those. So further, the important is that what we are generating and growing from the soil and the horticultural waste. About 18 to 25% is being waste, post-harvest losses, and 30% are just from the industry waste, which is from the soil. And the kitchen waste is also one of very important here, which we are wasting. This is all is the nutrients from the soil and carbon assimilated by the plant. So this all is coming over from the soil, and due to the burning or throwing, what is happening over the world and particularly in India and everywhere, what the multi-nutrient deficiencies are arising. Initially in 1950s, the nitrogen deficiency was observed, and the deficiency of the nutrients are increasing, and now multi-nutrient deficiencies is a common problem of our Indian soils. So by throwing this all, what is happening, there will be no landfill to throw because everything is overflowing. No space will be there to throw garbage. Further, it is a challenge for the environment also because the pollution is also there. Further, the climate resilience, when we talk the methane generation from the anaerobic decomposition of these waste in landfills, that's also a challenge for the global climate change. Further, it is in fact economic loss is also because this all is soil nutrients. So what do we do best is opportunities. We do have manure production, compost production, and then anaerobic decomposition is one promising technology which we can adapt for production of the biogas, which is mainly the methane. In aerobic condition, we know well that in presence of the oxygen under aerobic condition, the microbes decompose and they produce compost and energy is liberated. This energy can be captured This is very important in the anaerobic decomposition where methane is formed, which we can capture. This will solve the problem of our fuel and energy, and as well as the manure also. So when we talk about the history of the biogas, in 1808 it was found that methane is produced from anaerobic decomposition.
Dr. Dajit, please just skip the history of biogas.
Okay, sir, this is that. And in India, what is the potential is that the 300 million ton bovine population, this may produce 6.3 into 10 raised to about 10 cubic meter of the biogas. I mean, this much kilogram of the biogas from the 980 million tons of the dung which is annually being produced. Along with this, that we will also be able to produce 350 million tons of the manure. This will contribute for the rural development of the country. This will solve our problem of the environment also. And this will also very important is that in our India, WHO has estimated that 5 lakh deaths of women and men are there due to the pollution, due to this gas or smokes. So this can we do, and in the composting, we can use some of the decomposers also in the IRI during my postdoctoral research, and Dr. Lata in the laboratory. They have also produced 4 fungal consortium for the rapid decomposition, and we are testing here at our university level also on farm in situ composting also. We can go for this all compost and aerobic composting and all. But now very important is this much what I focused here is that waste being generated in mandis, it can anaerobically be very easily decomposed. But the thing is that earlier we were using that anaerobic decomposition models floating dome type. It has some problems of leakages. That is why farmers did not adopt it. Now there is some advancement, and the Dean-Vandu model we can use, and by the Dean-Vandu model what the biogas being produced can be used for lightening up, can be used for other purposes, and the slurry coming out for that will be very good. And this slurry can be dried also, because the problem is there the liquid slurry cannot be handled. So here now the advancement is that this can be dried with screw press dewatering system. This slurry will have more nutrient and manurial value than our compost and then our FYM. So in
you go to the conclusion part rather than.
Okay. So this is one of the case study what I want to tell here. This is a very good model we have developed in the villages, and this is one of the farmer using from since 1984. This has been published in the stories also, and 8 members are using this. And when we can purify this, and after purifying upgraded biogas, we can use our cars, and that we have also developed a model at MPUT when I was working, and some advancement with the temperature maintenance and all. We have also run the car on the basis of that bio-CNG upgraded model, and this is what our car run based on the bio-CNG. We are running that here, and this has also published all over the country wise, and we have organized these some of the winter school and ICR sponsored summer schools on the bio-CNG production from biodegradable waste. These are some of our photographs. A farmer is also using upgraded biogas in his Goshala, that we can do. So what I want to hear, our governor has also inaugurated this system. Our government of India has launched 2 schemes, Govardhan Yojana. On my conclusion, I would like to tell this is galvanized organic bio-agro resource which must be used all over country. Use subsidy schemes are there. Further, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy as a program, new national biogas and organic manure program. In this also use subsidies are there for the farmers. Coming over to my conclusion, this is my last slide, sir. What I want to tell to the researchers working in the field of biodegradable waste management, The collection of biodegradable waste is a problem, so we should work on this, how we can segregate the waste. Further, the pre-treatment of substrates in the lignin is one of the component, and further HMF formation is a problem in anaerobic decomposition, so we can work over there. The compressing and bottling licensing issues are there. So petroleum and explosive safety organizations, the simplify method should be there for getting license. Then regulation of pH of the digester. Some of the researchers we can work over this also, because the methanogens they require pH more than 7.8, and acetogenesis bacteria they require pH less than 7. So there the management of pH is a problem. Then isolation and multiplication of rapid waste decomposing anaerobic microbes is also a major researchable issue. Further, the reduction in hydraulic retention time. Nowadays it is almost 25 or to 30 days at 30 degrees Celsius temperature. When temperature falls, the production of biogas is decreased. So we can work on that also, very essentially required. Then methane enrichment by adding some of high calorific value substrates in the digester. And then dissemination of technology and demonstrations is essentially required. What I earlier quoted, that a farmer is using since 1984. Why not others? We can do some dissemination of the technology. Then effective effect of slurry in the field with fortification of some of the nutrients. There is a little work on fortification of bioslurry that also can be laid, and the slurry dewatering system. It is also not well developed. Our engineers can work in this system. And then last of the point, what is researchable issue and what I observed is that some government initiatives are required for the promotion of this biogas technology for the rural development. So these are the points which I quoted, and I would like to thank you and conclude this my lecture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. I think there is a question from the Datta. Dr. Datta is there?
Yes, sir.
You just interact with him. Dr. Datta, please. Dr. Datta has questioned that what is the role of CN ratio in the decomposition, or what is the technical role of the CN ratio in the your biogas production?
Yes, sir. The thing is that the CN ratio is very important, because in the wider CN ratio, what I told, HRT, hydraulic retention time is widened. So initially I quoted that pre-treatment of substrate. If we can go for the pre-treatment of substrate in open area or in the pit, and then we feed this biodegradable waste in the digester, the biogas production will be more. So initially, almost all the agro waste, they are having 100:1 CN ratio. If we could lower it up to the 40 or 50 around, or up to the 60, then the production will be fast. So that is why I quoted that some of the microbes we can incorporate in the pre-treatment, and lignin decomposition is one of the degradation is one of major problem. Can work over that also, sir.
Okay, thank you. Because time is passing like anything.
Yes, sir, time is passing. I thought that you will give me some more time.
No, it is, because we have to just see all the staggered program.
Yes. However, I would like to invite all the audience listeners that they should once visit to the Rajasthan, and what I made the proposal and the project installed 120 cubic meter biogas production plant I have installed, which is producing about 60 to 70 kilogram of the CNG per day. So they can see, and we can extend this technology to the farmers, also in the welfare of the country. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think Dr. Arora, please ensure whether Dr. Pawar is still available or not.
Dr. Pawar is not available.
So that we will proceed to the concept oral presentation by Aarti.
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead with your presentation.
Dr. Dajay sir, please answer your screen.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
You just straight away go to your presentation.
Okay, sir.
And you restrict to introduction part.
Okay, sir.
You only just see the what is your, you can say, point in the, you can say, what is your opinion?
Sir, please come to slide 2 mode, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, chairman, co-chairman, and conveners of this technical session. The title of my topic is Edible Insects, a Valuable Unconventional Resource for Nutritional Security and Combating Climate Change.
Okay.
Next slide. Today, we are faced with acute food shortage and malnutrition that affects 135 million people. And this is the data of before the pandemic. Hunger and malnutrition are the greatest challenges of our time, and they also slow down not only socio-economic growth, but also hampers education and employment. The Food and Agriculture Organization projects that between 2010 and 2050, if we do not increase food production by 70%, we will not be able to feed the rising global population, which is projected by the United Nations to be about 8.6 billion. All these challenges are further compounded by climate change. Next slide. We have always seen insects as pests which destroy our crop on the fields and in storage. But they are also highly nutritious and rich in proteins, fats, and vitamins. Experts report that they have a very attractive nutritional profile and have a balanced diet which meet the requirement, the World Health Organization requirements for amino acids. India, being a subtropical warm country, is blessed with immense insect fauna and pest population too. While at the same time, India is also home to the largest population of malnourished and stunted children in the world. The Food and Agriculture Organization has been searching for cheap alternatives to meet the nutritional requirement for both food and feed. It has started research on edible insects since 2003. Next slide, please.
Madam, you restrict to introduction part. Please come to the, what you have done any research work on this?
Yes, sir.
So you just, you straight away go to that, your area of interest.
We have worked on the bioactive.
Which insect you have identified in your areas and how proteinous they are, okay?
We have worked on many insects, sir. We have worked on more than 5 and 6, and these are all edible insects which are collected from Manipur. And these insects, we have extracted the bioactive peptides from them. And we have also, next slide, please, done the protein estimation using the Bradford estimation of proteins, and also done the antioxidant activity in the DPPH antioxidant assay, which is one of the most stable and reliable antioxidant assays in the present times. We have found that all the insects that we have tested had very high protein content. And also, when we went for evaluation of the antioxidant activity of the edible insects, we found that they had very good antioxidant activity when compared to the standard ascorbic acid. The IC50, that is the inhibition concentration 50 of all the edible insects, had lower IC50 than the standard ascorbic acid used. Next slide, please. Again, we have tested some of the insects as feed for Bangana Dero, which is an indigenous fish calf of Manipur. And we have found that this was a very good substitution for fish meal. Fish meal at present is one of the only ingredient that is sourced from animal protein, and it is also driving the cost of the commercial feed to be very high. And we found that the fish growth was highest in this mealworm fed fishes, followed by fish meal, and they had a very good food conversion ratio of 2.04. Next slide, please. We again went for testing the excreta of the insects, and we found that they had also very high content, macronutrient content of NPK, and could also be used as the source of plant nutrients. Coming to climate change implications, we found that insects have a very high food conversion rate, and also that insect farming, that is mini livestocking, is much more efficient than cattle production and would emit less greenhouse gases and ammonia than conventional livestock. Insects can be grown on organic waste and also do not generate any waste on farming them, because even their excreta or raw excrements can be used as a source of plant nutrients. So in conclusion, I would say that the insects are a potential source for conventional production, as well as it could be used for direct human consumption or direct feed consumption, and is a very good source of not only proteins, but also antioxidants, and can therefore be used in many ways. So insect farming or rearing them would have positive implications on climate change, as well as economic, nutritional, and ecosystem implications. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam, for your nice presentation. You have ventured in a new area of, you can say, research, because the insects mostly they are taken as a food in many countries. I know very well, and
Yes,
mostly our neighbors, and they are also taking, and they are rearing also insect.
yes,
But you, what about the insect you are just discussed there? Have you gone through any of the literature that these insects are also having some toxins? Because you have to warn also people that if they have some toxin in that, so they maybe go against the, you can say, normal, you can say, course of health.
Sir, I have not tested any new insects. Those insects which I have worked on and which I have collected, they are all eaten by the people of the Northeast region from many generations. So we know that they are not containing any toxins and they are safely eaten by the human beings.
Okay, that is right. But once you are venturing to another, you can say, insects, so you have some mapping the, you can say, insect ecology in your area. See, you can say what are the toxins they are having. Otherwise, because the people are taking the, you can say, they are consuming the insects, but only thing is that there maybe you may eat some insects, but before taking the, you can say, are advising them as a food material, you should also ensure the safety of the, you can say, person who are eating, because new you can say, your mutants also you may have, you can say, some problem, okay, because of climate change, another thing. Because adaptation is different, they adapt to some, you can say, changing climate condition. They may develop some resistance due to development of some toxins in their ecosystem. Okay.
Yes, sir.
May I have a comment, please?
Yes. Why not, sir? You just ask.
Yeah, sir. Very nice presentation and very interesting. But I think for most of the country, it would be a social taboo as well. To eat insect means it feels like not acceptable in the society. Don't you think that?
Sir, personally,
actually, sir, in Northeast India, it is very common, and they have developed many technical means technical package also, particularly in Assam Agriculture University.
Yeah, agree.
So it is very common in this area. And the insect, what this madam has told, they are very nutritious also. But of course, as Dr. Nirmal Kumarji said, we have to test the adverse effects also.
Yeah.
So it is not like that. It's a taboo is there, but you can, many of the Asian countries, they have, you can say, the insect on their, you can say, dining table every day. I'm just telling.
Yes. I have traveled many countries and they take it as a food.
Yes,
but in India, particularly in North India, means something like that. You have to have adaptation in the time.
Because she has already informed, you can see, because it's a site is specific or locally, you can say, people are taking. So she is not talking about the north or south of the, you can say, this country. Thank you, sir. Okay. Good presentation by Ms. Aarti. Okay. Now I just invite Dr. Ariful Islam ji. He's here, available. Dr. Islam is available here.
I think he presented yesterday, sir.
Okay, now go to the Anjani Kumar. Please, Anjani Kumar is here.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Okay, you just go to your presentation.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, my presentation is visible. Hello.
Hello.
Sir, my presentation is visible.
It is visible. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Good morning. Good morning to all the dignitaries present in this seminar. That is the second Asian Wave Conference. Myself, Dr. Anjani Kumar from NRRI, Cuttack, and today I will be presenting on nitrous oxide emission and its relationship with functional soil microbes from soil exposed to elevated carbon dioxide. Sir, we all know that rice is the main crop of global as well as the Indian farm families, as it fills in India around 65% of the population and globally around 56% of the population, and it is grown by around 67 million farm families in India and globally around 144 million farm families. And the more important thing is that it uses around 6.5 million tons of fertilizer, that is the 37% of the total.
Dr. Kumar, you state go to the, you can say elevated, you can say
exactly.
Your objective state way rather than it's talking about the history and other thing, literature and other thing. Okay.
Exactly, sir. Sir, one thing I want to highlight here, sir, that rice emits around 18% of the total greenhouse gas from agriculture. And we all know that the per capita water availability is decreasing and our population is increasing. Thus, we have to feed the growing population with less water availability. And in this situation, we all know that traditionally paddy is grown with a lot of water, but shifting from flooded rice to non-flooded rice may be a solution in the coming water scarce situation. And from experiment, we have proved that shifting from lowland rice to aerobic type of rice, we can maximize the water productivity, that is more crop per drop. And here we can see that under what is happening to the rice crop under elevated CO2 condition. We all know that rice is a C3 plant and the CO2 saturation point of C3 plant is around 1000 ppm. Therefore, it is expected that under elevated CO2 condition, the yield of rice will be benefited. And here we have also proved that the water productivity under elevated CO2 is going to increase by around 14%. And the CO2 effect under well-watered condition is 29%, and under water deficit condition is around 46%. And now coming to the research progress, that under water deficit stress, we know that microbial activity is decreased, nitrous oxide emission is also decreases, and methane emission also decreases. But what is happening under elevated CO2 and water deficit stress condition? In this, when both the stress, that is elevated CO2 and water deficit stress, acts on rice plant, the water productivity is increased, microbial activity is also increased. But what will happen to nitrous oxide emission and methane emission? This is the question we want to answer through this research program. And our experiment was conducted in split plot design under elevated CO2 condition, which was maintained in open top chamber. There were three CO2 levels. First was ambient, second was elevated 550 ppm, and third was again elevated 700 ppm. And nitrogen level was also no nitrogen, that is control, nitrogen at the rate of 100 kg per hectare, nitrogen at the rate of 150 kg per hectare. And there were two moisture level, that is the well-watered condition and water deficit stress condition up to -60 kPa. And this moisture deficit condition was measured by installing the tensiometer in the field. And we found that under elevated CO2 condition, there was a decrease in nitrifier population and increase in denitrifier population. And both the decrease of nitrifier population and increase of denitrifier population stimulated the denitrification, and hence the overall nitrous oxide emission was increased. Now coming to the results one by one, that under elevated CO2 condition, we found the yield was increased, and under high nitrogen dose condition also the yield was increased. And here we can also see these things in the graph. And the nitrogen use efficiency under elevated CO2 condition, it was increased, and under well-watered condition also it was increased. Now we did the prediction model for the estimation of nitrous oxide emission. Under elevated CO2 condition, it was increased, high nitrogen dose also it was increased, and under well-watered condition also it was increased. Then for understanding the interaction among the parameters, we did the generalized linear mixed model using the R software, and we found that the nitrous oxide emission we developed the equations for nitrous oxide emission under maximum drilling stage and panicle initiation stage. And then we did the PCA approach, that is the principal component analysis, and we found that the PCA was performed for representing a low dimensional graphical spatial plot of multivariate data using the R software. And we found that under ambient CO2 conditions, the nitrous oxide emission was higher under panicle initiation stage and positively correlated with nitrogen mineralization, nitrifier and denitrifier population. But under elevated CO2 condition, the highly positive correlated parameters with nitrous oxide emission were nitrifier and denitrifier population. And then we did the PLS-PM modeling, and we found that the path analysis using PLS-PM approach were used to discriminate the direct and indirect factors influencing nitrous oxide emission. And with increasing CO2 concentration, the influence of microbe on nitrous oxide emission and NMIN increased, whereas the influence of NMIN, that is the nitrogen mineralization, on nitrification potential decreased. And the influence of different forms of nitrogen on N2A emissions showed a negative trend with increase in CO2 concentration, which might have affected the denitrification rate under elevated CO2 level. And this model revealed that the microbe, that is the population of nitrifier.
Kumar, you please conclude. Please conclude.
Sir, just sir, directly affected nitrous oxide emission, and the effect was more pronounced under elevated CO2 as compared to the ambient condition. And this is our conclusion, that under elevated CO2, the effect of water deficit stress, because and it increases the nitrous oxide emission, and the more emission was due to higher nitrifier and lower denitrifier population. And all these results were published in Agriculture, Ecosystem and Environment, and these are the future research work. And I am thankful to my director and all the staff who supported.
Anjani Kumar ji, I thanks for innovative research. But what is the significance of your research work in hill farming?
Sir?
Because I am telling to you that you have done a very innovative research. Okay. Sir. But what is the significance of your research in the hill farming?
Sir, global warming is affecting everywhere, sir.
It is already there, because if you might have taken any of the case study of the hill farming where the rice is grown in upland rice, okay? Yes, so it would have been better to suit the this seminar, okay, rather than. No doubt, I am not questioning about your research work, but only one thing that you should have paper seeing the theme of the seminar, okay? Okay. This is my advice for the future. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Please answer, Anjani.
Okay, sir.
No.
Tyagarajan, Dr. Tyagarajan is here, available. Dr. Tyagarajan is available. If it's not available, then you will go to Sudhir Jamwal, sir. Sudhir Jamwal is not available. Then Rakesh Kumar Singh. Dr.
Yes,
Rakesh.
Yes, I am here.
So that you just start your.
Vinod Kumar.
Yeah.
Okay. You just start, then we will wait for the Vinod Kumar Singh. Rakesh Kumar Singh, okay.
Yes, my screen is visible to all.
Yes, it is available. It's visible, okay.
A very good morning and namaskar. Chairman, co-chair, convener, and other participants of this virtual conference. And I'm presenting my study, which is impact of solid waste on soil and water quality and its management studies in the Himachal Pradesh. These are the 4 objectives. In first objective, we have to assess the status of the solid waste in selected sites of Himachal Pradesh. And second objective is to assess the impact of solid waste on soil and water health. And the third objective to reclaim dumping site through plantation of suitable species. And third one is to develop community-driven model for solid waste management. These are the sites which are selected in Himachal Pradesh. There are 7 sites: Kullu, Manali, Mandi, Bilaspur, Himaypur, Kangra, and Chamba. As far as further objective is concerned, you can see the status of the solid waste. You can see the Kullu. There are 11 wards, number of household around 4,000, population status, and total waste generated per day 7.5 metric ton, and the collection mechanism is door to door, and the dumping site is pretty. Likewise, these are the other parameter and other data for other sites. And we have done a questionnaire survey, and you can see the result of this questionnaire survey. You can see the composition of solid waste in the household. If you talk about Manali, then you can see the 74 organic kitchen waste, 74% organic is generated through the household in Manali, and 5% like paper, book, cardboards. Likewise, in Kullu, Mandi, and in Bilaspur, Hamirpur, these are the other data. Thus, as far as second objective is concerned, we have assessed the quality of the soil. We have collected 4 samples from the dumping site and 2 samples from the control site, which is far from 50 to 100 meters from the dumping sites. These are only the latitude. We have collected almost 42 samples, and you can see the data like moisture, pH, conductivity, carbon, phosphorus. And I'm not going in detail. You can see the potassium is recorded high in Bilaspur site, which is marked in red color. Likewise, these are the result of other sites. You can see the pH value. Highest value was observed in sample collected from the Manali and Chamba town, and you can see the lowest value was observed in soil at Manali dumping ground. The permissible is 6.5 to 7.5. Likewise, these are the potassium, like with the phosphorus, like the available nitrogen. And we have also done the physiochemical analysis for heavy metal concentration. And you can see the only the Bilaspur site has the limit of which is our permissible limit, but all other parameters are under the required limits. These are the other results. Likewise, we have also collected a water sample. You can see we have collected most of the dumping site is near to the adjoining water bodies, and we have collected the samples 1 kilometer before the water body and after 1 kilometer after the dumping site. And some leaches water has also been collected for the analysis. And you can see the result of these water samples, like pH value, conductivity, TDS. These are the all results. Like pH value, highest pH value was observed in the Najun Bridge, which is located in Mandi, and lowest was observed from Vyas River, which is at Rangri site, the Rangri dumping site, which is located at Manali. Like TDS, we have also done the heavy metal analysis for the these sites. And this is a good sign that all the water sample are under the permissible limit. So, but now this is alarming condition. We have to maintain this parameters. And the third objective is how to reclaim these dumping sites, because most of the dumping sites are full, and there is a need to reclaim this dumping site. And we have done floristic diversity inventarization, and to almost more than 170 tree, shrub, and herb species was recorded in these dumping site. And as per the recommendation of the Himachal Pradesh State Pollution Control Board, and under the pollutant abating plant Abhiyan, we have identified some plant species and which has been planted in the dumping sites for the reclamation of dumping site. These are the some name of the plants, like Cyrus babylonica. And capacity building is very must in this, because the people participation is very must for the management of solid waste. And we have organized various training capacity building program from various stakeholder groups, for the municipal council members, for the waste collectors. And for the we have also installed a demonstration model, which is a automatic biocomposter, which has a capacity of 1 ton, which converts kitchen waste into the compost in 24 hours. And we have also done the physiochemical analysis of this compost, and we have found good results. Likewise, we have also installed a paper recycling unit. We are in our office. We have generated lots of paper, and we are converting this paper and recycle this paper, and producing various products from this recycled paper. Like you can see, these are the products we actually have produced through recycled paper. And we have also done a demonstration park for the solid waste management. You can see that we have developed various models. Like you can see that this is the flower pot which is made by the rubber tires. In fact, you can see that we have made a wall which is made up from the glass bottles. Likewise, you can see we have made a small hut which is made by the plastic bottles. These are demonstration part which we have developed for the demonstration. You can see the other products which we have developed from the from the solid waste. And in fact, information and awareness is very important, for which we have developed various information board in bilingual languages installed at various places in Himachal Pradesh. And there is a final and conclusion, final recommendation. We have generated a baseline data, and we have passed this data to the state government and district departments so that they can be converted into policy documents. And as per our study, it has found that 70% waste in all the study are biodegradable. And so this biodegradable can be used as can be converted in a compost. But the main issue is the segregation is at source is very important, and public and proper participation very necessary. And we have also community compost plant. In fact, in a minor level and a small scale, composite plant should be established at a village level in the collaboration with the municipal council. And the participation of the community is very important. This should be the capacity of these communities and village people and the municipal council and Rakhikas can be built by organizing various kind of programs. And integrated approach is very important. This people participation is very needed in this solid waste management, from segregation at source to collection to resource recovery center and final disposal of the product. Yeah, thank you. This is all about my small study. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Nice presentation. One of the things you are telling that in Bilaspur, you can say beyond the permissible limit of the heavy metals. What is the reason there?
Sorry, sir.
In Bilaspur,
yes,
that heavy metal concentration is more than the critical limit. Okay, why it is not in other districts?
Actually, sir, their reason is more Bilaspur. They are industry kind of. There are more of the industries are there, and most of the waste from the industry are directly thrown to the water bodies. This can be a reason, heavy metal reason, but still the condition is good. Is not as per other condition is right now is good. But awareness is very needed, and some other like small scale industries are there. So this can be a reason for the heavy metal.
Have you local, you can say, protocol? You have any protocol for the segregation of the, you can say, waste material? Because most of the times people are not following that.
Yes,
there should be ethically you have to be segregated. Otherwise, the whole work of, you can say, this your decomposition or you can solid waste management will be only a vain without.
Sir, you are very right. Actually, people participation very important in these studies, and we have done all this exercise with the municipal council, with the collaboration of municipal council. We have also aware the rag pickers, the scrap dealers. We have directly one-to-one communication with them, and in fact, Kangra Municipal Council is doing a very good work, and we have replicated this exercise to other municipal council. They have the city of the Kangra is totally dustbin free. The segregation is at source is imposed, and other if anyone is not segregated their waste, then the fine is imposed, and the collection has not been collected. And in fact, CCTV surveillance at various places are installed so that monitoring can be done. Kangra Municipal Council is doing very good exercise in this managing the solid waste, but it should be replicated to other municipal council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Namaskar.
Please.
Yes, sir.
Any other person is thinking to interact with Dr. Singh? If no one is coming forward, then I have to just request that Kumar is there. Dr. Binod Kumar is here.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Dr. Binod Kumar.
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead with your presentation.
Sir, this presentation is based on the secondary information that is extracted from the different research papers and reviews, as well as different reports, books, etc. If you allow me, I will present it.
Okay, because you are going to be a oral presentation. As per the, you can say, sanctity of the, you can say, presentation, you should have your own, you can say, work. Okay. I'm not discouraging you. You can go and just, you can say, 5 minutes is complete your, you can say.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
The study is based on the impact of climate change on agroecology and biological diversity of the Himalayan region. As all know, the India possesses a distinct identity not only because of its geography, history, and culture, but also its great diversity of its natural ecosystems. It contains a great wealth of various cultivable crops in its agroecological regions as well. Himalaya is the unique gift for our country, and it is a it is the home of so many glaciers, rivers, and flora and fauna. The glaciers provide the snow that melt to the waters and the source of major rivers throughout the year. So the mountain chain provide an invincible shield to protect the Indian subcontinent from the winds that comes from the Arctic region. There are so many causes of the climate change that are some natural causes as well as some anthropogenic causes. There are volcanic eruption, forest fire, plate tectonic, solar variation are natural causes. Greenhouse emission, aerosols, cement manufacturing, fossil fuels, combustion, land use changes, agricultural waste burning, livestock are anthropogenic causes of climate change. This is the elevated concentration of the CO2 in different decades. As you know, it affects the temperature increase throughout the world year by year. So climates severely impact the forest cover, biodiversity, agriculture, and coastal lines when the temperature increases from 1.8 to 4 degrees centigrade. There are so many evidences of climate change in India, and these includes the Northwest Indian reduction in rice yield, melting of Himalayan glaciers, Rajasthan drought, depletion of groundwater level, rise of sea level, Mumbai salt water intrusion, decrease in productivity of forest in Kerala, coral bleaching in Tamil Nadu, sedimentation in Ganges River, and also sea level rise in Sundarban. In especially Himalayan region, there are so many evidences of the climate change that includes the changes in rainfall pattern, rapid melting of Himalayan glaciers, decrease of water level in Himalayan rivers, drying of Himalayan springs, frequent incidents of forest fire, increase the incidence of landslide avalanches, loss of forest cover, extinction of the floral and faunal species. Besides this, crop failure in different states, Himalayan states, especially Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, shifting of the fruit belts in the upper higher altitudes, destruction of the various fodder species in the region, changing.
Vinod Kumar ji, please conclude. Okay.
Where is presentation?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Presentation is not visible.
Is not.
So,
is not having. Okay, just is conclude, please. Okay.
Yes, sir. So the global climate change adversely affect the agricultural and biological resources, the Himalayan region, and there are so many evidence like continuous monsoon failure, depleting of water level, melting of glaciers, depletion of the flora and faunal species in the region are the most important examples of the region. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Please. Next is Dr. Sharma. Dr. Sharma. Dr. S.S. Sharma ji. Dr. S.S. Sharma is available. Is not available.
Sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You are available. Okay. Please.
Yes, sir. Namaste, sir. Namaste.
Namaskar. Please load your slide and present. Straight away go to presentation.
Okay, sir. They will share or I will share?
You will share.
You have to share.
Okay, sir.
Achha. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just start it because it should not take much time because time is now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
It is visible. Please go ahead, please.
No, sir.
Directly
Sir.
go to objective, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Hmm.
Okay, sir. I have planned this study for the following objectives: to know the status of soil and carbon content in different land uses in the study area, that is Rajasthan, in the eastern part of the Rajasthan, Jaipur district. To test the hypothesis that land use types control the vertical distribution of soil and carbon. To estimate the soil organic carbon storage in soils. Next, please. This is my study area in the eastern part of the Rajasthan, Jaipur district. Next, please. And the present investigation was planned in semi-arid plains of Rajasthan in Asalpur Jobne, where my university is situated in the Jaipur district. The soil samples were collected from the 3 land use systems, sir. Horticulture, second one is cropland, and third one is barren land, that is not cultivated, used for the grazing purposes. And the samples were replicated 3 times, and we have taken 4 depths, that is 15 centimeter, 1530 centimeter, 3060, and 6090. And samples were collected and analyzed as per the standard procedures. The description of the study area is the horticulture system. One is crop, barren. The rainfall is almost same because the adjoining area, and the temperature ranges from -2 to 48%, or average is 31.75%. The -2 goes in end of the December to 15th January, and peak is in May, end of May. Slope almost plain, and drainage well drainage. Texture is almost coast texture, light texture, that is loamy sand. And the horticulture system is used cropped over bare, amla, because these crops are required less quantity of water, so these are preferred in this area. And major crops are pearl millet, cluster bean, and some berries. Guar is also used. Generally single cropped area is there. And the age of the different end uses are given here, 20 to 15 to 20 years. Next one, please. The soil characteristics of the area. Horticulture system, the pH varies from 7.49 to 7.58, that is in surface layer. And similarly in subsurface layer, it is varies from 7.5 to 7.68. And EC 1.21 to 1.27. Similarly, BD 1.41 to 1.48 in surface soil, and in subsurface it is varies from 1.44 to 1.58. And in cropland, the pH is 7.35 to 7.66, and in subsurface it is 7.41 to 8.22. In barren land, the pH varies from 7.11 to 7.15, and in subsurface it is 7.17 to 7.25. Similarly, EC varies from 1.25 to 1.27, and subsurface 1.28 to 1.51. So the BD in barren land 1.5 to 1.56, because this is grazing land and almost used by the animals for grazing purposes. So compaction is there. Next one, please. The status of the SOC and SIC in surface layer and subsurface layer is, in horticulture system it is 0.31%, because it is observed is highest in surface layer, because there is a great canopy, and microbial environment is different from the other cropping systems. And also there is addition of litters, continuously addition of litter, leaves, litters, etc., and roots is also there. While in crop land there is continuous removal of the biomass, and nature of the farmer is not addition of biomass to the land, and also habit of burning of the burning of residues. That's why the difference between content of SOC. In barren land, that is used for the purpose of grazing, and there is almost barren. So that's why lowest organic carbon content was observed. Similarly, in subsurface layer, This is lowest in the barren land and highest observed in horticulture land. SIC we have also estimated, and it is vary from 3.5 to 5.5 in subsurface layers. Similarly, 2.75 to 4.5, and in barren land 4.25 to 5%. And SOC we have calculated for the surface layers. It is 6,666 kg per hectare furrow slice up to 0 to 15 centimeter, and in cropland it is 4610 kg per hectare, while in barren land it is 4341 kg per hectare. Next one, please. So we conclude that horticulture land showed highest potential to sequester carbon, imparting a trend of horticulture crop, followed by cropland, and followed by barren land. While soil environment carbon content in these land use systems varies from 3.5 to 3.5%, 2.75%, and 4.25% in surface layer, while in subsurface it is 5.51% and 4.5% and 5% in surface layers respectively. Further, in these land use systems, SOC is sequestered highest in furrow slice of horticulture system and followed by crop and barren land. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for concept presentation, Dr. Sharma ji. And anyone is interested to have a interaction with Dr. Sharma? Any of the person? No. So, Dr. Sharma, have you just taken the concept, because organic carbon you have analyzed, you have gone to the different fractions of the organic carbon?
Yes, sir. It is still going on, sir. This is preliminary stages. Process is going on, sir. We have given the problem to the students and different fractions. 4 fractions we are using for estimation.
Okay. Because in the particularly arid ecosystem, because of the different plant types, you may get a different type, of the organic carbon fractions. So if you have a greater bearing your research, then they can simply only analyzing organic carbon is affected by the different land usage. And you have also told that there is some burning. So burning should be taken away from the your research, because you are comparing within the different cropping, different farming system, or you can say different forest, barren land, and cropland. So if you are mixing the anthropogenic conditions, so then actual effect of these interventions will not be, we can say, inferred. Okay, this is my suggestion to you. Okay?
Yes, certainly, sir. We are analyzing different fractions of organic carbon. So the process is going on, sir. This is preliminary data, sir.
So you take the those area where strictly there is a forestry, there is a horticulture system, there is a barren land, there is a cropland. Otherwise, if it is a, you can say, there is a burning or anthropogenic activities are there and they are disturbing the ecology, then you will not get the exact, you can say, value of the organic carbon differences. Okay, because
sir, while sampling time, sir, we have considered these points, sir.
Okay. And I'm not seeing any statistically significant result. It is I'm not seeing the, you can say, because the range is a very, you can say, narrow.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, right, sir. Right.
Thank you.
In fact, sir, just I want to highlight one thing. When you are doing the carbon sequencing, simply measuring the organic carbon, not measuring the stable organic compounds, have no meaning at all.
Yes.
Because we have to have the stable organic compounds to be measured, which will actually tell us the carbon status of the soil.
Yeah, that's right.
Particularly, we are having a very different ecosystem when we are dealing with the horticulture, because of falling of the leaves, and things are very different than the conventional agriculture.
Even the succulency of the, you can say, plant also come in the picture. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Please.
Right.
Next.
Murari Lal Gaur.
Murari Lal Gaur, ML Gaur ji, Dr. ML Gaur. He's already there. Gaur is here. Dr. Gaur, sir. Dr. Gaur.
Am I audible?
I audible.
Okay.
Go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Okay, is it visible?
Any
My
problem?
screen visible?
It is visible. Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, friends, good morning. At the onset, I would like to thank to the organizer for providing me opportunity to discuss on one of the important subject of this hill agriculture. You say that agriculture, if we talk of agriculture, in today's context, agriculture is watershed actually. The watershed is a bowl which comprises total agriculture. And it is a total system. You say total system, like human system. So if we talk of a system, there are many parts of the system. Some parts are very small in size. Say in our human system, the fingers are very small in size. Similarly, in watersheds or in our whole agriculture, if we talk the small streams, those small streams are the smallest system, and we have to understand the physics of those streams if we really want to manage our agriculture. So hill streams, particularly the small streams, are of prime importance, and this is my topic of today's presentation. So what is the physics? Yeah.
Dr. Gaur, please go straight away to your, you can say, your objective and the result. Okay.
Okay. So the contents are the what is the physics of this, and what are the characterization, and what are the approximately estimates, and one case study that I'm going to complete in this. See, this is the physics of the stream erosion. What we consider, it remains two-way. It sometimes it acts from river to bank and from bank to river. So straight way, if you consider the physics on the ground, it is the because it is a dynamic system. Because of this river flow, the stream erosion takes place in a variety of ways. How to estimate it and how to realize it in real field is a real concern of today's agriculture. And for this, small streams are very important. I will be just moving fast because of time limitation. The physical causes of this is because the stream flow changes very fast, and it is the flowing back or flowing towards river that causes stream bank erosion, and discharge is uncertain. In floods, it can totally disturb the riparian lands and even some sliding and collapsing of those stream banks. So if you see the physics, this is one of the situation that is commonly visible in our country in different parts, the stream bank erosion. And no, this is the very less researched area. No one has tried this, how to estimate this erosion, which is causing along the streams of the river, because this is the main cause that sediment is going to be in the stream, then rivers, then the reservoirs, and ultimately it is reducing the capacity of the reservoir and the production of the electricity also. So it has many offside impacts also. We see, I will simply get away from the details of this because of time. I will directly come to my study that is done in the Mahi river system. It was located in the Gujarat, in the lower part of the India, where the river Mahi, it gets clubbed with the sea. So what is the situation of the stream bank erosion in Mahi canals, in Mahi streams of different orders? So for that, we have by now, up to 2019, we have 4 different prediction approaches. And I have applied the second approach, that is the bank assessment of non-point source conjugates, that bank's approach. This approach comprises mainly, I'm not going to detail because time is very limited here. 5 minutes, it's difficult to show you the detailed study that I have done. But 2 indexes were worked out. One was the BEHI, Bank Erosion Hazard Index. Second is the near bank stress. What is the stress in the bank and what is the hazard level? You know, when erosion is there, 2 forces are acting. One force wants to detach the soil, and one force wants to hold the soil, and that is resistance. So it is a bar between the 2 forces, resistance and detachment. So how this is possible to be quantified and to give some idea how much stream bank erosion is happening in this region. So the latest approach is based on the LiDAR approach, where we use the satellite imageries and using the GPS, DGPS, and we can work out the cross-sectional change at various point of time, and we can compute the volume of soil that is being eroded from those streams of different orders, first order, second order, third order, or higher order. So this was my study started in the Mahi river system. This was the smallest stream where we started to compute the erosion, and this was the biggest stream from satellite data. You can see this is the river Mahi. 14-kilometer stretch we took it, and in 14-kilometer we took about 15 points where the regular changes in the cross section of the river and cross section of the slope of the banks and some of the physical survey how the cross section is changing. So by this way we estimated the soil loss, how much soil erosion is being taken along the streams, banks of different orders. We applied some of the low cost techniques where we uses these kind of erosion pins. Nowhere it is tried by now, but I tried it. We installed about 1,000 erosion pins, inserted the pins in the banks of the streams, and after monsoon season, what is the amount of the exposure of the pin that directly reflects the amount of the soil that is eroded. And by using the total area of the bank, we can work out the cubic meter of soil that is washed away in this river under different season with different kind of eroding agents. So these some index pillars were installed. With respect to this pillar, how much down the surface is that, then what is the volume of silt that is gone away with the streams that we tried to work down. And this was the final results. You can see the change of the bank full width, the change of the bank heights, as well as the change in the average stream bank slope lengths. So those studies were done in those streams, and the highest we have found in the fourth order streams, where these were ranging up to even 70.6% slope was the slope of the banks, from 41 to 70%. So increasing the slope length and increasing the volume of soil that is deposited in the stream, it was the results that we found. The concise data for my study for Mahi river system was that we had exposed length of erosion pins varying from 13 centimeter to about 20 centimeter. That means in one monsoon season, there is a detachment of soil depth of varying from 13 to 20 centimeter of soil. That was soil. So this was the data from that river segment, and this is a sinuosity worked out. Sinuosity means how the river changes its courses. It meanders. It shows the length of meandered length divided by straight length. So sinuosity was changing in upper streams, and this is documented in my research. Just I'm going away. These were the cross-sectional changes at different points of time, how the cross-section of the streams and channels that gets changed because of the erosion from stream banks. So this was the final slide. Thank you very much. That's all. Hello.
Thanks, Dr. Gaur Saab. Dr. Gaur, are you listening to me?
Yeah, I'm listening, sir. I'm listening.
Okay. A very, very good presentation I have seen. Actually, I think to ask this question you have already answered.
So nice of you.
Meandering and meandering and this erosion and the thing, because I have seen the river was just making a meandering and cutting the edges, depositing that. Then how you have assessed? You have already told that meandering area and plus the straight, you can say, area you have divided, and you got some, you can say, ratio, and that accordingly you just fit some equation might be, and for the assessment. Okay. And
yes, I will share with you, sir. I would like to have your email. I will be happy to share with you. This is because time, this is study very interesting, but because of time, I'm not able to do justice with it.
Okay. My mail is jprasad57@gmail.com.
Okay, thank you.
jprasad57 jprasad57@gmail.com.
Sure,
and
sir,
you are Dr. M.L. You, Dr. M.L. Gaur, you have worked in the Dehradun earlier?
Yes, I was in Dehradun for 25 years. Then I was in Anand University. I was Dean of Agriculture Engineering for 7 years. And now I'm senior professor.
I know that because I reviewed your paper long back. Okay.
Sir, I met you many times. I know you personally. In Lucknow, I met you. I mean somewhere. Yeah.
Okay. I think. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gaur.
Thank you very much.
Pradeep Kumar Rai.
Pradeep Kumar Rai, Dr. Pradeep Kumar Rai ji. Dr. Pradeep Kumar Rai is available? No. Then R. Srinivasan.
I am there,
Srinivasan, please.
I am there, sir.
Okay.
Visible, sir? Visible, sir?
Visible. Visible.
Okay, sir. Okay. 1 minute, sir. I will share the screen. Sir, screen is visible, sir?
Yes, sir, I have shared your screen. You just go on, sir.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now is visible, sir?
Yes, visible.
Oh, okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. This is the pilot study we attempted the using of large scale soil mapping along with remote sensing and GS techniques, appraisal of soil erosion risk in eastern Himalayas using large scale soil mapping, sir. This is a team of NPSSLP. So next, sir. Okay. The introduction is the everywhere the some kind of degradation is increasing due to the heavy rainfall and improper management. Regarding that, soil erosion also is a very serious problem. Is causing land degradation. The indirectly is losing of
No,
agricultural land.
Dr. Srinivasan, please go to state your objective and find.
Sure. So little bit, sir. Then this is a cause ultimately the loss of fertility and subsequent depletion of land
Dr.
resources.
Srinivasan, again I am requesting you that it is known to every person. Please
Sure.
go to your objective. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay. The assessment we are using large scale soil mapping and remote sensing technique and GIS, and based on that we will assess for enter a Mangan block for soil erosion assessment, sir. This is our study, sir. Next one, sir. So this is a study area. The Mangan block is North Sikkim district, and the chief rock gneiss and schist and sandstone. And the landform is a ridge, rocky, cliff and escarpment, a low mountain, a narrow valley, and mid mountain, high mountain. The lower portion is flowing for Dista River, and the rainfall around 2,600 mm. The temperature is minimum 6 to 8 and 21 to 26 during the summer. The land use is the large cardamom and orange, ginger and maize paddy and vegetables. The 80% of the area is occupied by forest, and which forest the agroforest system is. The cardamom is cultivated the shared portion of forest system, sir. The totally reported area around 87,000 hectare. Around that is 80% is forest, sir. Next one, sir, please. This is a methodology we followed, sir. During the soil survey, we used for LIS4 imagery, 5.8 meter resolution, and for landform analysis and observation, and along with the topo sheet, we marked where the agricultural land is occupied and major agriculture is happening in Mangan district. Based on that, we dig the soil profile. Based on that, we derived the soil series map, and from that information, the 9 soil series, from that 17 mapping unit prepared from texture, OC, organic carbon and conservation practice also taken from ground truth, and slope degree and flow accumulation we taken from also DEM 12.5 meters. That is LS factor we derived, and K factor from soil survey data, and C factor from that ground truth plus some NDTV classification also, and R factor rain gauge station with the Mangan the data we collected. The using of RKLSCP formula we used for this assessment of erosion, sir. Next one. So from that, the soil series map of that area Mangan, and around 9 soil series we established. Among them, the insepti soil is 22%, moldy soil is 8%. Sir. Next one. Sir, next one, please. This is the background of information, and we gone for R factor derived from that whatever the existing data. So R factor is a 79 point this, and mean annual precipitation from that data we derived for R factor. Next one, sir. So the K factor derived from the sand, silt, clay, and organic carbon. From that, we taken for K factor, the estimation of K factor by Williams in 1905, the used for the formula, and we K factor derived among the texture plus organic matter, sir. Next one. So LX factor we already know, Murray and Birch we developed a slope length and flow accumulation. Depending on slope length, we collected from LS factor, sir, and we derived the LS factor from entire area. Next one, sir. So land use, land cover factor, as per the ground truth observation, we taken for agroforestry, double crop, single crop, and open field, open scrub. The value is standard value we used for the C factor derivation of C factor, sir. Next one, please. So P factor, whatever the terrace forming is happening there, and based on that existing work done from the hill station, that as per that we derived the slope and degree. That is P value derived for entire area, sir. Next one. Yeah. So among them, actually, the whatever the review we prepared, less than 80 10 per hectare is considered as a low, means a maximum severe effect of that entire area, northeastern region, because the entire Mangan block is coming very severe conditions. So among the classification we divided among the quartile method, low, medium, severe, very severe. So among them, low medians is as per the standard reference of loss. It is a very high. Very severe. So considering among them also, it is a very severe, around coming 5.4%, severe also 5.4% of the entire area, sir. Next one, please. So what we already survey data using for our soil survey data, we established which soil series will be prone for very severe or very severe condition. Among them, Ringim and Nampata, Singik, they have the very severe soil erosion, followed by the next one, please, sir. Among them, next one, the severe condition was followed by same Ringim and Ramtang and Singik soil series was found to be very serious in soil erosion. Sir. Next one, please. This is overall my presentation, sir. We assessed with the entire block of soil erosion using detailed soil survey information, and followed by the series-wise assessment also we done. From that, our study, we can identify the ground truth verification first, then followed by the assessment. We can establish a very good relationship with which management we can go for, which parcel of land, and which technique we can applicable for control the soil erosion, and which type of cropping system may be the boosting the farmer's income. That based on that we can go for entire area. This is some terrace forming, maybe when the rainfall is excess, that may be the prone for high erosion factor, and even high erosion may be the pipeline of the landslide also, that area also we can identify from that. This is the good attempt for the utilizing of the detailed information and ground truth verification of that these ideas. Sir. This is my conclusion, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, no, I am not getting, sir. Hello, sir, I am not getting, sir.
Sir, please unmute yourself first.
Yes,
Dr. Nirmal Kumarji.
Hello.
Now I am getting, sir.
Just what is the tolerance limit you have fixed for your area?
Sir, actually, the overall India and the northeastern region.
No, I am talking about your area, because you are working, and for that tolerance limit, beyond that, you may propose some, you can say, intervention.
Yes, sir.
To restrict the erosion. So, what is the tolerance limit you are expecting, or you are speculating?
The severe situation, sir. The 80.
No. In quantity term, you just tell me.
How much quantity is losing?
In quantity term, how much? 1,200, 1,400 kg of, you can say, tons of the, you can say, soil is eroded.
That's why
how much is
around area, na, sir? Total area or quantity?
No. It is a site specific, your information is there. No doubt it is a series by information you are talking about that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So suppose you are taking that mandal as a unit, what will be the tolerance limit of that area?
1 minute, sir. 1 minute. Sir, actually, 82 to 178 ton per hectare. It is for medium, sir. More than that means 178 ton per hectare is.
Tolerance limit will be 1 unit, not for the, you can say, I'm just talking about that, because it is a unit. Beyond that, you have to go for interventions. Okay.
Okay.
Sir. Second thing is that you have also told that about the landslide.
Yes,
this landslide is with the geological formation or repose angle.
Geological formation also influencing, sir, plus soil characteristics attributes also influencing, sir. We assessed another one erosion factor also. It means a landslide where the happening for due to the which factor is influencing for maximum. But geology wise, the entire Mangan is split only 2 or 3 geology, sir. But where the temperate conditions and the alpine conditions, 2 portion of that block will be dividing.
Temperate, what you are talking about, the alpine and the alpine in in Mangan block?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That Mangan above portion you will say alpine, sir. That below portion means city of Mangan. Below portion 2 temperature climate is coming, sir, and upper portion frequently is falling for landslide due to the heavy rainfall and
okay. Thanks.
excess
We'll discuss later on. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you very much.
Next, please. Who is this man?
Ritu Nagdev.
Ritu Nagdev.
Yes, sir. I am. Am I audible, sir?
You are audible. Please go ahead for your presentation.
Sir, my study is on assessment of soil erosion in Greater Himalayas, a case study of Lahore block of Lahore and Spiti district, Himachal Pradesh, India. Sir, Western Himalayas are highly.
It is known. It is known. You straight go to your objective and finding.
I'm going. Sir, the ICR, NBSS and LAP has done work on assessment of soil degradation status for suggested land use, and does a case study in Lahore block of Lahore and Spiti, tribal dominated block, has been undertaken to assess the soil erosion status for its amelioration. And sir, this is our study area, and it falls under the Western Himalayas cold and dry semi-arid region, and its geographical area is 6,73,988. The major river flown there is Chandra and Bhaga, which is also known as Chenab, and the total population is 22,542. 70% forest area is there, 1.1% area is, comes under agriculture only. And culturable waste is 0.5%, permanent pastures are 20%, barren land is 7.1%. And in terms of physiography and climate physiography, Greater Himalayas is main there, and it is further divided into summit ridge tops, mountain and valley glaciers, side oblique report slopes, glaciofluvial valley and fluvial valleys. And the climate is cold and dry semi-arid type. Annual precipitation is 600 millimeter there, and precipitation include all snowfall and total rainfall, and the temperature ranges from -3 to 8 degrees Celsius, and parent material granite genesis fail, elevation is 5,000 to 6,500 meter. And for the methodology is satellite data procurement, collection of secondary data, maps, cadastral map, SOI topo sheets and others, preparation of base maps, ground truth verification and universal soil loss equation. We measure the soil erosion status. It is our field work we has done in Lahore block. And this is the physiography in Lahore based on interpretation of remote sensing image data and ground truth verification. Major physiography, as I earlier told, is Greater Himalayas, and further divided into, I already described it. This area is renowned for snowfields, ice caves, glacier and snow-clad mountain and passes. The Lahore block remain cuts off from the rest of world about 7 months every year due to closure of vehicular traffic through Rohtang Pass because of heavy snowfall. And land use, land cover, forest cover 70%, I already described it. The economy in Lahore block is mainly agrarian, and the most of the workers in the area are engaged in the cultivation of pea, potato, barley, apple, wheat, ogla, fafra, maize, hope and khud. And this is the cultivation along with Chandrabhaga river, and in Lahore block, out of about 6 lakh hectare, only 1% is available for agriculture, because main area is covered under the mountains, etc. And agricultural activities are restricted only 3 to 4 months, tentatively from June 15 to October 15. This is the slope occurring there. Summits and ridge tops occur on very steep and strong slopes, and mountain and valley glaciers on very steep side oblique repose slopes, and moderately steep to very steep and strong. Glaciofluvial valley on steep, fluvial valley on moderate to moderately steep slopes. And the major soil depths are there 53.43%. Soils are very shallow, followed by moderately shallow 1.47%, very deep 0.79%, moderately deep 0.4%, and shallow 0.25% only. And erosion status in Lahore block. Sir, the main causes of in respect of erosion, natural are the slopy landscape is there, cold and arid climate, heavy snowfall, rugged terrain, glacial movements and landslides, and anthropogenic are some there, uncontrolled deforestation, unscientific land utilization, especially slow farmland, aggravate the process of soil erosion. The major area of the block, that is 53%, suffering from very severe erosion activities, followed by moderate and then severe. So the major area is suffering from very severe soil erosion in Lahore block. These are the conservation measures for I have mentioned here for slight type of erosion, adoption of spacing, erosion resistant crop, intercropping, application of soil management practices to improve organic matter and soil structure, land leveling, etc. for moderate soil erosion and severe soil erosion also mentioned here. Especially in case of severe soil erosion, combination of biotic and abiotic measures such as emphasis of catchment to reduce sediment flow in situ soil moisture conservation of establishment of growth for forest ecosystem, diversion of excess runoff and to water harvesting structure for supplemental irrigation to plan, establishment of permanent cover on the current fallows, proper resource utilization and adoption of silvipastoral or hortipastoral system. So my conclusion of the study is as the block is suffering from the highly soil erosion problem, and proper soil conservation measures should be adopted and managed carefully, arrest further degradation. In addition, various ways should be taken, including broad social propaganda, social technologies, education, effective checking mechanisms for administrative official to raise the awareness of whole society on soil and water conservation, water and environmental protection. Hence, the soil health can be maintained by adopting the above recommendations. Thank you, sir. This is the animal only appearing there in the Lahul block mainly.
One thing I am just thinking to get from you.
Yes.
If I will tell the concept topography, in turn slope, or geology, which is more important for the erosion in your area, how you defend yourself?
Yes, sir. I am not audible.
I am telling that there is a topography, there is a geology. Okay, what is the role of these two, and why you consider the only topography is the problem for the this type of landslide or erosion in this area?
Sir, just a minute. Sir, here main physiography, this is the Greater Himalaya. So slope, just a minute. Yeah. Sir, here slope, slope is very steep.
Okay.
And strong slopes are there. So, sir, the soils are just start eroding from the slope is main factor there, and physiography is there because slopes is main as I found there in a Lahul block.
If I will tell that your geology, the granite and shale is there, okay?
Yes, yes.
Then I'm just telling that shale is more prone for the erosion. Then how will you defend yourself?
Sir,
are you understanding what I am telling to you?
Yes, sir. I am getting your words. I am getting, sir.
Okay, okay. Because mostly just shale, if the shale is there, you know that if the shale will liberate a lot of silt, and that will be just like a soap, and it will any time it will go for landslide. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
This is the just I'm telling, but because it is not only the slope is responsible. Suppose I'm talking about the granite. What is the granite? Is just like a granite. You can say it is just like a hanging rock is also there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
It's not eroding too much. Okay. But only when there is a lot of this type of recent origin, you can say there. Himalaya is a recent origin, na. And mostly shale is there and sandstone is there, so it's more erosive. Okay, thank you. It is for your information.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Next, please. Next.
Sir, there's a humble request. We are running out of time.
I know that because I am just okay. Yeah, thank you.
I wanted this oral session to be over by 11:30 because we just have till about 12.
Okay.
We also have to cover the poster session. So please give only 1 or 2 minutes to each presentation.
Okay. Swapnil Pandey is available. Swapnil Pandey is there. Pankaj Sood. PK Sharma.
Hello, Pankaj. Hello.
Pankaj Sood.
Yeah. Yeah.
You start with your objective and findings, please. Okay.
Hello. My screen is is my screen visible, sir?
No.
Is it visible now?
You have to share with that. I'm not. It is not visual.
You have to share your screen.
Hello.
We are seeing a blank. Yes, it is visible now.
It is on
Now it is available.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is visible, na? Yes, sir. State by I am
Just
coming.
cover your objectives and the.
Yeah, yeah. State by, sir. Sorry, but the chairman, sir. I am state by coming to the finding.
Okay, okay. You just go ahead. Thank you. Okay.
Objectives and findings because of selected in the northwestern Himalayan region, particularly the state of Himachal Pradesh and district Mandi in particular. We know that the state of Himachal Pradesh is fast transforming. Natural farming is the need of the hour in hilly regions where the input costs are particularly increasing day by day, and the farmers, they are small or marginal. And in Mandi district where the studies were conducted, it is predominantly in the Rabi season. It is occupied by the wheat crop, which is cultivated in around 70,000 hectare area. So the objective of the study was mainly wheat crop, which is the predominant crop. It is now being harbored by a wheat aphid, which was not earlier a pest in the region. But with the climate change, many new invasive pest species, in maize it is fall armyworm, in vegetables it's the tomato pinworm, and in wheat the incidence of this wheat aphid Rhopalocytum pisum is increasing day by day. So when we are going to the natural farming ecosystem, it is very pertinent to evaluate some natural farming inputs on their efficacy against this aphid, but simultaneously how it behaves to the natural enemy complex, that is the biodiversity prevailing in this wheat ecosystem. That was very important, and the studies pertain to this only. We evaluated state by I'm coming to the findings because the time is scarce. And as far as this aphid population is concerned, it starts during the second or first week of the February and peaks in the month of March, which is the almost ripening stage of the wheat crop. As far as weather factors are concerned, it is positively correlated with the temperature, maximum temperature and minimum temperature. And coming to the scenario wheat aphid during last 5-6 years, it is very visible that the incidence of wheat aphid right from 2012 since 2015-16, it has been on an increasing trend. We made per hill population of the wheat aphid and it is increasing. Then we evaluated certain organic inputs like botanicals like Eupatorium, Melia as a Melia, then this Polygonum gunneri extract, and we found that hello. These natural farming inputs, though they were less efficacious than the chemical check, that is Roger or dimethoid, but you can still see that the efficacy was quite high, about 50 to 60% in these cases also. But the major thing is that when their impact on the natural enemy population, particularly ladybird beetle and syrphid fly was studied, you can see these natural inputs, they were quite safer to these natural enemies. So there was a synergistic effect between the natural enemies and these natural farming inputs. So there was a double effect, and based on this, we can conclude, straightway I'm coming to the conclusion, that this wheat aphid, though it is it is on an increasing trend with the passage of time due to climate change, temperature is rising, and moreover, many invasive pest species are coming, natural enemy population is decreasing. But but when we evaluated natural farming inputs, the population of, not only the population of wheat aphid was suppressed by these natural farming inputs, but simultaneously the number of these natural enemies which were prevalent with wheat aphid and wheat ecosystem, they were on an increasing trend. So there was always a synergistic, or you can say tritrophic interaction, and this lead to the better suppression of the pest, and simultaneously it was very useful to conserve the biodiversity. Particularly natural enemies, the ladybird beetle and syrphid fly, these were the two natural enemies we studied, but overall there was a very synergistic effect of these natural farming inputs, particularly these botanicals and courine based inputs on the overall ecosystem, and this will definitely lead to the sustainability of the system. Not only it will decrease the input cost, but overall profitability of the system tourism will increase, which is the need of our in the hilly systems, particularly with the small and marginal farmers, and the state like Himachal, which is 80% rain-fed and fast transforming into the natural farming ecosystem. Thank you very much, sir. This is in brief. Due to paucity of time, I skipped many things, but the message was clear that these things are to be adopted in the hill regions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sood, for nice presentation. Okay, now straight away I am just inviting to Dr. P.K. Sharma. You can chat with the, you can say Dr. Sood, you can say.
Yes, sure, sir.
So Dr. P.K. Sharma is there. Then I think we have to move to Dr. Gogoi.
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Please start sharing.
Please start sharing your icon.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Is it visible, sir?
It is visible. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Respected Chairman, sir, Co-Chairman, sir, and my dear friends. So I am going to talk regarding this yield trend and carbon sequestration in a rice system of Brahmaputra Valley of India, the effect of 32 years of INM practices.
Okay.
So I am straight away going to this.
No, straight away go to objective. Your objective
Okay,
and
these are our objectives. Two objectives were there to assess the long-term impact of integrated nutrient management practices on the yield trend and sustainable yield indexes of the rice system under the prevailing climatic condition of Assam, and to determine the soil carbon pool, soil carbon stock, as well as carbon sequestration in rice system under 32 years of INM practices. So these are materials and method. We had 8 treatments that is laid out in the randomized block design replicating thrice, and this long-term experiment, this was set up in 1987-88. Okay. Okay, and these are materials and method. We have used some standard procedures for analysis of different. Sir. Okay, total carbon and organic carbon that was analyzed using the CSNS analyzer, as well as this soil carbon stock, carbon sequestration potential were also analyzed using the standard procedure. So these are some of the overview of the experimental sites. So this is results. So time series analysis of the yield data shown that this total yield, it is significantly increased over this control treatment due to INM practices, and the highest yield was recorded in case of the plot where we have substituted partially substituted recommended dose of fertilizer with this one rice straw, and this was at par with the treatment where we have used FYM to partially substitute recommended dose of fertilizers. And this increase in yield must be because of the fact that the means balanced nutrients were supplied throughout the growth period of the rice system as compared to the control plot. And same trend, yield trend, we have also recorded in case of the total yield of the straw yield, in case of total straw yield of the system, rice system. And so far as this sustainable yield index was concerned, so there was significant increase in case of the sustainable yield as compared to the control treatment, and this highest sustainable index were recorded in case of the T3 treatments, where recommended dose of fertilizer were partially substituted for through FYM source, and this was followed by the T5 treatment, where we have substituted this recommended dose of fertilizer with the help of this rice stabilizers. So this showed that this importance of this combined application of organic and inorganic sources of nutrient in case of rice system. And this is regarding in case of figure 4, we have depicted this effect of this INM treatment on the SOC stock as well as the % buildup of carbon over control. So highest carbon stocks we have recorded in case of the T3 treatment, where we have found 67 megagram per hectare this SOC stock, which was immediately followed by, or we can say at par in case of the T5 treatment, where we have used rice stock 66.6 megagram per hectare carbon stock we have recorded there, and these were significantly higher as compared to the control treatment. And % buildup of carbon over control were also significantly higher as compared to recommended dose of fertilizers, and we have recorded over 71% increase in T3 treatments. This SOC stock as compared to the control treatment. And in case of the figure 5, we have depicted here active and passive carbon pools, and we found that in case of treatment 7 and recommended dose of fertilizer, there we have found the highest active carbon pool, and whereas the passive carbon pools were highest when we used rice stubble for partially substitute the recommended dose of fertilizers partially. This is maybe because of the fact that for the non-labile carbon and less labile carbon pool, this contribution was highest from the rice tables, and as well as in case of azolla treated plot, this contribution to the less means labile as well as the more very labile pool of the carbon fractions were more as from the addition of azolla. And so far as this carbon sequestration potential is there in case of the rice soil, we have found significant, we have recorded significant increase in case of the carbon sequestration over control treatment, and 24 megagram per hectare of this carbon megagram carbon we have recorded in case of the treatment T3, where we have used FOM to substitute recommended dose of fertilizer over that of the control treatment, which was followed by T5 treatment. And this differences in this carbon sequestration under this INM treatment may be because of the fact that differences in the CN ratios, as well as due to differences in the rate of decomposition of the organic matter that is added in this treatment. And this
please, Dr. Gogoi, conclude, please.
Okay, sir, this is summary, and I will not go through it. The conclusion is that we want to conclude our study showed that the chlorophyll and carbon status in the soil under double layer scoping system were driven by both quantitative as well as qualitative differences in carbon input to the soil. An application of recommended dose of fertilizer partially substituted to organics has increased the system productivity of and carbon status over long run. And it is therefore recommended that this combined application of inorganic sources of nutrients should be applied with the organic sources of nutrients. And however, some more studies will be required in this line under different management practices for different soil types as well as agricultural system of Computer Valley of India. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presence hearing, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Dr. Gogoi. Very nice presentation, and I have seen that a lot of innovative, you can say, work is there. Okay, innovation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, now straight away I am inviting Dr. Ashish Rai. Dr. Ashish Rai is here. No. Then Dr. Hussain, I think is not. Dr. Hussain is here.
Yes, I am here.
Okay.
So a very good afternoon to everyone. My topic is dissemination of agricultural knowledge through information and communication technology in India. Next. So if you come to directly to the problems, the problem is that
you just straight away come to objective, Doctor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Only 30 seconds I'll take. So,
okay.
So major problem is that so our farmers are not getting the information at the right time. So here ICT plays a significant role in providing the information to the farmers. So next. Next, please. So one survey was done by the NSSO in 2005, and here found that that only 5.7% of the farmers are getting the direct contact with the extension workers, and most of them were getting the information from the progressive farmers, input suppliers, and through the ICT initiatives like TV and radio. Next. So a survey was done by the Kumar 2010 regarding the priority of the farm information by the farmers. So what he has found in the study that majority of the farmers they were in the need of the information regarding the package and practice, and followed by the advisory services regarding real-time information, best information, weather focused, and related information related to the market and information, and information related to the farm credits. and they were asked if they were ready to pay for the services if they were given some better information. So in the survey, it was said that they are willing to pay for the informations. Next. So the major information dissemination platform in India is the Kisan Call Center. We know it is a toll-free number through which our farmers are getting the informations in 22 different languages. And one survey was done by the Menes, and it was found that nearly 30,000 calls are received daily through KCC in 14 locations, and the services are given by the 600 plus farm tele advisors like agricultural gadget and aggregate. And like on a record, some of the records are given, like 1,500 calls are given, received, and information are provided at the centers during the season period. And farmers are very much aware of the weather information, and they were getting the information regarding weather also and regarding pests and diseases. Next. Next.
Today I'm going to present on a topic.
Next, please. Hello. Next, please.
Sir, 1 second.
Yeah, 1 second. Please share again.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. So one more portal is that it is M-Kisan, and it was inaugurated by the Honorable President of India in 2013. And through this portal, in 12 different languages, farmers are getting the messages all over the world. Second, next one, please. Next slide, please. So some of the recommendations are ICT is focusing on some selected areas. So what we need to do is we need to give the, so in India, most of the areas are rural, and till now they are not having good connectivity with the mobile phones. So we need to establish the ICT initiatives to those areas, and youth is a great potential. So if we involve the youth, then it will boost our agricultural development. And if we come to the conclusion, last slide, please. Conclusion. So ICT is the strongest tool for providing information to the farmers at the right time. And one more only benefit of ICT is that it reduces the cost of the farmers. It reduces the cost of the farmers, and it plays a significant role in providing information to the farmers at the right time. And it is giving the information right at present scenario, and it will continue in the future also. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for a nice presentation about the ICT, and I congratulate Dr. Isaad Hussain for your presentation.
Sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
welcome, sir.
Now the presentation is over. I only just say I can only conclude because time is not there to conclude each and every paper. So straight away I am concluding that the presenter, whether it is a lead presentation, whether it is a lead presentation or oral presentation, they were very nice, and they cover a wide area. No, very wide area. Hello. Very wide area, starting from the insect to the natural resources to organic farming, natural farming, erosion. So these are all the aspects they were nicely documented by the presenter. I think there is some problem. I can't.
Please meet Dr. Rajiv Bharat. Please meet yourself. Dr. Rajiv Bharat, please meet yourself.
Hello. Now the presentation is over. I have seen that all the, whether it is a lead presentation or oral presentation by the many of the, you can say, the presenter, they're very nice. They have from natural resources to integrated farming, then biogas production, then hill farming. Then there was a work. This is the presentation on the, you can say, insect, you can say edible insect. So they are covered even the erosion in the Mahi River, or you can say in small, you can say area, village area. So they have covered most of the aspect, but I am seeing that very few, you can say, presenters were very much they have sticking to the topic of the, you can say, seminar. Okay, so this is the, I am just telling the organizer to see in the for the future that those papers which have, you can say, a a good relation with the, you can say, topic, they should only consider, rather than only this is they are for the sake of presentation. They should not accept. This is my suggestion, personal suggestion. Because I am seeing the many of the papers, they are not, you can say, fitting with the, you can say, mandate of the, you can say, this seminar. Okay, this is, but there are some very good, you can say, fantastic results were there by the 2 or 3, you can say, presenter. I think they should be encouraged for the future. Particularly Dr. Gogai was there. One of the paper I have seen that he has then Dr. Gaur has presented very good. Then Dr. Sood. So many people have already, they can say, presented very good, you can say, research paper. This is, I have just put some names. Others should not feel that I am ignoring them. They have also done, you can say, very good work. Only one thing is that this is for their future endeavor. I wish for them that they flourish in their, you can say, academics, or where they are working, and do the, you can say, good research. I am very thankful of Dr. Suraj Ban, Dr. Kohli, Dr. Vikas Sharma, and then my colleague Nirmal Kumar for conducting the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jagdish Prasad.
Doctor,
In fact, your suggestion that we should be more careful in selecting or approving the papers for oral presentation is well taken, sir. This should be considered. Not all papers which are submitted should be accepted. Yes, I also accept this. Dr. Swami, we should actually look into this, because if this is so, the seminar presentation, this whole process becomes a bit boring when you find papers not relevant to the theme. And sometimes people also tend to put up a topic or a title which fits into the theme, but inside what they present is not so relevant. So in fact, the organizers need to go into the abstracts and see if that can be accepted for a session or not. Okay, anyway, sir, thank you very much for very nicely conducting this session. Although we are out of time, we have just 3 or 4 papers listed for the poster sessions. So
Dr. Kohli,
I just give 1 or 2 minutes to them to just cover that. Before that, let me have a roll call and see who all are there.
Dr. Kohli,
yeah,
we can take comments from Dr. Vikas also as co-chairman.
Yeah, let the session continue, sir. We can have those comments after the poster session, because they are also chairing the poster session.
Sir, trolley, huh?
Yeah, just listen to these posters and then you can give your comments or concluding remarks, I guess, because you are chair and co-chair for the full session, including the posters and oral. Okay, Dr. Vikas, just 3 or 4 posters are listed, so let us listen to them. Dr. Vishwanath, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am there, sir.
Okay, so I'm just uploading your poster. You just have to present it within 1 minute. Okay, we are already short of time.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
आइए उठाइए, देखिए
चेयरमैन. So Dr. Vishwanath, your paper is there. Please just take 1 minute to present.
Sir, it is not visible.
It will come. Okay, please start presenting. It is there now.
Sir, shall I start?
Yeah,
sir, shall I start, sir?
Please start.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Respected chairman. Yes, sir. Respected chairman, good afternoon to all. Today I am going to present on a topic: long-term nutrient management enhances resistance and resilience of soil enzymes activity against moisture stress in an algae soil. I am going to our objective. Our first objective is study the long-term the resistance and resilience of soil enzyme against moisture stress. For this, we have undertaken the ongoing long-term fertilizer experiments, which is started in the year 1972 in Birsa Agriculture University, Ranchi. And we have selected among 10 treatment, we have selected 7 treatment. And we have analyzed the dehydrogenase activity, fluorescein diacetate activity, beta glucosic activity. After that, we have calculated the resistance and resilience of these enzymes as the method given by Arvin and Wardley. And our findings are the effect of moisture stress on dehydrogenase activity under soybean wheat crop, and that is shown that the continuous application of format and FIM and lime separately with NPK enhances the dehydrogenase activity by 65% and 75% respectively over the control treatment. And the application of weedicide with balanced fertilization not alter the dehydrogenase activity of soil as compared to the respective hand weeding. And continuous application of imbalanced fertilization, that is 100% N and 100% NP, significantly decreases the dehydrogenase activities of soil, and which was the decrement was highest in the nitrogen alone treatment as compared to the other. Index was highest in NPK plus FIM treatment compared to other, and the recovery of the most of the recovery of the dehydrogenase activities was noticed that 38 days in highest in NPK plus FIM, and most of the recovery, almost 100% of recovery is observed at 60 days after stress. And now coming to the effect of moisture stress and fluorescein diacetate activities under soybean crop, and results shows that the 5-decade continuous
excuse me
application
for
of
that.
superimposing FIM.
Sir, if he has to present all the paper, what's the difference between oral presentation and poster presentation? Just he has to show the result and we will notice that, and that's it. If we have to present, it will take again.
Please be
Okay,
brief.
sir. Sir, shall I conclude, sir?
We are out of time. Just be brief.
Sir, shall I conclude, sir?
Yeah, please.
You have already concluded.
Okay, so any more questions? One question can be there, sir. Dr. Jagdish, if you can.
No, I will not ask the question because he is too strict with the time. Otherwise, it will go on that. I appreciate Vijay Kumar sir for his comment. Okay. Okay. Next, we just call next person. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So the next presentation is Dr. Durga.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. So I'll just upload your presentation. You can present it. Please stick to 1 minute time limit.
Sir, here I should upload, sir, or from there?
No, I will upload.
Oh, okay, sir.
Can you see your poster?
Yes,
this is
sir.
not in a format which could be presented online, but still, whatever it is, please take 1 minute.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Respected dignitaries and all dear participants, a very good afternoon to one and all. I'm here showing my results of the study. We have formulated this field evaluation of soil moisture sensors for irrigation scheduling in Rabi maize with 3 objectives. And the method used is by the split plot design with 2 main treatments and the 6 sub treatments. As we all know, the resources is we have to conserve the resources. From the study, we have found that from the irrigation methods, we have found that drip irrigation have shown the highest grain yield and also more water use efficiency and water use efficiency. But while coming to sub treatments like that was used by sensor-based irrigation scheduling, from that nano sensors developed by the IIT Bombay have found the found highest grain yield and also the more water use efficiency, and it was on par with the granulated gypsum block. From this study, we have concluded that the sensor-based irrigation scheduling can be very effective for improving the water use efficiency in the maize crop. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Okay.
Thank you.
This was the sensor on capacitance or resistance based?
Actually, that sensors, different sensor-based scheduling was there, sir. Actually, traditional like tensiometers, gypsum block, profile probe, and this nano sensor have developed by the IIT Bombay by capacitance-based, sir.
Okay, capacitance. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you. Okay, thank you. Dr. Suman Sharma. Dr. Suman Sharma is there. And then Dr.
Yes,
G.
sir.
Surya Krishna.
Yes, sir. I'm visible, sir.
Suman Sharma?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm just uploading your presentation.
Okay, sir.
Okay, please, you can start presenting. It's there on the screen.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. My title is Effect of Climate Change on Vegetation of Western Himalayas. The objective is to study the effect of climate change on vegetation of Western Himalayas. Here, the climate change is considered as one of the leading drivers having adverse effects on biodiversity and ecosystem. The vegetation structure and composition is that the spatial distribution of the Himalayan vegetation depends on variations in the altitude, rainfall, soil, and temperature. The vegetation types of Himalayan hill ranges varies from species-rich broadleaf forest in the lower elevations to the alpine scrubs at the higher altitudes, and the large expanses of grasslands beyond which there exist the large masses of glaciers. And vegetation responses to climate change varies in the three ways: changes in phenology, shifting of species towards high altitudes, and the competition for resources eventually leading to habitat loss, species extinction. And next, the climate change along with varied land use and land cover changes driven by deforestation for agriculture, urbanization, and developmental activities increases the fragmentation and habitat loss of mountain and eventually leading to extinction. And last, the conclusion is that the climate change in Himalayas not only affects the high altitude but also threats the delicate balance of the fragile lowlands supporting agriculture. And the vegetation response towards climate change requires priority and other related studies because vegetation dynamics will determine future distributions of animal habitats in the particular ecosystem. The effective use of this technology can help improving the current knowledge of vegetation responses towards changing climate. That's it, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, madam, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Your topic should be very restricted one because you have just put the effect of climate change on Western Himalayas. Okay.
Yes, sir.
It is
Yes,
so
sir.
wide. You should not put, you can say, in this type of poster presentation. It is my advice to you. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir.
Next, please. Dr. Kohli, sir. Dr. Kohli, please. Hello. क्या हो गया?
नहीं वो उनका
और नेक्स्ट
अभी सेशन चल रहा है ना
Dr. G.K. Surya Krishna, are you there?
मैं इधर गेस्ट हाउस में बैठे हुए हैं
Dr. G.K. Surya Krishna. Okay.
Not available.
If he is not available, then we have just one more presentation. Dr. Swami, can you please announce the name and upload his presentation? The last presentation for this session. It is available with you.
We are uploading just now.
Okay.
Okay.
So probably this will be the last presentation for this session. And meanwhile, while the poster is being uploaded, I would just like to put my remarks on the very valid comments of Dr. Vijay Kumar earlier when he said that these posters should be very specific. And in fact, I would like to request all the poster presenters to please look on the YouTube channel and find out a poster presentation on how to prepare and present posters by Dr. Vikas Sharma, which he did in one of our previous seminars.
Yes. We have also shared the link. Dr. Kohli.
Yes.
We have also shared the link for this preparing posters of Dr. Vikas Sharma.
Yeah. Moreover, sir, the poster should have some message or some conclusion. Just bring the theoretical things and bringing the things from the books doesn't mean anything.
Sir, actually,
Yeah, I
these post
understand, but
these just Dr. Kohli, these posters are basically from students, and we want to promote them to display something, and that's why the society has asked these students to prepare the poster. Although they have some messages, and we should encourage them.
yes, yes, we should. That's why, but the effort is that they should improve upon these things. Thank you, Dr. Ora. Dr. Swami, will the poster be?
Dr. Srinivas, please mute yourself.
Dr. Srinivas, Dr. R. Srinivas.
The host should,
Yeah, I have done that.
Yes,
Dr.
you remove
Kohli,
them.
we have only this much poster in this session.
Okay. So you were talking of one more poster just now?
That is for the next session.
Okay, okay. Okay, so I hand over the mic to Dr. Vikas Sharma and Dr. Jagdish sir. Please conclude the session and then we can move on.
Because these are the poster, I think I agree partly with the Dr. Arora. He has told that you have to encourage the student, but students should also be very, because it's very sensitive, issues of poster presentation. And I appreciate Dr. Vijay Kumar, because that should have some message and that should be a soothing to the eyes also, because I have seen some of the posters where it is not, visible even though, and they have written many things, so that only the pertinent, findings should appear, highlighted by the, presenter, rather than, putting all the, things in a small poster, okay? Because you have to see the, none of the people, that's only attraction. What attraction you have, your presentation, as a style of presentation, and what are the findings you have. I think that very rightly pointed out that Dr. Vikas Sharma has already shared the screen of the, what he has presented in the last seminar. It was very nice, and he might have taken a cognizance, all the other might have taken a cognizance, that presentation would have not be, what you are facing today, okay? So it is a request to all the person, they stick with the instruction they have passed, although there may be somewhere some shifting may be there, but not should be so much, shifting from the, that policy, or what the framework you are putting for the poster presentation. About all other presentation I have seen, they have presented well, okay? Some of the very good. If a rating, they somewhere not up to that mark, okay, that to be appreciated, but still, because many of the people are newcomers, so you have to, encourage them, because we were also that they face the same, dilemma when we were first presented in any of the seminars. So it is an art, it is a, I think they should have a dare to present first. This is more important rather than only presenting the coming to the seminar, because you can talk anything anywhere, but once you come to podium, there will be some people, may people may participating there, they may have, a problem that we have a fear, psychosis. So that should be removed by that. And Dr. Arora has already told, we are encouraging the young bloods, because they are the future, of our science, in particular in agriculture. And I think there are so many topics have been covered. You can say from the climate change to the erosion to the insect, then surveillance of the some of the vegetations due to the climate change, the production system due to integrated, you can say farming, or you can say farming system approach. So that all the people of the importance, the presentation was very good, no doubt. And because Dr. Vikas Sharma is also co-chairing this session, I request Dr. Sharma, if you have anything to share with the, this presenter, I appreciate him. Okay, Dr. Sharma, please. Vikas Sharma, sir. Vikas Sharma is here.
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Please, share your views about the presenter findings and other things.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. So we did have a good session, and I agree with you that some of the presentations were way out of the perspective of the session that we were talking about. But nevertheless, we did have some very good presentation which covered erosion and climate. So
Overall, I think we had a good session. Also, it stretched a bit long, but hopefully we'll have some good recommendations out of this. And regarding posters, I believe that I agree with Dr. Arora that many of the young presenters are very new and they don't know the nitty-gritty of how to present. And in fact, this is the platform they get to learn actually. Even if they go to earlier presentation, it's not, they are not going to learn in one go. I remember when I presented my first poster, it was a very difficult task for me also. So over a period of time, they will learn. And I think if we don't give the opportunity and wait for only seniors to present, so I think we'll be doing a big injustice to them. And definitely, I think we should also try to include 1 or 2 orals from from students also in the future sessions. So it's also a not only giving recommendation, but it's also a learning process for our fraternity, because these are the guys who are going to take up the torch from us in future. So I think we need to encourage them at every session, in every conference, and they make mistakes. We all do. And coming to the theme itself, I think this is a very important topic nowadays, climate resilience, because especially in the hills, if you see that we are, even recently we had a disaster in Uttarakhand. So these are the things that we need to, in fact, what we are talking about erosion, and these are directly leading to land degradation. And we should also come up with the technologies that are actually being useful. Like we are measuring erosion everywhere. So we also need to come up how we can control it in a better way. Because in hills, mostly we have seen that the adaptability is very low when it comes to actual adoption of conservation practices or climate resilient practices, as we call them now. So we have to go towards how we can effectively adopt them. That means these should be not very expensive technologies when we talk about hills. So these has to be easily adoptable. So maybe in future, as we go on, we'll have such technologies that are very user friendly, you can say, in present context and in the context of the people who are in the hill zones. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Jagdish, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. On the behalf of the Econs Society, because I am also Econs in editorial board, so that I am telling on the behalf of society, I'm just telling, so that I am very grateful of the Dr. Surajban, Dr. Vikas Sharma, Dr. Arora, Dr. Kohli to give me an opportunity to share the session. And I'm also very grateful of the Dr. Vikas Sharma and Nirmal Kumar for assisting me in the conducting the session. Thank you. Thanks to all, each and every person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair and Co-Chair. I take this opportunity to convey my heartfelt thanks to the Chair and Co-Chair and the conveners for this session. I request the convener to kindly hand over the proceedings as soon as possible to Dr. Sanjay Swami for presentation during the valedictory session. And straightforward now, I would like to move to the session 4, technical session 4, which is on human resource and knowledge development and dissemination for agricultural development. We have chair for this session is Dr. M.L. Gaur,
Dr. Kohli,
co-chairman Dr. S. Manivanan, and
Dr.
convener Dr. Tantuja Nandi.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
during this session, we'll have 3 lead speakers and followed by several oral presentations and the poster presentations. If Dr. M.L. Gaur is there, I would like to request him that the session is till 2 p.m. and we already are half an hour delayed. So I think we just have about 1.5 hours for this session, and we need to include some poster sessions also. So I would like to request you to schedule the presentations in such a way that you do not take more than 1 to 1.25 hours. Maybe like just 75 minutes for completing the lead presentations as well as the oral presentations. Okay, thank you, sir. Over to
Dr.
Dr. God, please.
Dr. ML God.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
And Dr. S. Manivannan, co-chairman.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
And
Thank you.
Dr. Tantuja Nandi, convener from Assam Agriculture.
Yeah, she's also there.
I'm there, sir.
Okay, okay. Then we, Dr. God, please.
Okay. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir, you are audible and visible.
Buddy, welcome, buddy. And
all of you three are visible.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
So, this is the session before lunch. It's very tough and we have to finish very fast. So, without wasting much time, the topic of this session is very important. This is on management. And we talk of management of many things, management of natural resources, water, soil. But management of knowledge is very much a required theme of present day. So, the knowledge to be managed, and only managed knowledge becomes the wisdom. Otherwise, you lose your wisdom. Wisdom is not a product of your school, college, or whatever theory you have read. It's a applied knowledge. So this theme is very nice, and I'm very gratified for the organization to provide me opportunity without wasting much time on the expression on the theme of the this particular session that I will keep reserved at the end for 1 or 2 minutes. I straightforward will go to start the session. We have 3 key speakers and 15 papers, and we have to finish in 75 minutes. So it's very tough. I request all the presenter to please be confined to 5 to 7 minutes only. So the first lead speaker is Dr. S.P. Vista. Whether he is available?
Yes, I'm here.
I welcome you, sir. You please start. He is working on digital soil mapping from Nepal.
Yeah.
Welcome, sir.
So, is it visible?
Yeah, visible.
Yeah, my maps are visible. Okay, good. So, namaste and a very good afternoon to everyone. Respected chairman, co-chairman, convener, and all participants. This is Sri Prasad Vista from Nepal Agricultural Research Council. I work here in National Soil Science Division. This is one of my presentation today is one of the best outcome of my research career because now I think it's visible, and this is one of the best work I did for the farmer, for the society and nation. Digital soil mapping, in Nepal, the soil testing facilities, especially in the hills and mountainous region, is one of the major constant, and all the farmers do not have access to soil testing laboratories. Farmers are not aware about the fertility status of their land. That is why there is a lack of well-developed soil information system in Nepal. That is, even the government of Nepal face difficulties to design some strategies for soil fertility and fertilizer management. We generally call digital soil mapping is also known as the predictive mapping or parametric mapping. So it is the prediction of soil properties using advanced machine learning tools based on the quantitative relationship between environmental covariates and the measured values. So these are some of the, I will tell you how we did. We did a series of, held a series of meeting. Then we formed some task force, and we just collected data and we did the work. We reviewed work done in other countries. We finalized the methods and started collecting soil analysis data. We also consulted with the expert and validated the process. Our focus was on user group. The main user group, we focus on decision maker, farmer, researchers, scientists, agro advisories, agro dealers, academia, students, everyone. And just when we reviewed, we got that ISRIC used around 230,000 soil sample data to prepare global soil map. And in regional Africa region, they use only 85,000 soil profile soil samples to prepare the maps of the region, whole region. So in national level, I think India whole India, they don't have they don't have the digital soil map. They have for few states. They have soil soil map, but not the digital soil map. So in Nepal, we have 23,000. We used 23,273 data, and we prepared. So we collected data from different sources, and those we created covariate layers, then overlay points and covariates, and prepare a regression matrix. Then it was fed to the prediction models. We use random forest. Then we assessed the accuracy. Accuracy was very high in our case. Then this is the area of soil sampling where we did 23,273. This is the distribution of the data, of the data points, and then this is the distribution. This is also so covariates. In total, we use the 168 covariates. We considered 168 covariates like DM, vegetation index, surface reflectance, climate, especially temperature and precipitation, landform, etc. Some of the this is the results of the accuracy assessment using random forest system model. This is the variance plot. It shows the which covariate affect the most. So here, this is the for organic matter. So topography, we see topography, temperature, elevation were mostly found affecting the organic matter content in Nepalese soil. This is the observed and predicted values, the relationship between the observed and predicted value. Then this is map given by the model, and outputs were all given after validation. We did the validation work. So this is the output. We can see that the soils in the eastern region are more acidic than in the western region. This is soil organic matter map. Soil total nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, like this we made the so this is validation. We just see that validation data. Generally it is documented that around ISRIC used ISRIC accept the values which are about 30 to 70% accurate. So ours, in our what we did, ours data fall within 34 to 86% accurate. So we validated. We did the validation workshop. There were so many technical meetings after this. So this can be assessed through this soil.narc.gov.np, and this management we have a dedicated team in NARC, in Nepal Agricultural Research Council, and we will manage and we will develop apps and other user-friendly, friendly apps, and for the better interpretation of the results, we'll also utilize this digital soil map for domain-specific fertilizer recommendation. We'll establish a national soil information system in Nepal. NARC will be doing that. So I'm going to show you how we do this. Yeah, this is the soil.narc.gov.np. Supposing here we have different layers. So it is now in OpenStreetMap. We can use this satellite imagery also, so that every plot is visible. This is the map of parent material. We have, if I click like this, parent material, this is soil pH, it will come. Now the net is very slow. So we can extract this those maps. So export this to PNG. Now we can also, like supposing if I like to see, one may not be very much interested with those whole map. A farmer may be very much interested with his own farm. So if I do like this, we did for all state. Supposing one area, one Japa district. Supposing this is done up to block level. So I can say like this. If I click, it comes to block level. So there is a farmer. I will go for point analysis here. Is it visible, sir? Yeah. Supposing if there is a farmer who if I go with the satellite imagery, it comes everything, even a plot, a house, everything it comes. So supposing if I click here, it gives the soil information detail. So this is the coordinates, soil parent material is blue well non-calculus, pH value this much, organic matter, everything it gives. So even everyone can get information, all the farmers can get information from this map. So this is a polygon layer. Supposing we are planning to make some like a big farm, or government want to do something like this is the polygon. So if they want to launch launch a program, then they give this gives the soil properties of that polygon, the whole area. It gives maximum value, minimum value, average, mean, everything. So it gives the detailed information. This is what we did. So this can be very much this can be useful. Even India, you can start this type of work. Is very good for and it's very effective. That even the government appreciated us for this work. So I think I have some more presentation. But I think this I must conclude it, because with this digital map, government can everyone knows that how it can be utilized. So government decision policy maker, they can use it for after seeing this where is the deficiency of this nutrients, that nutrients, and they can make strategies to develop fertilizer management and everything. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Vista, I would like to congratulate you. It's a really excellent job you have done. And this is what we require. The knowledge comes from the management, and management comes from the measurement, and measurement comes from the data. You have done an excellent measurement. Such a small country, 20,000 points is not a joke. It's not a joke. So the restructuring of the elements of measurements is a really great job you've done. All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
If anybody has some question, I welcome. This is very
just
nice.
I want to
Yes, sir. Dr.
say
Vikas, I have a question.
par excellent, sir.
Yeah.
Very nice work. Very great work.
It's thought-provoking. We can learn the lesson, how the things.
We have the data entry system. Supposing a scientist who is working in one corner of the country.
National soil health plan. We have data at least 1,000 times more than that, 20,000. But that data is not structured. It is not layered. It is not properly presented the way you heads on. Very nice. Thank you very much.
So just Dr. Vikas, just one question, sir.
Yeah,
Vikas.
Very useful and very, I can say, comprehensive project you had there. And actually, that should be the end result of all the soil analytical values that we are doing in India also, as Dr. Gaursaf said, that we have huge database, but we are unable to coordinate on a big scale. I just wanted to ask you, what was the web-based version which you used? What was the background? I mean, what was the software that you employed for coming to this?
Random forest.
Okay,
model is that R. We used R.
And the basic for the web version, I mean, what was it? Was on HTML language, or you used ArcGIS Sport?
ArcGIS.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Because random forest has a very big element of uncertainty. That is the weakness on which we have to work, because it is.
And I think some other models can also be employed to be sure about the extent.
It's a good start. We have to start from somewhere.
But it's a very useful product that finally you have. Very useful.
Thank you very much.
Just I want to ask one thing more. Is it accessible to us also? Means being in India, is it accessible to us all?
Yes, everyone can access. Yeah, there is a. I just show you one. This is the site.
Actually, I just wanted to have that screenshot, but kindly write it on chat box.
Chat box. Okay, I'm writing.
Yeah.
I'm writing. Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you, Dr. Vista. for a good presentation. Now I will invite Dr. Vijay Arora. Is he available?
Yeah.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah.
He will be talking, he talked on soil, he will be talking soil plus fertilizer. So, please share your screen.
Yeah. Is it visible?
Yeah, visible, sir. Visible, very much visible.
Okay, good afternoon. Start away from my horticulture talk. See, fertilizer is very important for all the agriculture, whether it is conventional agriculture or horticulture. But I would say it is more important for horticulture because we are dealing with the improvement of the nutritional status of the people. So if we are not having the balanced fertilization, the fruit will not be of good quality. So, but see that how these will be different in soil management and fertilizer management. See, we are having three components in horticulture. One is vegetable growing, fruit growing, and then flower growing. So vegetable growing and this flower growing is maybe similar for the management point of view as the conventional agriculture, but for tree growing, it's different. And how we differentiate, see that the roots of the tree goes down. So we have to have the soil sample from various depth. That's the difference. Then the limitation is different also. While we concluding the soil quality, the lime conker and the other conquers which are present into the soil, that has to be looked into the matter deeply. And the waterlogging and the salinity, then alkalinity, that factor has to be looked after in detail, because fruits, plants, and the vegetables are more sensitive to these adverse conditions. And just I have mentioned the salt tolerance level of different crops. Accordingly, you can plan your fruiting pattern, fruits as well as vegetables, depending upon the quality of the soil. Then leaf sampling, which is very important. That what we don't do, crop logging, we don't do much in the conventional agriculture. But for horticulture, it's very important, because you will not have the good result by getting the soil sample, but certainly you will have to correlate with the leaf samples to be analyzed and then get the result. So this is the standard procedure for getting the leaf samples and getting the analyzed. Just I am giving the overlook, not educating all the detail, but to give you the overlook that how we proceed for the horticulture crops. Then we can divide according to our soil type and rainfall type, what fruit should be planted. See, I think soil management and fertilizer management is very, very relevant to the production, because unless you manage those things, suppose if I grow a pear in that condition where there is a rainfall is low and the temperature is very high, so you will not get the good orchard. So accordingly, we have to divide according to our soil type and soil land use, and then we have to come to the soil management part. So how, see, if there is a calcium carbonate in the layer, then we have to grow a different plant as compared to the temperate plants. How much fertilizer is to be applied? Actually, it should be depend upon the age of the plant. According to the age of the plant, the fertilizer requirements are different. Just I have given you the example of citrus here. Not going to detail to give you all the crops, but just to give you the example that stage of the crop and fertilizer management will be different. Then this is experience of my, this recommendation is for the North India. because I am talking about the Haryana conditions. These are our recommendation for fertilizer application. Accordingly, you will have your own state recommendation for each and every crops. So you have to follow that accordingly. And time of application is very important. Flowering and then fruit setting. There are 2 points only. So you have to apply all the P and K in the December, and the flowering comes in the February. So before February and in the April, you have to add the split dose of nitrogen. So time of the application is important according to the flowering of the crops. Similarly, you see that in the bear plant, the flowering comes in the rainy season. So accordingly, we have to apply the fertilizer in month of July. Otherwise, mostly the 1 dose of the nitrogen in the month of July. Otherwise, in the rest of the most of the crop, we apply half dose in the February and half dose in the April. And the NPK, the phosphorus and potash, and then FYM we have to add in the December. And if we have we notice the zinc deficiency or iron deficiency, accordingly you will have to spray the micronutrient. In my coming slides, I will be showing you how much is important to have the spraying or foliar application of the nutrient. So this is the recommendation for different vegetable crops. You need not to have this to remember, but just my message is that you have to follow the recommendation which is given by your state university or accordingly any research station there in your area. Nitrogen deficiency, just I wanted to show, and this is phosphorus deficiency. See, in horticulture, you have to be very expert to mitigate the situation. Unless you know the symptom, you will not, and these symptoms overlap with the disease and things. So you should be a master of that. And I have collected the few photographs and then try to show that how the phosphorus deficiencies look like, and then potassium deficiency. All we are aware of these things. These are just theoretical things, but to be a practical, we have to have the idea. I don't know, my eyes will just immediately tell that what deficiency it is there. So it comes with the practice, and you have to see that see the potash deficiency. And potash, tremendous role is there in horticulture. Without potash application, I don't recommend any horticulture crops. Why? Because it will improve your shelf life, it will improve your quality of the fruits, as well as abiotic and stress condition you have to tolerate. So potash application is must and must. Sulfur deficiency, it comes on the younger leaves, uniform yellowing. You can relate with the nitrogen deficiency, but nitrogen deficiency, mind that it comes on the older leaves, and for the sulfur deficiency, it comes on the younger leaves. Iron deficiency, it's responsible for chlorophyll production, so the leaf will become, younger leaf become white. And boron deficiency, you will have the patches and small dots on the leaves. In zinc deficiency, the margin will be clear, but in the middle portion, the zinc deficiency will be shown as a clots. And intervenar chlorus is in the magnesium deficiency, manganese deficiency. Boron deficiency you can recognize. And then it's important to know how to mitigate that. Foliar application or aerial spray, these are required. and then you should know the type of salt we are using, and then how much percentage of the nutrient we have to make the soil solution. This thing you have to advise to the farmer. And then these deficiency overlap with the salt injuries. So there is no regular pattern for salt injuries. Organic manures, yeah, very important. Vegetable growing without organic manure, no vegetable growing should be there, because they are very exhaustive and deplete the soils nutrient as well as organic matter. So application of FYM is always recommended, but nevertheless I would advocate the green manuring as well as the vermicomposting as well as the biofertilizer application. Very important. 78% nitrogen is there in the atmosphere. So you can fetch that and then reduce the nitrogen dose in different conditions. So I would advocate use of azotobacter, azospilium, and then blue-green algae, then phosphorus solubilizing bacteria. There are other solubilizing bacteria also for the other nutrients also. Zinc as well as potash solubilizing bacteria. Biogas slurry, wonderful manure. So I would recommend that to add this to the orchards and to the vegetables. You can see that I'm very much worried. My life whole has gone to improve this condition. Phosphorus, my PhD is on phosphorus. It has not been improved at all. Why? Because phosphorus is so tedious to discuss. Similarly, so we have to improve the efficiency of the nutrient. How we can use that? By fertigation. See that there is one alternative, then that fertigation will help to improve the, and in horticulture it's must. So these are the salt. Nowadays, new horticulture, high-tech horticulture.
With us to manage the time.
Okay.
Please don't
Yeah. I have been given 15 minutes in my. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Very nice.
Yeah. Then because fertigation is very important nowadays, high-tech nursery and there are poly houses. So we have to recommend for these salts for fertigation, and then water is also important thing to have to manage that water. We have to bring the certain pH, and then otherwise, and the salt load also. Otherwise, your fertigation system will be choked. This is solubility of the different salt, which will determine your application. Precipitation would be there, so choking is there. So, and these are the scheduling of. And I just want to give you the example that you have to follow the schedules for different crops at different stage of the fertigation. You have to give a required amount of the nitrogen and phosphorus. A very important thing. Nowadays, aeroponic have been talked and hydroponic have been talked. So without soil, how you have the nutrient application for the plant? So it just spray on the root, or root take up the nutrient from the water. So we have to have that condition that the proper nutrition is there in the aeroponic and hydroponic conditions. So you see that the nutrient is being sprayed on the root directly without any support of the soil. Similarly, in the hydroponic, we have to manage those conditions also. And for that, we have to have the different salts, and then we have to prepare a particular schedule and then particular nutrient solution, a Hoagland solution like that. So for each and every crop, we have to maintain that, and then that will give you a higher yield. So these technique is known by the soil scientist only, and he should be expert in that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think my talk was lengthy, but I just wanted to give the message, and yeah.
It was an excellent talk, and only one point I would like to raise you, that is it not be good enough to plan some type curves or benchmark maps for these recommendations for certain areas at local level, regional level? What should be the standard type curves, standard benchmark maps for the option?
Certainly, sir. We have to revise our maps because the things have changed altogether. I am annoyed with that. That
this is what required actually. Agriculture is shifting towards horticulture now.
Yes.
We have to be very much careful.
And horticulture is altogether different to the conventional agriculture. Those tools which we use in a conventional agriculture will not be applicable in the horticulture.
Farmer needs some ready reckoners with them for their reason.
Yes. I'm trying to do the justice, but see that we need to have many good soil scientists in horticulture to and in the last, I'm really grateful to Soil Science, this Soil Conservation Society of India, Meghalaya chapter, for inviting me for this talk, and especially to Dr. Sanjay Swami. Really is my best student ever, and I really appreciate him, and he always appreciate me to have me there. So nice of you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you for a nice presentation. So now I would like to request Professor Attia E.I. Gayer. He's available. Professor Attia from Egypt.
Yes, my brother, yes.
Congratulations and welcome, sir. Welcome. You are talking on a subject which is my subject. I am happy to see what is the source of a biggest river or biggest basin of the world, and you are covering a big subject. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
First of all, you listen me now? Very good?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. First of all, I would like to greet everybody there from Egypt. It is a good country for relation between Egypt and India from long time. And my article, the water resource of the Nile Basin, we can start. Wait a minute. Yes. This topics from my articles, abstract survey, and about which countries around this Nile Basin and the history of the Nile Basin, and the Nile Basin now, what is the problems between all the countries around the Nile Basin, and the conclusion and recommendation. Yes. It's abstract. It is you can talk all the situation for all the area, and what has happened for the last time. What is the problems? We can go directly for the water war or the cooperation between all the countries. But the main problem now for how to disturb the water, very good distribution between all the countries, and what is about the historical rights. You must make equilibrium between this, and going ahead. And another slide, please. This is about all the countries. It is about 11 countries from upstream and downstream. Downstream it is Egypt and Sudan, and upstream it is the Congo, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania. Uganda, Burundi.
His audio is not off. Please make it.
Yes.
Mr. Induri, mute your mic, Mr. Induri.
Sir, remove the noise. Hello?
Yeah, it's okay now, sir. It's okay now. Please.
Okay. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Please go ahead.
Yes, about the survey, about the general overview about the River Nile. River Nile contains from two branches, Blue Nile and the White Nile. Blue Nile from Ethiopia, and this about 85% from all total the water coming from Ethiopia, and 15% from the Uganda and the another countries besides the Uganda. In this case, we can make spots about Ethiopia because Ethiopia is main problem now, and they make a control about all the water going outside from the Ethiopia. Ethiopia have about 900 milliard cubic meter every year, but this water coming from for 3 months only all the year, and after that it is drying. And from 900 milliard cubic meter going outside from Ethiopia, about 120 milliard cubic meter outside, and all another water is going by evaporation and going by groundwater and so on. And Ethiopia using only about 25 million cubic meter for all the area of Ethiopia. In this case, Ethiopia suffering from the drought, suffering from climate change, suffering from population is going up. Many problem in this case, this did the reaction for the social economic factors is many problem for Ethiopia. And also,
Sandra, please. Clara, I'm present.
Yes, another, yes, another slide. Another slide, please. Yeah, this is the distribution about the water scarcity about all the world. Another slide. Another slide, please.
Next slide, please.
Slide, please.
Next slide. Yeah.
Yeah, this is about the vertical water use. You can see 1 kilogram from grain is about 1,000 of water, and the 1 kilogram beef 15,000 of water. You can explain how suffering from all the countries around the River Nile from the water. If the water distribution very good, no problem. But you know, every country like to use the water for herself. Don't make a share between the country and the another countries going for the change the economic for all the area. This is a solution for all these countries, but we try now to find a solution between all this country by some agreements, some protocols, some projects, and so on. Another slide, please. This is the effect of climate change about the production of some crop. You can see if the climate change going up 1 degree or 3 degrees or 4 degrees, the yield is going down by 15, from 15 to 20 minus production. Last slide, please. This is the distribution of Nile Basin from the start from the Ethiopia, and this Blue Nile, and from the Uganda it is the White Nile. Slide, please.
Next slide, please. Yeah.
Next slide. This is earthquake for the sorry. This earthquake is doing the Great Valley for the Grand Lake Victoria from the Great Valley from the ancient time, and this Great Valley going up from Uganda to Ethiopia to Saudi Arabia. And this is the grand point from the Great Valley. It is the Lake Victoria. This is the source of the water from the Uganda, and this sharing by 15% from total discharge from the River Nile. Slide, please. Change the slides. Next slide. And how to discover the River Nile. River Nile you can discover from the White River from Lake Tana at Ethiopia, and Blue Nile from Lake Tana from Ethiopia, and the White Nile from Akagira River at Burundi, and going directly for the Lake Victoria. Slide, please. This is a distribution, these are characters of the River Nile. The length, it is about 4,184 million miles, and the name of Nile It is the Greek word, and the source White Nile from Lake Victoria and the Blue Nile from Lake Tana. Slide, please. This area about the basin, it is about 3.25 million square cubic meter, and the mean flow, it is about 2,500 cubic meter per second. And this is a distribution about the rivers around the basin. Slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, this geographic and hydrological feature for the basin about the Blue Nile and the White Nile. Slide, please. Yes, the completely topography of the area of the Nile basin. Okay, slide. Slide, please. Yes, this is the basin countries area and the rainfall. You can see Egypt is the minimum for rainfall. It's about 120 millimeter per year. But Ethiopia, it is about 2010 millimeter per year. But Ethiopia, all the water coming through 3 months only, and all the year is drying. This is the main problem for Ethiopia, because this area is a tropical area. 3 months only rainy, and all the year is drying. Next slide, please. This is a distribution about the elevation from the Lake Victoria until the Egypt, until the Mediterranean Sea. Lake Victoria started by 1,400 meters above the sea, and going down to Sudan, Blue Nile, it is about 400 for Sudan, and Aswan Dam, it is 200 above the sea, and Cairo 100 meters above the sea, and until zero in the Mediterranean Sea. Another slide, please. This what has happened between the country around the borders of the River Nile. It is for the Blue Nile and for the White Nile. For the White Nile, it is starting from Uganda, and the Blue Nile is going directly content with the White Nile and the Blue Nile, and going one line, it is a new name, River Nile. This starting at Khartoum. Khartoum is the capital of Sudan. But before that, small rivers, Atbara River and Sobat River, they going to put all the charging for the Blue Nile. Slide, please. This action branches, and that is charged by all the rivers, small rivers and the grand rivers, and finally the Nile. You know how much water for all the area, for the basin area from the rainfall. It is about 1,600 billion cubic meter per year. And what is the discharge about the Nile at Cairo? It is about 84. It means 5% from all the water for the River Nile. And now we cannot do it in cooperation very well between all the countries, because there are a lot of water lost from evaporation, from no management, from some dams starting. For every country like to do a dams because the hydroelectricity, and they like to storage all the water for extensions, the agriculture.
So I think you will have cooperate us to manage the time, please. To cover 15 or plus presentation.
Yes, I go directly. I'm sorry.
Take other way.
Yes, I go very quick. Sorry, I go very quick. This is that charge about the River Nile. Slide, please. Slide. And this that charge about all the months is the maximum charge in August and September, October, every month, and all the year it is normal. Slide, please. Yes, this is a country for upper. This Ethiopia. It is the main country for the water. You can slide, please. Slide, please. Next slide. This basin, different basin at the Ethiopia, about 12 basin, but main basin about the Tana Lake. It is a source for the Blue Nile. Slide, please. Slide, please. Next. This is the physical on the map of Ethiopia. Next. Next. This is groundwater to the source. And this is the problem now for the border dam or GRD dam. This is a problem now between Ethiopia and Egypt and Sudan, because they stop the water and they do it grand dams there. But we will see, I think in future, we will go directly for to do management, how to do good management for administrated for this dam through the future. I think we will be going good, and I think this is a problem now between the Ethiopia and the Egypt and the Sudan. Next, this Eritrea and the Kenya. This is upstream. Next, next. This is the Kenya. This is the border for Lake Victoria for White Nile. Next. Tanzania, Uganda, the source. Next. Tanzania. Next. This is the Uganda, Lake Victoria. It is the main source for the White Nile. Next. This is the Congo. Congo have a next. Congo, it is the main country for have a lot of water. You know, the Congo River is going to ocean by 1,200 billion cubic meter every year going to the ocean. Nobody using. In this case, some project between Egypt and Uganda and Congo must be doing to change the river to going another way and going with the White Nile and go to Egypt. Next.
Professor Tia, how many more slides you are having, please?
How many what?
How many more slides you are having? Please just sell it off. Please. Yeah, because.
No, finish.
It's
finish.
very
Five slides. More slides. This is a climate. This is a climate for Congo Democratic. Next. Okay. Next. Rwanda. Next. Burundi, Egypt. Go. Next. Yeah, this is a problem for Egypt now. Egypt must know it. You know, the source of water for the Nile is the only source for Egypt. They needed 55 BCM per year. But after the dam starting, I think they reduced by 20 BCM per year. This is a problem for Egypt now. Slide, please. Next. This is the annual rainfall. Sudan, yes. Sudan. Next. The rainfall distribution in Sudan. Next. The soils on Sudan. Next.
It's just like equal big, like.
Yeah, this now we can talk 1 minute about the history about the overview. This some project. No. Let another slides. Return me back, please. Return me back. Yes. No. Yes. This is about the history, about the agreement between all the countries with us or before the independence. There's many agreements, but nothing done from this agreement. In this case, we can do directly for small things, equilibrium, utilization versus historical rights. This is the main problem now. We can do it. Second.
Great. I think it's concluding.
Second, this is some project do it between Egypt, the Gongola Canal between Egypt and Sudan to save about 7 billion cubic meter between Sudan and Egypt. Next.
Dr. Tia, Professor Tia has already crossed 15-16 minutes. Please help.
Yeah, one minute, please. 1 minute, and I can talk with you. And this about what will be done. Many projects do it between all the countries together. For example, some climatological station around the river Nile, some management for groundwater. Many projects do it between all the countries together because you like to do the improving the economic for all this area. Next. Conclusion and recommendation. Must do a cooperation and positive development for all these countries because the population going up, because the drought going up, because the desert going up, because the climate change. In this case, must do a cooperation, don't go the water where. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Attia. Thank you very much. So friends, we have finished these 3 keynote addresses or presentations. Now we have with us 15 more oral presentation. I am worried that how we will finish it within a short possible time. I request all the presenter to please be very short. Professor Attia, please unshare your screen.
Please don't give more than 3 minutes to. So please do not give more than 3 minutes to each presenter. Otherwise, it won't be able. We won't be able. Please do not give more than 3 minutes to each presenter.
Yeah, okay, very good. Yeah. So for these coming oral presenters, 3 minutes is, I think, quite good time. Just you need not to read. Just sell it off, go along it, and read the final slide conclusion. That will be the best way. So now I request Devrata Das. Devrata Das is here. Devrata Das, I think it's not there. Then Naresh Babu. Naresh Babu is here. If somebody is not here, it is a good sign for me. Naresh Babu. Naresh Babu is not here. Okay, I will escape it. Shanti Patil. Shanti Patil. Very good. Shanti Patil. Professor Attia, please unshare your slide. Shanti Patil. Professor Attia, please unshare your slideshow. Professor Attia, are you listening me? Please unshare your slideshow. Please unshare it.
Unshare हो गया है.
But it's not visible here.
वो नेट की प्रॉब्लम.
Vikas Tandon. We are in a now happy position. Vikas Tandon. Is there Vikas Tandon? For consecutive absences. B.S. Bhople. B.S. Bhople is here. Madhivaran is a good sign. B.S. Bhople. B.S. Bhople.
Whether they left or not, we are delaying the system time like that way.
Yeah. B.S. Bhople sir is not there. Okay. Jyoti Patil. Jyoti Patil. May I have Jyoti Patil here? Wonderful. Sarabdeep Kaur. I think my voice is going or not? Sarabdeep Kaur. Sarabdeep Kaur.
Voice. Participant.
Kevin was not there, na? Sarabdeep Kaur. Manivan, my voice.
Friends,
my voice is coming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Voice is audible. I think participants, we are going to start the Tapan Jyoti is there now. I think Ghosh. Ghosh, I am visible.
Yeah.
You can start your presentation.
Yeah. Tapan, you can start. Tapan Ghosh.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, I'm starting.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yeah, please start, sir.
Please try to finish 3 to 4 minutes. Just 3 to 4 minutes. Help. 3 to 4 minutes. Just you tell it, throw, and come to the final slide.
So,
good. You are
Mr. Chairman, sir.
Reason, yeah.
The participants. So good afternoon to everybody. I'm going to present one topic on studies on soil carbon stock as influenced by long-term use of fertilizer. As we know, the soil organic method it plays very important role in soil quality parameters. It is also important for agricultural function and environmental function. So now the carbon sequestration in soil is increasing, means it will enhance the benefits of counter effect of the negative effect of the climate change, and it will ultimately enhance the sustainability of the agricultural system. Soil organic carbon exists in 4 to 5 pools in soil, each having different turnover period, which are closely influenced by the land use and its nutrient management. Now, nutrient management and intensive agriculture, in particularly rice ecosystem, also affects the soil carbonic status, and it also affects the turnover rate of soil carbon sequestration. So my main study here is to assess the soil carbon stock in the soil and rate of carbon sequestration over the years as influenced by nutrient management. So one long time experiment is going on in our station, and it is more than 30 years in progress, and the soil is acid alluvial and having this organic carbon content 0.9%, and also got heavy texture, that is a premium soil. So I have selected the 5 treatments, that is 100, that is control, then 100% recommended dose of fertilizer, then 100% plus FOM at the rate of 5 ton per hectare. Then also we have integrated nutrient management, that is 50% nitrogen and 50% FOM, and also partitioning of. Next slide, please. And the overall, next slide, please.
Next slide. Yeah.
So I have given the temperature parameters over the years, and it varies from 22 to 32 degrees centigrade, more than 146 millimeter. And the next slide. Next slide. So here also I have just studied the rate of carbon content in soil, taking the 5 years averages, and it is shown that in case of integration of nutrients, that is 24% GM and 24% FOM, registered the higher value organic carbon over the years, and it also depleted organic carbon in the control plot. Next slide. So also we know that this carbon plays a very important role at a reasonable level. If you can maintain its both quality and quantity, it can also enhances the that is your enzymatic activity, that is dehydrogen activity, MBC, and microbial biomass carbon. So here also you have studied in selective treatments what is the influence of these different treatments over the years, and we have seen that there is a greater influence of nutrient management when you go for integration of the inorganic fertilizer plus farming manure. So there is a positive impact of the sustainability in terms of enzymatic activity. So overall, the analysis shows that it is increasingly important also nowadays to maintain the soil carbon rate. Next, please. At a reasonable level, so that both quality and quantity of the fertilizers is maintained in the soil, and it can enhance the rate of carbon sequestration in soil. So we have seen here also that if you go for 50% PK plus 25% green manure in terms of nitrogen supplement, and also 25% GM, FOM in terms of nitrogen, it will give a value of 549.5 kg per hectare per year, this carbon sequestration rate. Whereas in the inorganic fertilizers, the rate is much lower, that is 547.2 kg per hectare per year. So the overall studies, next please. So this is an.
Please try to bind within 1 or 2 minutes. I will be most happy. Please cooperate me.
Oh, yeah. So, so this is the ultimately the carbon sequestration process in the soil is being the accumulation of the humic substances. And that is through humification, and then also there is a formation of microaggregates. So this ultimately what all leads to the increase the particulate carbon in soil. So the POC refers to the total mass of the carbon in the particular organic matter. So the microbial population and enzymatic activities, as it is related to dehydrogen activity, also enhances the entire soil ecosystem, and thereby it increases the soil carbon stock in the soil, and which resulted in ultimate carbon sequestration, as well as it resulted better sustainability level in the system in ICS sequence over the years, over 30 to 30 years. So that's all about my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So nice of you. Very good.
Thank you.
So next is Veena Sharma.
Yes, sir. I'm very much here.
Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So is my screen visible, sir?
Very much visible.
Thank you so much, sir. Myself, Dr. Veena Sharma, sir, and from Agriculture Section, Scotch Jammu, and the title of my presentation is the accuracy of the rainfall forecast for Jammu district to issue the aggregate advisory. So the weather is one of the most important factors to determine the success or the failure of the agriculture, but the agriculture is still dependent on the vagaries of the nature and the weather. So therefore, the weather forecast is very much important. Can make their decisions to get the best out of their investments and hard work. So the losses in the crop production can be reduced by the use of the timely and the accurate weather forecast. So these are the objectives of my study, that is the preparation and the dissemination of the medium range weather forecast based agro advisory bulletins, then helping farmers better informed about the effective weather and climate risk management to make the farmers become more self-reliant in the dealing with the weather and the climate. The success of these objectives will depend only on the accuracy of the weather forecast. So the weather forecast, I'm discussing here only the weather rainfall. The study has been made on the other parameters also. Here I will discuss only the weather, this rainfall only. The weather, the forecast rainfall was compared with the observed rainfall for the year 2019-20 for the district Jammu by using the different statistical tools. And for the analysts, this is the whole year was divided into 4 seasons, that is the pre-monsoon season, monsoon, post-monsoon, and the winter season. So the weather forecast based agro advisory was issued to the farmers twice a week, that was the Tuesday and the Friday. Then the different components of the services, this is the agro advisory as the meteorological component, and the agricultural information. This is meteorological information is the past weather of the last 5 days, and the weather forecast for the next 5 days. Then the agriculture information is the agro advisory bulletin, which is made on the basis of the weather forecast. Then this information is being disseminated to the different modes. And this is the contingency tables, which is being used for the statistical analysis. It involves this forecast and the observed values, and the values given the hits and the false alarms, misses, correct, negatives. According to this, the study has been made according to this contingency tables, and then different statistical tools were used for the validation of the weather forecast. And like this, the different statistical tools used were the threat score, HS score, then probability of detection, true skill score, and the ratio score. Then under the quantitative verification, the values were the correct there, where the difference between the observed and the forecast value was less than the 25%, and the values were the usable, where the difference between the observed and the forecast weather was it was between 25% to 50%. So different statistical tools were used, like a threat score and the, this probability of detection. Threat score value ranges from the 0 to 1. 0 means a no, least accuracy, and 1 means the perfect score. And again, the same thing with the probability of the detection. That is a 0 means the no skill, and 1 means the perfect score. And the ratio score, again, it ranges from the 0 to 1. The 0 mean indicates the no skill, and 1 indicates the perfect score. Root mean scale, it indicated that the lower values of the root mean scale, there was the less difference between the observed and the forecast values. Then HS score again range from the 0 to 1. 0 means no perfect, no skill, and 1 means the perfect. Hansen and Cooper again range from the -1 to 1, and 0 indicates no skill, and 1 indicated the perfect. Here is the values we have got, the correct percent, how much correction we have got in this forecast. It ranged from this forecast was given for the 5 days and the different seasons. So their days are given 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 days, and the season wise pre-monsoon, monsoon, post-monsoon, and the winter. So here we get that for the day wise we have seen that.
At the end of your presentation, I think you have 1 minute, please.
Okay, sir. So it ranged from 55% to 67% accuracy percent. So this is highly correct. So the threat score value ranges from 0.15 to 0.47% on the day wise. And for the ratio score, it ranged from 63.51 to 77%. It means how accurate the weather forecast was. And again, the root mean square values were very low, showing the very less difference between the observed forecast and the observed weather and the forecast weather. So again, the Hansen-Cooper values again range from 0.05 to 0.52. Again, the season-wise, it was again above the 3. And heat skill score again range from minus 0.01 to 0.61. And then there's a correlation of coefficient. It ranged from 0.31 to 0.50 for the first 3 days. And then as we then study the economics of this study, then we saved some irrigations during the Kharif, irrigation saved during the Kharif and the Rabi seasons. Yeah, there are 5 irrigations were saved for the paddy, 3 for the maize, and the 3 for the pulses during the Kharif. And during the Rabi season, 5 for the wheat and the 5 for the mustard we saved. So the conclusion of this is that the weather forecast was in agreement with the observed weather, as the forecast was with a higher accuracy. So the advisories issued on the basis of the weather forecast were very much useful for the scheduling of the irrigation, sowing, agriculture operation, and the management of the pest and the diseases of the field crops. So user community based on this forecast and its used in the agrovet advisory services could save losses or the damages of the crop, and on the basis of the feedback, the farmer feel it to be very useful, since they timely receive the weather forecast advices on the appropriate field operations and the management. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shimaji. Your speedy talk.
Thank you.
With you could have covered.
Sir,
Yeah.
I'm student of I'm student of Dr. Sanjay Arora and Dr. Vikas Sharma.
That's why speed is there.
Yes, sir.
I used to ask one thing. You are providing advisory to the farmers. Can you quantify how much SMS per day you are going to deliver to the farmers in the morning?
So actually, there's certain quota being provided by the Indian Meteorological Department. Earlier,
What is the quantity of SMS? Because in Gujarat, we used to provide 40,000 SMS per day to the farmers free of cost in the morning 8 a.m. This is the what
not
is your
40,000, not 40,000
yes.
SMS per day. It will be the farmers which have been registered for the So we are also having this this much of the farmers. There are about 20,000 farmers we are having.
20,000. Okay, good. That's good. Very good presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks.
So next is Nong Thom Bam.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah,
Sir.
Please start your presentation. Yeah. And please try to help me to be within 3 to 4 minutes.
Sure, sir. Yes, sir. So, sir, slide is visible, sir?
Yeah, visible and audible, very much audible.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So, a very good afternoon, respected dignitaries and fellow participants. Myself, Dr. N. Survela Devi from College of Agriculture, Central Agriculture University, Imphal. My topic is effect of organic manure and humic acid application on nitrogen transformation in a typical haplomorph soil grown with chickpeas, Sisa erythrinium.
Hello.
Okay, sir. So, as a man of agriculture, it is well known that getting higher yield is our ultimate aim, and among the different factors which affect the yield of the crop, nitrogen is one of the most important factors which affect the growth and yield of the each and every crop. And a bulk of total nitrogen is present in organic form, and only about 2% in inorganic form. Out of the total organic nitrogen, a portion of which on hydrolysis liberate different forms of nitrogen. And humic acid is a part of organic matter and contains about 1 to 5% nitrogen. And different researchers have found that such nitrogen present in humic acid can serve as a slow release nitrogen fertilizer. So keeping this point, my objective is to study the effect of organic manures and humic acids extracted from the corresponding manures on nitrogen transformation in soil and yield of chickpea variety JG16. So for this one, a pot experiment was conducted with 10 treatments where recommended dose of nitrogen, that is 20 kg per hectare, was applied with taking different sources like FYM compost, vermicompost, nitrogen NDS compost as organic manure, and humic acid extracted from these corresponding organic manures. And we also use urea as also one of the treatment to just check the comparison. So from the results, it is observed that different trend of changes. Right. Sir, can you please? Okay, sir. So results, different trend of changes was observed between. Why this one moving?
It's okay. It's visible.
Visible,
Yeah,
sir.
please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Okay, sir.
Only 1 minute.
Yeah.
Because slide is not moving, sir. That's why, sir. Sorry for.
Slide is not
Yes,
moving.
yes, sir. This.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
It's okay, sir.
Now
Just
next
the conclusion. Just
yeah.
the last slide of conclusion. It will.
Okay, sir. I'll just finish. At the later stages of the crop growth, high accumulation of ammonia and nitrogen was recorded in soil treated with organic manure over the humic acid. And in case of the total hydrolyzable nitrogen and non-hydrolyzable nitrogen, total hydrolyzable nitrogen content declined gradually till harvest. In case of non-hydrolyzable form of nitrogen, an irregular pattern of changes was observed. Accumulation of these two forms was more in humic acid than the organic at the final stage of crop growth. This shows recalcitrant nature of the humic acid, and total nitrogen content in soil declined till harvest. There was higher concentration of total nitrogen in humic acid treated soil than the organic manure treated soil. This shows slower release of nitrogen from humic acid than organic manures and building up of a higher nitrogen content. And regarding the yield among the different sources, organic manure treated system resulted statistically higher yield over the humic acid treated system. And it can be concluded like that there is transformation of nitrogen from one form to another, and the organic manures mineralize at faster rate with higher agronomic efficiency comparing with the corresponding humic acid. Thank you, sir. Thank you for patient hearing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, now we will directly go to DK Dwivedi. Is available?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Please start. Please bear with us and be fast.
Yes.
It is lunch time actually. People will
Yes,
bark on me.
Okay, is my screen visible?
It's not visible right now. Yeah, now visible. It's visible. Welcome.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody, respected dignitaries. I'll complete in 3 to 4 minutes. So we have constructed one pond. Okay, so hydrologic design of this pond was done using the classical curve number method. Now, this is an old method. It has been criticized also. Sophisticated methods have been evolved, but this is a classical method. We wanted to check whether it is reliable or not. It's a quick method, but useful method. So we took into consideration 75% dependable rainfall. Now this Onjal village, in that village, we found that near the ponds, the wells have good quality water. Okay, the salinity is under permissible limits. Okay, and people on the survey that we conducted, the people said that the water quality of wells near the pond is found to be good. So we decided to construct one pond here. So first of all, we identified the site of the pond by constructing the elevation maps, contour maps. We found some streams in those areas. We used some standard GIS softwares to identify the streams. We went there in the monsoon time. We observed the streams, and then we thought that this location would be perfect. I will show you this location. This is the selected site for pond that you can see in the bottom right of the screen. So we decided that this was the perfect site, and we wanted to know how much flow will come into this pond. So we identified few inlets from which the water could come. Okay, we found the inflows. See, this is the main inlet, and this is the outlet of the pond. We used the curve number.
Are you listening me? What was the criteria for selecting it? Whether it was a depression only or some of the soil profile also?
Yeah, depression. It was depression, sir.
Yes, depression. Soil
yes,
profile could have been, yeah, okay. Please
yes, soil profile also could have been, but also we took suggestions of villagers. They wanted a pond near the houses so that they can easily pump water whenever they need and for other purposes. Yeah, so I used the basic method of curve number method, and I found a good correlation between rainfall and runoff. Even the observed values were found to be correlated with it. Okay, but there were no sophisticated instruments which can measure continuous rainfall. So I'm not providing that data. I'm providing the data of rainfall runoff that was observed from the curve number method. Now these are the some weighted curve number values for sub watersheds 1 and 2. We identified the watersheds as I showed you in the figure. And the rainfall was, the inflow volume was found to be 18,556 meter cube. As you know, that region.
Dr. Sandeep Rawat, please mute your mic. It is giving some voice. Dr. Sandeep Rawat can mute your mic, please. Yeah, please go ahead, Divedi.
Yeah.
Yes. So based
Please
on
go
the
ahead.
hydrologic design, we decided that around 3 meters of depth would be appropriate. Also, cost was a major factor for the design. And I'm glad to tell you that people are getting benefits of this pond. We are getting the estimated amount of inflow and outflow. We had considered 75% of dependable rainfall for the design. In the subsequent year, we found that the rainfall was around 2300 millimeters. But the outflow and everything that was designed was controllable, and it was found within the limits. So it was a successful pond. Successful results were obtained. So these are some of the values of curve numbers that I had obtained using this curve number method. And runoff relationship was also obtained. And in future, empirical relationships for that area can also be obtained. We can use some other methods also. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Very good work. But I would like to have only 1 or 2 small bits from you. You might be having with you. What was the cost of water storage per cubic meter? Have you worked out?
Yes, sir. The total.
Roughly.
Yes, total cost per meter cube, sir. I have not worked it out.
The capacity of the pond divided by cost.
32574 meter cube is the capacity of the pond.
Was it totally dug out, or it is a mixture of dugout come embankment?
No, sir. It was a totally dugout pond.
That's why cost will be higher. Okay. Thank you very much. So nice work.
Thank you, sir.
All the best. Yeah. So next is Sandeep Rawat.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please go ahead. Please go ahead, and please stick to 4 minutes. I request.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I am uploading slide. Sir, please upload my presentation. I have already mailed.
Presentation you don't have? Yeah, oh, it's uploaded. It's uploaded. It's visible. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. So, good afternoon to all. I am Sandeep Rawat from GVP National Institute of Himalayan Environment, and topic of my presentation is wild edible resources species as a nature-based solution for food and nutritional security of the Himalaya. So, next, please. So, food security, as you know, that it has been emerged as a global challenge, and with the increasing population, we have to increase our food productivity also. Next, please. And nutritional security, it again is a bigger challenge than the food security, and our dependency is only relying on 3 major crops, and our food system is becoming a kind of very monotonous in nature, and we are focusing more on calorie dense
Please
crops.
directly come on to the conclusion. That will
Yes,
be
sir.
nice.
Yes,
Otherwise,
please, next. Yes, sir, please.
missing your important things, no? Because of
Okay,
this.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, while edible can be a very important alternative resources for our nutritional and food security, and it has in hilly region we can promote native fruit species as an option for getting better dietary diversity. So it has good in international market also. So this is a status of wild edible species. You can see that in small countries like Africa, there is a large diversity of wild edible species. However, there is a very less biodiversity in these areas. So this situation is all across the world. Next, please. You can see in India also, in small valleys or small states, there is a high diversity, more than 100 species per states or per region. Next, please. And Himalayan picture is just similar to these conditions also, and you can see these most of these studies are restricted to the valley specific geographical regions or valleys only, and there is a comprehensive information on the state-wise or entire Himalayan region is not available. So next, please. Next. Yes. This is our contribution. So we compiled all the available information available in the total Indian Himalayan region, and we found that there are more than 1500 species of wild edible fruit in wild edible species in the Himalayan region. Previously, it was recorded that less than 700 species, and these 1500 species belong to 750 genera and 173 families. And ficus was the major dominant group of the wild edible species, followed by robust. And yes, I will finish. I will finish in 3 minutes.
Please.
Yes, sir. Yes, I
Not
will
finishing. You
Why don't you
research
continue?
what you would like to say. Yeah. Last thing.
Yes.
That will be the
And
point. It is all
I'll tell you, if we go through the altitudinal, then 100 to 1500 meter was the suitable altitudinal zone for the wild edible species. And we also compiled the nutritional status of the wild edible species, and we found that most of the basic nutritional parameters are available, but
concluding slide, please.
yes. But the beneficial compounds are lacking in this study. So we also carried out some. Please, previous slide on. Please go to previous slide, sir. Yes. So most of the nutritional parameters have been studied, but we also carried out some phytochemical analysis of selected species also. So we in our lab, so in 20 species we studied, we found that Berberis asiatica, Myrisca esculenta, Terminella tabula, Phyllanthus umbilica species are good source of phenolics and flavonoids. Similarly, Phyllanthus umbilica, robust species like Rubus reticulatus, paniculatus, Rubus paniculatus, Morus alba, and ficus are rich source of ascorbic acid. Rubus navius, Rubus reticulata, and Rubus paniculata, Ficus palmata are good source of anthocyanins. And Rubus ellipticus, Fragaria nubicola, and Morus alba are good source of beta carotene also. Similarly, we found next please. Yes, we also carried out antioxidant activity of these 20 species in our lab, and we found that there is a large difference in the antioxidant activity among these species, and some species are observed as a good source of antioxidants. Next, please. Other importance of these fruits are also as they are good genetic resources for the crop resilient crop development.
I'm telling you, dear, where is your concluding slide? Why don't you come to last only?
Next is concluding slide. So these yes. So overall, we documented 1,500 species of wild edible fruits in entire Himalayan region, and we categorize according to their altitudes, light forms, habitats, as well as their consumption modes.
Okay, it's a good presentation. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much for presentation. Now I would like to invite next presenter, Pofia Bardulavi. She's there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here. Yes, sir, I'm here.
Sorry, I was not able to judge. Yeah. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. And please try to help me. Please cooperate me by being within 4 minutes only. Please, just 4 minutes.
Okay, sir.
You can lose the other slides. Just come to the last slide. That will be better to see what you have done. I skipped the introduction, review, and
okay, sir.
Please.
Not
is visible. You are visible. Your slide is not. Slides from the
Dr. Veena Sharma, you just mute your mic. Dr. Veena Sharma, please mute your mic.
Sir, I'm trying to share.
Okay, it's not. You're not able to share it.
Yeah.
Then we can move ahead. You try take another one. The issue.
If the host is having the presentation, they can load it. Otherwise,
do administrator have their copy? They can share from there, or we can move ahead. Mani, we can move ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Next presentation. It's coming. I think.
Okay. Now
it has come. Yeah.
It's coming.
Yeah.
You put it in the presentation mode.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, it is already in presentation.
It is in presentation mode.
Respected chairman of the today's session, myself, Dr. Popiha Bodole. I'm working as a subject matter specialist at KBK Rivoy. Now I'm going to present my paper on the topic carbon sequestration and soil health management through vermicomposting for sustainable agriculture. Sir, I'm skipping the introduction. Actually, sir, this is a work we done under the NICRA project of KBK Rivoy.
The slides are not moving.
Okay, sir. I'm
moving. But slides are not moving. And also, you should put in the slide view mode.
So it is showing like this, but it's not going. I think I'm trying again.
And it is not moving also. Can you adjust it? We will take the next speaker.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Better, sir. Okay.
Yes,
sir. Okay.
Now, SS Dhakar.
जी सर, गुड मॉर्निंग सर. जी सर.
Please start your presentation. Please unshare your slide.
Yeah. Madam, you please answer it. We'll take next one. You just
take next. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, Dakar, Dr. S.S. Dakar.
Okay, sir.
Please start. And please help me. Just being within 3-4 minutes only.
You please try to share the screen. Dakar, please share your screen.
Marivarn and myself will be blamed for that. For lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, please start. Where you have gone there? Yes. Are you able to share your screen or not? Dakar?
I will share, sir.
What is the issue? Your screen is not visible. Yeah, it came for a while.
Visible, sir?
No, presentation. You share your presentation. You are sharing the screen. Yeah.
Yes, okay now.
Please, now it's okay.
Now it's okay. You start from the slide view.
Presentation, yeah.
Slide view.
Effect of mold drainage system, growth character, yield of soybean, butterluck, sort of Madhya Pradesh. Soybean is the major crop in the Madhya Pradesh. In
Dr. Dakar, why don't you make it full view, slide view?
Slide so you cannot make, Dakar?
Yeah,
okay.
Slide.
Yes, go ahead, please.
It's okay now, yeah.
Mold drainage is formed in the molds in the butty soil. Effect of sound
You please.
These are the adverse
Keep the introduction. Please, Dakar, please you present the objectives.
Okay, sir. These are objectives in my present study to identify the appropriate location for formation of mold drainage system, to evaluate the feasibility of mold drainage with soybean in verti soil. These are the major soil in the Madhya Pradesh in Kharif season. To work out economic feasibility of mold drainage system. These are the selection parameter used for mold drainage system in verti soil in study area. These are treatment details used in our study. These are the field observations, medium black soils, textures, structures, infiltration rate, field capacities. These are the field photographs. These are in the Shajapur district of Madhya Pradesh. These are news coverage. These are the photographs. These are the results and discussions. These are a study conducted to Kharif 2015 and 2016. Plant populations, plant heights, plant root characteristics of soybeans, number of nodules formations.
Dr. Dakar, what is the unit? What is the unit of your y-axis? It is nowhere shown. What is the unit? In all of your graph, what is the unit
number
of?
Yes, sir. Number of days.
Number of days. Okay.
Yes. And seed yield. Soybean yield is found maximum in the mold drainage at 2 meter spacings with depth of 0.4 meters. And styles and summary and conclusions. Mold drainage can be found in verti soil when average soil moisture content 20.7 and average soil field capacity are higher for highest with mold drainage with spacing of 4 meters and depth of 0.4 meters. These mold drainage are most suitable with 2 meter depth with 4 meter spacings with comparison to other treatments. These treatments are very useful for verti soil of Madhya Pradesh in the view of betterment of soybeans with better yields of soybeans.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. The last speaker as per the available list is L.K. Vaishya. Vaishya is there? L.K. Vaishya? I think he's not there.
We will allow Dr. Popia to present.
Yeah, Dr. Popia. We allow Dr. Popia if it is says correct, available.
Yeah.
Okay. Please.
Yes, I am here, sir. Yeah.
Please start. Your
yes. Now it's moving. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Popia Bodole from KBK Rivoy. I'm going to present my paper on the topic carbon sequestration and soil health management through vermicomposting for sustainable agriculture. So this is a work we are conducting at our Nikra village, that is the National Innovations in Climate Resilient Agriculture. One project is going on in our KBK also. Under that, we are just taken some demonstration and other activities to make this climate resilience agriculture. This vermicomposting I taken for reduce the greenhouse gas emission and all, and this demonstration was started on in the year 2015. It is going on till now. Then next slide, please. It is a glimpse of the villages. Actually, there in the villages, 220 households is there. We already covered 176 households for our activities. And we are trying to just spread the technology to the nearby villages also. For that, we are taking Sorble village as a adjacent village for our demonstration and other activities. Next slide, please. Then I'm just skipping the slides. Next slide. This is a view of the population actually and other things. I'm not going to tell. For under NRM for this vermicomposting and all, I'm taking 64 household till now, and others are left still. And among that, 51 household is under women-headed household. Actually, we are going to promote this one in the adjacent villages also. Next slide, please. Next slide. And this is a glimpse of the study site. And then the climate vulnerabilities at our study site is terminal drought, water source is also there. Then the rainfall is also not, this is erratic. Hailstorm is also there, cold wave and frost. Due to those factors, the farmers, they are facing crop failure and all, especially the tomato crop, what they prefer to grow actually in this season. Maximum of the time, at the time of harvesting, they are facing the this unnecessary this rainfall and all. For that, they are trying to convert their cropping pattern also into a systematic way. We are helping them also. Next slide. Next slide. This is a satellite image view.
Please try.
Then from this slide.
Please try
yes,
to.
Sir, from this.
I will be happy. Please
okay,
try.
sir. Yeah. Next slide. For my demonstration, I have taken as vermicomposting for recycling the agricultural waste available in the Kridam village. I am just teaching the farmers.
Speaking. Please come to the concluding slide. Your slides are self-speaking.
Okay, sir. Next slide. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
That's great. Self-speaking.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Before. Actually, sir. I just taken the major crops and from the major crop I take the yield from the handbook of area production and yield of principal crops of Meghalaya, which is published by Directorate of Economics and Statistics of Meghalaya. From that I taken the yield of Rivoi district, and then with that yield I just compare the yield basis of economic yield with the corresponding ratio of economic yield and residue yield. I just calculate the waste generated, the possibility of waste generated from those major crops. And then next slide, please. From that, here I got that annually.
Okay, please move it.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Please.
Yes, sir.
What are the
okay, sir. Annually, there, yeah, 1,74,000 ton of waste generation is happening on that in our district. So if we convert this amount to vermicomposting by the data we received through our demonstration, we can get next slide, please. So data I'm escaping. We can receive a very good harvest of vermicompost. That correspondingly we can sequester carbon. Then side by yes.
How many slides still here with you, please? Please come to the last slide.
Okay. Next slide. These are demonstration year-wise. Actually, I'm showing in the slides. Next slide. Next, you can skip the slides.
Please skip and come to the last slide. That,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Before this one, we did the nutrient analysis also.
Volume is very much. Yeah. Please.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. These are some glimpses of the photographs we conducted in training and all. Last slide, please. Last slide. Yeah. Sir, actually, we are doing on this organic farming mainly. So I am requesting all to eat organic, dream organic, and live organic for getting a healthy environment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
So I think this way we have finished the orals. I think, Raymond, can we call the remaining ones, or we can?
Yes, sir. Poster also, let us complete it. Poster presentation.
So first we go to the poster.
Yeah, poster, yes.
Okay.
I Venkata Reddy.
Okay.
I Venkata Reddy is there.
Dr. Anshuman, you
Yeah,
can.
thank you.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Please.
So we have a large number of posters listed here. I'll just call on their names. Let us find out how many of them are actually there. Okay. One is Dr. Venkata Reddy. Are you there?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. There.
Yeah. So just a minute, sir. Just keep.
1 minute.
Everybody else, please keep yourself muted. Only whoever wants to speak should just unmute himself. Then Dr. Gunja.
There is one mic. Suman Sharma also can mute. Suman Sharma.
Yeah, Dr. Gunja is there. Okay. Dr. Rajbala Jr.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are there. Dr. Tantuja Nandi. Yes, you are convener. You are here. Dr. Hemnath Yah. Dr. Anand Singh. Dr. Seema Quatra. Dr. Pema.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm here.
Dr. Nawab Tasim Hussain.
Sir, I'm present.
Dr.
Hello.
Anjali Thakur. Dr. Mausam Thakur. Dr.
Yes, sir,
Amrit
present,
Datta.
sir.
Okay, Dr.
Yes, sir.
Mausam Thakur.
Yes, sir, present, sir.
Dr. Amrit Datta.
Yes, sir, present. Sir, not doctor, student.
Okay, let's start with Dr. Venkata Reddy. I'll just
Sir,
upload
Dr.
your
Anu
presentation.
also here. Sir, Anu also here for poster presentation.
Okay. Just remind me after this, because your poster is not available with me. We'll ask Dr. Sanjay Swami to upload your poster.
Sir, I already emailed my poster.
Okay. I'll ask Dr. Swami to do that. No issues. Dr.
Okay.
Reddy, please. Your slide is on the screen.
Sir, good afternoon, one and all. Is it audible?
Dr. Reddy, you take 1 minute time and you present the objectives and conclusion. That's all.
Yes.
What is your
Yes, sir.
objective? What is your result? Yeah, only you present it, please.
Yes, sir. Myself, I Venkata Reddy, sir. I am PhD scholar at Acharya Engineering Agriculture University, sir. This study is as a part of my PhD research, sir. A PhD research entitled A Livelihood Analysis of Agricultural Laborers in Andhra Pradesh, sir. In that, one objective is to study the livelihood security of agricultural laborers in 3 regions of Andhra Pradesh, sir. And in that, I will choose the 3 regions of Andhra Pradesh state, sir. In the coastal, south coastal, and in south coastal, I select Guntur district, sir. In the north coastal, I Srikakulam district, and the south in Rayalaseema region, Rayalaseema, Kurnool district selected for the study, sir. 240, sir. The sample size is 240, sir. An exposed factor design for the study was used for the study, sir. For that, before going to study about security, I will select 9 indices of livelihood security, 9 indices of security for the study, sir. In that, food security, habitat security.
Lohit, please read conclusions only. That's all. Poster is visible. You just please read your conclusion. That's all.
Dr. Reddy, you please read your conclusion.
Sir, yes, sir. Among the three regions, South Coastal region is better than other three regions, sir, because their South Coastal region agricultural labors, income and savings and expenditure pattern also more compared to three regions of Andhra Pradesh, sir. In our Rayalaseema region, due to lack of rainfall and irrigation facilities, their income and expenditure pattern is low, sir. That ultimately leads to their livelihood security also very low, sir. That's all.
Do you suggest any recommendations for them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
To provide
okay.
alternative,
Okay. Next
alternative
poster.
livelihood patterns.
Okay, right. Thank you. Next
Okay,
poster.
sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks for giving opportunity, sir.
Yeah. Anshuman, Dr. Anshuman, next poster. What is the name of the person?
Rajbala. Rajbala is there? Rajbala?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Rajbala Junior.
Yes, sir.
Very brief in 1 minute only, please. Just go to the last conclusion. Read the conclusion. That's all.
Only conclusion or objectives also?
Only conclusion. We can read your poster. It's very much readable.
Okay, sir. Let me introduce myself. Good afternoon, everyone. All the reverend amenities, scientists, professors, and all the participants. I'm Dr. Rajbala Junior from Amity University, Rajasthan, and I'm privileged to present a poster on soil tailoring a possible mitigation strategy to rehabilitate mine wasteland in the Second Asian Web Conference on Soil Conservation. And let me brief you the conclusion. The study clearly indicated that the feldspar mine spoil showed a sign of restoration due to the gradual accumulation of nutrients over the time and regaining soil fertility due to the development of the microbial community under the soil. All the bioinoculants impressed the most with organic modifications. Plants used here were supported well, and all the parameters have been significantly enhanced by the appropriate treatments. So, as a future scope, I would say that this eco-friendly approach would provide restoration of wasteland, growth of economically and socio-economically important plant species for future organic farming, horticulture, and agroforestry practices. Thank you.
At what scale? At what scale? Can you comment? At what scale you recommend it?
Sir, like all the three, I use 3 trees and 2 crops. So with the help of the bioinoculants, what we used with organic and inorganic amendments, we can show that this approach can help in rehabilitation of the mine spoil at certain level with good results. And yes, we can recommend that the economically important species like guar, sonamukhi, sorry. So we can use them for rehabilitating land also, and yes, they are socio-economically important also. So at that scale.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Rajpala, you have prepared your poster well with limited contents and more pictorial representation. Good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Next, please.
Then Dr. Tantuja Nandi.
Yes, sir. So give me a few seconds, sir. I'll share my slide. So could you kindly share the slide, sir? There is a little bit of problem in internet. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's visible. It's visible.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I'll take very few minutes. Now the place where I live, that is Kokrajhar, because this is mostly regarding hill areas. There are a lot of Adivasis and a lot of people staying in the hilly areas. So now small millets, what better crops can it be than the small millets for places where there is no source of irrigation and there is poor people. So I think small millets, as we all know, are poor people's nutrition cereal, and it is called as the highly beneficial nutrition for grain for poor people. So hence, what I decided to do is that study the root CEC and growth parameters of 24 germplasm for small millets, so that we can diverse the information as to which is the best small millet. Here, 7 little millets and 17 finger millets were taken, and as per package of Assam Agricultural University, they were grown. And the methods used for root CC was through Bimersted 1968, where we used calcium chloride and ammonium acetate, and we exchange it and we see the amount of calcium in the resultant solution. In that way, we got that in little minutes, KOPML3 was the best, but due to profuse root
You please,
of
please,
the
you
finger.
go to the conclusion, madam. Madam, please, you go to
Yes,
the
sir.
conclusion. Yeah.
Yes, sir. And we found that the fingernails had more profuse rooting. That is why we got that the fingernails had more root CC. And the best combination of root CC, root length, and shoot length was found in our local Basaina variety, that is GGMD1. So this variety we can disseminate not only in our state but also other states for the poor people. Thank you, sir.
It's a good recommendation. Okay.
Yeah. Next.
Thank you.
Anshuman, please take next one.
Dr. Anshuman, please, next poster.
Dr. Nawab Tasmin.
Yes, sir. I'm present, sir.
Okay.
So can I start?
Yeah, start.
Yeah, you start. So posters will be appear now.
Make it full screen. Yeah.
Yeah. You start.
You start and come to the end. That's all.
Okay, sir. So my topic was to study livelihood opportunities of Muga silkworm rearers of systemic system. It was mainly with the objective to study the
Your text is not
characteristics that
visible.
led to the
Not
decline
visible.
of
You're not able to read anything here. Full screen.
Actually, your letter size should be little bigger. Your method is good, but your letter sizes should be little bigger in the posters.
What you do, you come to the last conclusion part, make it bigger.
Explain it. Yeah.
In a bigger way, so we can read it. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So in the study, I actually the research methodology was to take a sample size of 120 people from the concerned district, and then I divided a few variables like independent variables of the Muga rearers as age, education, and the dependent variable of livelihood opportunities of the Muga silkworm rearers. Whereas the descriptive variables was the problems that was faced by
Please, Nawab, you read your findings. The bottommost that you have very nicely written. Findings. What are the findings? Please read these findings. That will be good.
The finding was that majority of the rearers, yes, sir. So the finding was that majority of the rearers belong to age group, and they were generally having a small size.
Echo is coming. I don't
the income. Most of them were marginal farmers. This led to a conclusion that there was few so the conclusion could be taken as like training programs could be held as time to time, and then since since this kind of study can be as a ready reference for the sericulture scientists in the future, so most of the farmers, since they are uneducated, so education and employment opportunities regarding sericulture could be shown to them. And moreover, the government subsidy on various machines and low cost women friendly machines could be taken up. So these were the conclusions I found out in my study regarding the decline of sericulture cultivation in the concerned district. Thank you, sir.
Very good.
Okay.
Next.
Thank you.
Who's the next, please?
Dr. Anshuman. Dr. Anshuman, please go for next slide.
Whosoever is there, please next.
Yeah. We are not able to, visibilities are not there.
Please unshare your screen.
Dr. Anshuman, no, posters are presented.
Yeah, sorry, I have to.
Yeah. Please. Next poster. Yeah.
Dr. Moshum Thakur.
Present, sir.
Yeah. I'm just uploading your presentation.
Sir, can you please upload my poster? There is network problem actually.
No, I have already uploaded it. You can see it.
Oh, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Mousumi Thakur. I'm a student. So today I'm going to present a poster on a mimicking nature artificial photosynthesis. So nowadays, whatever the sustainable, the low carbon energy supplies are most facing the challenges facing the society. So scientists and engineers are needed not only find more efficient ways of the producing and refining and using those fossil fuels, but also to develop the renewable energy solutions. So there are many ways in which the human beings are harvesting those solar energy, such as for electricity, heating, and through the biofuels and food. So the concept of making fuel using the sunlight is the basis of the photosynthesis, where the sunlight is used to convert those water, carbon dioxide into oxygen and sugar. So can we human imitate this process to rescue the planet from the global warming? Yes, we can imitate this process. So actually the photocatalyte is the splitting, converts the water into the hydrogen ions and oxygen, and which is the main research area of the artificial photosynthesis. So scientists have also designed the artificial leaf. You can see on the poster. So they directly immerse in the water where in the presence of the sunlight, they're producing the hydrogen gas and oxygen gas, where the oxygen gas is released into the atmosphere and hydrogen gas is stored as a fuel. So in some cases, they have used the two electrodes where the complete oxidation of the water taking place, where they produce the hydrogen gas and the oxygen. So
Ms. Mousumi Thakur,
yes,
please come to read your conclusions.
So in conclusion, I just want to highlight one point that if this new process to producing the fuel is achieved on a large scale, then it would transform our sustainable energy by means it will provide transform our sustainable energy options by providing some alternate to those oil, gas, and fossil fuel as a source of the fuel for the transport and industry and electricity generation. Thank you so much.
Mousumi, your topic is very catchy, but can you say mimicking? What you are mimicking? Mimicking the physics of the photosynthesis or concept of the photosynthesis? Are you mimicking the physics of the photosynthesis or the concept?
Sir, concepts are natural.
No, you cannot mimic the physics. You cannot make the mimicking of the physics of the photosynthesis or concept. It's not clear there, no? Okay, very good. Good presentation. Next.
Thank you, sir.
Who's next, please?
Dr. Anshu.
Every time, next.
Unmute.
Yes, sir. Sir, please share my poster. So it's not visible.
Just wait.
It will be visible. Just wait. Take some time to upload.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
So Hill Diversity.
Please jump directly to the conclusion. It will be very good for you. And
so in conclusion, I would only like to say that if we are able to merge all the parameters and factors into a single unit with the incorporation of meteorological, statistical, and computational tools, that will be able to help us to form a functional ecological fulcrum upon which the natural assets and the eco-services are balanced, and that would increase the degree of efficiency towards the stoichiometric balancing of hill ecosystem, as it provides us with different dimensions such as genetic diversity, species diversity, which is very much important for crop improvement programs and adaptability for climate change. With that, I would like to conclude. Thank you, sir.
Very good. That's the smartest presentation. Very good. Right. Yeah. Now, who is the next, please?
Yeah. Next in line, I think I've called all the names, but Dr. Gunaja, Dr. Hemant Yah, Anand Singh, Seema Quatra, Tema.
Yes, sir. I am Seema Quatra.
Okay, yes. So your presentation will be on the screen in a few moments. Just be ready to present it.
Okay. Respected dignitaries, and very good afternoon to all present here. Topic for my presentation is integrating improved tools in hill agriculture an alternative for sustainable development. I would like to say that in context of hill agriculture, agriculture is based on subsistence farming and performed predominantly by farm women. And the Himalayan women work 3 times more than men. And the tools and equipment which are being used by hill women for crop cultivation are still outdated, and which makes their task very tedious and drudgery prone. So,
Deepa, just listen. Your title is integrating improved tools. It's very confusing. What tools? Are you talking some mechanical tools, physical tools, chemical tools, or some management tools? You must mix one word there. Tools is a very big thing, no? Tools.
Sir, I am talking about it.
Farm tools.
Yes, sir. Farm tools. I'm talking about farm tools, and our methodology was that we have carried out ergonomic cost of work using heart rate monitor, and we have calculated the physiological cost of work of traditional way of doing agricultural activities, and we have also done the testing of the tools that we have developed based upon ergonomic cost of work, and we have also taken the anthropometric measurements of the user population for making the design user friendly. And we have designed under ECRIP home science number of tools for the farm women: pedal operated paddy thresher, improved sickle, water bag for carrying water, dung collector, grain picker. These all have been tested under ECRIP project. And while comparing the traditional practice with the improved tools, we have found that all these tools are gender friendly. They have reduced the drudgery of farm women. They ease out the work of women. They save time and energy. And the time which is left behind after this, they can use it for more productive tasks and for carrying out agro enterprises.
Very good. That's good.
Thank you very much, sir.
Next, please.
Anshuman, Dr. Anshuman, go for next poster.
Next, Dr. Pema, Dr. Anjali Thakur.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Anjali Thakur?
Yes, sir.
No, Dr. Pema is there, I think. Pema.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Pema, please take 1 minute's time. Start your presentation, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Pema Umugutia from GBPAN Sikkim unit, and my topic is rubus fruit as an alternate. So, not showing my screen, sir.
So it is visible. What is this? Is not yours. What is your title?
I think strongly placed. Strongly placed, huh? By mistake, same title.
Dr. Pema, please continue with your presentation.
No, your
titles
are clear. Please, you present.
Okay. We can see the name.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
The main objective is in Sikkim, the rubus genus has been not explored properly. Documented species with secondary literature.
The voice is very much.
Hello.
The voice is echoing.
Dr. Pema, please continue.
Go ahead.
After that, we did. After that, we did morphological, physiochemical, nutritional, phytochemical, and antioxidant assays. In Sikkim, and we have particularities because and locally consumed many medicinal properties, and they are phytochemically unexplored in the state. Among the morphological and physiochemical parameters like OVD, diameter, volume, length, etc., juice pulp, among the different genotype, what we found is there was a significant differences among them, and from the nutritional parameter, we analyzed carbohydrate, riboflavin, beta carotenoids, and total carotenoids. Carbohydrate, riboflavin.
What happens? It will be nice if you read the last lines only.
Okay, I think, sir, Sharman,
Yeah.
sir, yeah, you read it.
Among the phytochemical, we analyzed total phenolic, total flavanol, tannin content, and from here we got reticularis has higher total phenolic, and after that.
Give your result only, please. Only tell the result. Conclusion.
Okay, sir. From here, what we concluded is like Sikkim has a high diversity of wild edible fruits, and we have selected these two wild edible fruits which have high nutritional value to contribute the food and nutritional security of Sikkim. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Prema. And now, Dr. Sanjay Swami, you're requested to please upload another presentation which you have received for this session. Dr. Swami, please upload the presentation that you have with you.
Hello, sir, it's Anjali Thakur here. Can I share my screen?
Okay, I can share your screen, but let's.
You have not sent your posters to them?
Sir, I did send. Sir, I did send it.
No, I have your poster. Anjali,
Okay,
I have
thank
your
you so
poster.
much, sir. Thank you, sir.
I will do that, but let Dr. Sanjay Swami present one poster then.
Okay, okay. I'm so
After
sorry,
that,
sir.
it will be okay.
Okay.
Okay, sir. I'm so sorry, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, audible.
Yes.
Yeah, please. Yeah, it can be presented.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My topic on seasonal dynamics of soil microbial biomass carbon in different land uses in River district of Meghalaya, India. So my objective is to find this soil microbial carbon in different seasons of Meghalaya in River districts of Meghalaya, and the second objective is to estimate humic acid and fluvic acid stocks in surface and subsurface soils of River district. Sir, here in the study area we have selected for three pre-monsoon, monsoon, and post-monsoon season, where monsoon season is microbial biomass content is very much significant compared to other seasons, where we can see that microbial transformations of it is strongly affected with different parameters of soils, sand, silt, clay, and bulk density, pH, EC, and different things are be strongly correlated in the pre-monsoon season. And my second objective, humic acid and fluvic acid stocks were highest in B2 horizon in the forest soil. That much, sir. Thank you.
Now, how many remaining?
Thank you. Now, Dr. Anjali Thakur, you can present.
I hope that
thank
this
you.
is the
Thank
last
you.
To upload your presentation.
Thank you, sir. It's Anjali Thakur only. I'm just PhD student. Very warm good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anjali Thakur, PhD scholar from Department of Soil Science, Kuala Lumpur. My study aimed at evaluating the effects of continuous application of fertilizers, FYM, and lime on soil health, since maintenance of soil health is indispensable for sustainable crop production. And from the results of my study, I concluded that balanced NPK application resulted in significantly higher availability of nutrients and maize yield over control. Integration of FYM or lime with balanced NPK fertilizers resulted in significant improvement in soil properties, especially biological properties, and maize yield was 48% and 37% respectively higher over sole use of fertilizers. Then application of nitrogen alone through urea for a long time sharply declined the soil pH to 4.32 and degraded the soil to such an extent that it became unproductive and zero yield was obtained in these treatment. Omission of sulfur and potassium from fertilizer schedule continuously severely reduced the yield to nearly half of that in the balanced NPK. Then these findings highlight the significance of FIM and lime application along with balanced fertilization in improving the crop production and maintaining good soil health. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay. I guess posters are finished or some else is there? Still remaining?
If there is any one more presentation with Dr. Swami, if there is any, then please load it.
And one oral is also there. Naresh Babu, he is constantly requesting. He is just missed.
Okay, sir. Then Dr. Naresh Babu.
Sir, from some sir, the presentations are over, sir.
Sir, my poster present.
Okay, yes, and you can present it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Please go to full screen mode.
Yeah, sir.
Presentation
Good
mode.
afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Anurani, Department of Farm Machinery and Power Engineering. My poster presentation topic is study on wear performance of different material of disc harrow. Now come to introduction. The information on useful life of these discs is not available, and hence it was decided to conduct the wear study of this disc available in the market. The study on the wear can predict the working life of this, which can identify, help the farmers and manufacturers in keeping the sufficient stock and minimize the downtime, labor cost, and its effect on time of operation. The objective of this study is to determine the rate of wear of various makes of agriculture discs in circular soil wheel using different soil and operating parameters. And second objective is that to assess the wear rate of various makes of agriculture discs in actual field condition and its comparison with the result of soil wheel test.
You tell
Yes,
about your
yes.
conclusions only, please.
Okay. Okay. Wait, sir. What happened? Okay. The conclusion is the effect of soil parameter, that is soil and moisture content, and the parameters like disc hardness and operating parameter like forward speed of tractor and working duration on grammatical wear and dimensional wear. Discs were what? Sorry, sir. Sorry. On grammatical wear and dimensional wear, that on the basis of radius and thickness reduction of agriculture disc was found significant. It was wear operating speed. Yeah, thank you so much.
Next, please.
Thank you. Now we have one more oral presentation as Dr. God had told just now.
Naresh
So
Babu,
we request
Naresh Babu
that
is here.
presentation to be held.
If Naresh Babu is here, please go ahead. Naresh Babu.
Dr. Kohli, allow screen sharing.
Screen sharing is allowed.
Naresh Babu, please come and
please check.
Hello, sir. I am Dr. L.K. Busso. Can I share my screen, sir?
You want to share yourself?
Yes, sir. I want to share, sir.
Okay, you will share. Please share. Yes, Naresh, start please. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Be fast, please. We are towards the lunch. Already lunch.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. Now I am going to present knowledge dissemination to small and marginal farmers for economic upliftment.
Yes. Just jump to the last slide. I think it's better.
Developing technology to serve mankind is the supreme priority of a nation. Dedication to develop innovative technological solutions to build confidence among farming sector is utmost need. Trained personnel can deliver efficiently.
Yeah, please don't read every word. Just you leave it to us. We will read it.
To improve the human resource capabilities and also to make expertise in the field of economic stability. Scientific achievements shared with the farmers. In this regard, in order to achieve the goal of sustainability, farmers were sensitized to a number of latest technologies to improve their profitability and thereby living
Please do not read here. Please do not read. Just leave it to us. We will read it. You just come to the
methodology, multidisciplinary approaches was taken to rural girls youths capable of contributing to the economy of the country. Program, gardeners training program on nursery management to orcharding, pest controls to nutritional management. Participants are also made about the propagation methods of fruit crops for disease and wilt resistance. Women are trained for pulp preservation and preparation of post-harvest technologies on different fruit crops. Role of soil and water conservation in fruit crops and precision farming for conserving natural resources was disseminated in detail. Soil sample collection to analysis in laboratory for enhanced training program was imparted to enhance the human resource capabilities. Mobile advisories are also encouraged and supported to large number of farmers. Field visit and field demonstrations on number of technologies are conducted to farmers for their benefit. Seeds and plants of improved varieties are distributed to developing nutri-rich gardens. A total number of 249 trainings and demonstrations was imparted. Farmers are made aware of production to post-harvest technologies for doubling income. Enthusiasms are observed among the small and marginal farmers. Fruit production generators across hilly and other regions may be benefited through all these fruit-based take-up. You can see there students are trained under in the nursery Prabandhan under Kausal Vikas Prashikshan, then field demonstration of the pineapple production and distribution of seedlings to villagers and off-season cauliflower vegetation, field demonstration. Dissemination of the technology to non-fruit growers areas, flower production, rejuvenations, as well as greenhouse technologies.
Please move fast, Naresh. Please move.
Human research development and knowledge sharing programs. We have conducted several training programs and participants across the country from different states, Rajasthan, Himachal Pradesh, UP, MP, Bihar, Gujarat, Maharashtra. They have participated for training on integrated management of mango and guava, improved cultivation of fruits, gardeners training, training on high density planting of subtropical fruits, demonstration of mango harvester and safe boxes for reducing post-harvest losses. High density planting in subtropical fruits, high density plantation, ultra high density plantation of guava, and improved cultivation of subtropical fruits, cultivation of winter vegetables for nutritional security. Protection and post-harvest technology of subtropical fruits. Thus, we have attempted for dissemination of the knowledge through multidisciplinary approaches, trainings, and for improving the human resource development of the farmers, rural youth, for doubling the farmers' income.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, Naresh. It's a nice presentation. Okay. So by this way, I think we have finished, or somebody else is remaining.
Sir, may I present, sir? I am Dr. L.K. Basya.
Pardon?
I am Dr. L.K. Basya, sir. I would like to present, sir. Oral presentation.
You let L.K. Basya. Okay. Please finish within 2-3 minutes, because
actually, Chairman sir.
Yes. Hello. Yes, Manivan.
They have taken advantage of online presentation. They went as per their convenient and they are coming there. This would be the last presentation, I think so.
Shall we include or not? What is your opinion?
Okay, Dr. Bhasha, please start and conclude within 1 or 2 minutes.
Me mute regularly.
Yeah,
Dr.
please.
Lohit, please continue. And just conclude within 1 or 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. My topic, thank you for giving me this opportunity, sir. My topic is on this productivity enhancement in Zoom farming for eco-friendly nutrient management. Sir, in Nagaland, actually we did Zoom cultivation area is about 94,880 hectares. And we are taking various approach on this. And if we see that we are taking different type of activities for development of low cost, low input, eco-friendly nutrient management practices, development of water harvesting for intensification and diversification of crops, and we are also promoting for maize and groundnut cultivation with the addition of agroforestry system, this lychee, mango, Assam lemon cultivation here. So directly coming to my objective was to evaluate eco-friendly nutrient management practices in Zoom land. Since Zoom is very serious issue here, so we have selected 4 major crop grown there in Zoom areas, that is maize, upland rice, soybean, and groundnut. We grow in street cropping. And we are allowing one cereal followed by one legume, one soil erosion permitting crop followed by one non-erosion permitting crop. And our treatment combination was this control application of lime plus biofertilizer with the addition of lime biofertilizer, microdosing of NPK and organic manure, and we did it in a replicated block design with 3 applications. And we have selected the plot in Ukha and Longden districts, which is Ukha is around 973 meter above mean sea level, and Ukha is around 1165 above mean sea level. And soil structure was we analyzed the soil sampling also.
You have 15 slides. Please come to the last 2 slides.
Please come to the concluding slide.
Yes, sir. Last, sir, these are some activities. We have studied the weather parameter also. According to weather parameter, we have selected the time of sowing. That is, we selected the maize. Before it was in April or in February they used to sow. But lastly, we could with the weather parameter we could find out that the maize the right time for sowing of that. And finally, we could found if a farmer they can opt for this option, that will be return per rupees invested. If lime biofertilizer and microdosing of NPK, if they go for that, in case of maize, they will be getting rupees per 2.32, 2.18, 2.48, and 0.76. This is their return per rupee invested. And if they would like to go for this organic farming, they can apply lime 250 kg per hectare plus biofertilizer. And this is my recommendation. This is my message to the farmer. They can opt for this. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I
Hello.
think this brings us to the end of the.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, can I present?
I think this brings us to the end of
Hello?
the
Hello?
presentation for this session. And
Hello?
before we conclude, may I request the chair and co-chair to have
Hello,
their
sir. What
concluding
about the
remarks.
pending
Brief
presentation
concluding remarks,
at
Dr.
the
Gaur and
morning
Dr.
session?
Manivanan, please.
I think please mute your mics. Many mics are on. Okay, friends, it was a very great experience.
We can hear you, sir.
Hello.
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 Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, so very nice of you, presenters. I will
About the pending presentation.
Sir, pending presentation.
Please answer.
chair the session. And
all the participants, please mute your mic, please.
what happens, Manivan? You like to say something?
Dr. Kohli, you mute all the other participants.
Please mute all other participants. Yeah.
What about the pending presentation, sir? What about?
Pending presentation, we don't have time now. It's already 3. And they were not available at the right time.
Yeah, I have muted, but they are unmuting them again and again.
Yeah. Somebody is muting me all the time. Every minute I've been getting mute. How I have to speak? Somebody is constantly muting me. So please escape me.
Yeah, it's okay, sir. You can conclude.
So,
please.
Friends,
Your concluding remarks,
nice session. I am thankful for the organizer to provide.
No, sir, you just unmute and please present.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Sir, yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Sir, what about pending
If we can hear you,
presentation?
sir,
My
please carry
presentation is
on.
pending. So what about my certificate and all?
Wala Yashraj, please do not speak in between.
Many disturbances. Yeah.
You please.
It was a nice theme.
You call organizer later on, please.
Who is doing the noises? So it was a very good theme, and theme was on the.
If anybody else except the chair and co-chair speaks, I am removing from the meeting. Yes,
So
sir, please continue.
It was a nice theme on the management. You know, management is the main thing. Right now, we are more concerned on the management. And management of soil, water, agriculture, plant, horticulture is one thing. Management of knowledge is the right way to manage the agriculture. And how to manage? You know, for any kind of management, you require some measurements. Without measurements, you cannot manage. Because measurements provide you data. And data are small bits. When you layer those bits, when you systemize those bits, it becomes information. From measurement, we get the data. From data, we get the information. When you compile the information, make it more useful, it becomes knowledge. It becomes knowledge. And when you apply the knowledge, it becomes wisdom to take the decision. So in current scenario, the real knowledge management is the prime factor. That was very nicely covered here. And because everybody has data, but the data is not transformed into knowledge. It is lying there itself only. So I'm very thankful for the key speakers, Dr. Vista, who talked a lot about the digital soil mapping of Nepal. I think it's at par with what we are doing in our country. Our soil health is a great work, but we have plenty of data, but we could not do the way he has done. So that's what a nice presentation. Dr. Vijay Arora, he did a very good account of the use of fertilizer in the horticultural crops. And the recommendation was to make some ready-made kind of benchmark maps for recommendation to the farmers at low level. And then Professor Atia, he talked of a Nile River basin, world's highest basin, how the things are going on, creating the disputes in the water source management. And afterward, many oral presentations were. I will not go each and every one because all were very nice. So because time is limited, I would like to thank all the key speakers as well as the presenters, oral presenters, poster presenter, my colleagues, and all those who are here. It was a great opportunity for me. Thank you again. Now I would like to ask Manivaran to speak some. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman, sir. And just I would like to briefly, already the chairman has commented on the technical part. I would like to just give the feed remarks. Of course, the lead speaker has made elaborate presentations, and even they were within the time, and management was good. Our title is a management, but the presentation itself, we were not managed well. Two things we would like to suggest it. One is that oral presenters, mainly, they have not made in the form of that online seminar. It is like made it like you are just showing, it is invisible. Presentation mode, it has not come. That should be managed. Similarly, the poster presenters, they also all simply copied in the all 4 pages, 5 pages, you are simply pasting in 1 pages. Agriculture graduates are one of the best graduates to make the poster in the country because they have been taught agriculture extension courses. Still, I remember 7 words per line, 7 lines per slide. That should be followed here. And most of you, all the students were made the presentation by simply copying the word format, except few are done excellently. But even though the sentences were sizes were very small, which we are not able to read it. And also we are observed when the poster session starts, the people are started to leave it also. When the presentation is good, then only people will be observe it. And mostly all the presentations were good, and we had very nice time spent with us. Even it is a promotion to the students, even though that it's at the students level itself, there is the need of improvement in the making the poster presentation as well as the analysis part. That should be taken care in the future. And I wish and congratulate all the participants who has presented it. Sorry, we could not able to accommodate few of the presenters. It is like we should not take the advantage of the online presentation. As the order, we have called all the peoples. Even the second time also, you are not available, and as it is convenient because of the time spent, we have put that when you are coming and presenting, it should not be allowed it. And thanks for the organizer for giving the opportunities, and thank you for all the participants who presented the nice presentation. Thank you very much.
Dr. Tantuja.
Thank you, Dr. God and Dr. Manivanan, for very skillfully chairing and co-chairing this session and making us reach this stage. Thank you very much. I really thank you on behalf of the Soil Conservation Society of India. And nothing more to say. I would just like to move on to the next session because we are already 1 hour behind the schedule now. The next session, the technical session 5, is on the management of environment and ecosystem services for social sustenance. I request Dr. M.S. Hadda to chair the session. Sir, are you there? Please unmute yourself and Dr. M.S. Hadda, sir.
Yeah, I am available.
Dr. Yes, sir.
Yes, I am available, sir. I am available.
Sir, welcome. Yeah, Dr. Dekar, you are also there.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
And convener is Dr. Jitendra Sinha. Dr. Jitendra Sinha.
Dr. Jitendra is not here. He will join later. No.
Okay. Okay, so this session also has 3 lead presentations followed by some oral presentations and then poster presentations. We have our valedictory session scheduled at 4. I think we have only 1 hour. So Dr. Hadda, please, I think you can make it within this time. Please, over to you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kohli. And I also feel pride to be invited by the Soil Conservation Society of India, right from the president to the all organizing secretaries and the other persons, those who are managing the show. Well, this session has already spoken by Dr. Kohli. This pertains to the management of environment and ecosystem services for social sustenance. Though the scheduled time with us was only 2 hours, now it has been curtailed to 1 hour. So it means whatever is the allotted time, we have to have an half of that simply. So I'll request even my lead speakers for this session, though the time allocation was 15 minutes. So I will ask them to curtail by 5 minutes at least, so that it can be finished in 10 minutes for each lead speaker. Then followed by the oral presentations also. As per listed, there are 14 oral presentations, 3 lead papers, and 24 poster presentations. So roughly, I think for poster presentation, we will have 1.5 minutes. And for oral presentations, we will have the 2.5 minutes, and rest 10 minutes each for our lead speakers. So with this, I also welcome the Vipul Deka, who is acting as a co-chairman in this session, though Chaitanya Sinha may probably join late. So I'll begin with my first lead speaker, Dr. P.K. Sharma. He is the former Vice Chancellor, CAST Jammu. Already he had been at the Kanpur also, the Vice Chancellor, prior to the Vice Chancellor at CAST Jammu. And he has been very actively pursuing the research aspects. And prior to that, at Jammu, he had been Dean College of Agriculture also. So he has vast experience in management of the soil, physical properties, other areas also he has touched upon. So today he'll be deliberating on water resources in Indian Himalayan region, challenges and opportunities. Dr. P.K. Sharma, sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Hadda. If I am audible to all of you, I'll continue.
Yes, sir.
With my. Okay, thank you. Mr. Hadda, the chairman of this session, and all the reverend participants of this conference. Good afternoon to all of you. Well, zero hunger. Zero hunger is the theme of this conference, and it's a very apt theme because the agricultural community worldwide is now struggling with the biggest challenge of food security, nutritional security, and so is the water security. Now, as we all know, that without water, there is no life. Without water, there is no agriculture. So, to manage the water resources is the biggest challenge, not in India, but the worldwide. And in India, the Himalayas is a boon as far as the water resources are concerned, and Himalayas is contributing or meeting more than half of the water requirement, fresh water requirement of the country. Third largest deposit of ice, of snow, and it contains more than 70% of the non-polar ice away from the polar region. It feeds about 1.3 billion people as far as the water requirement is concerned. And it feeds also the 10 largest rivers in Asia, which flow through 8 countries, Asian countries. The Indian part of Himalayas, as we call it, the Indian Himalayan region, IHR, it extends
between Indus and the Brahmaputra river basins. It inhabits about 40 million people. It gives rise to three major rivers, Indus, Ganges, and Brahmaputra. And these three rivers, they meet around half of the water requirement of the Indian Himalayan region and the people who are living in the downstream. And this region, IHR, covers about 12 states in the country. Now, as far as the hydrology of this region is concerned, this is a very challenging issue nowadays when the climate is changing. And so all the parameters, all the constituents of the hydrology are changing in the Himalayan region and so in the Indian Himalayan region, and that is affecting the security of the water in the country. The precipitation, that is snow and rainfall, is the major source of water everywhere. And if we look at that, we observe a downward precipitation gradient from east to west in the rainfall pattern and from west to east in the snowfall pattern. That means when one moves from east to west, there is a decline in the rainfall extent. And when one moves from west to east, there is decrease in the snowfall events. The average annual rainfall in the eastern Himalayan region is around 3,000 millimeters, and in the western Himalayan region is around half of that, that is 1,500 millimeters. Highest and the lowest rainfall, there is a very huge range, as low as 75 millimeters in the Indus Valley and as high as around 12,000 millimeters in the Khasi Hills in Cherrapunji and Masinram. And this is because of the microclimatic variations, because the ecology, hydrology, physiography, it's a tremendous variability in the Himalayan region. The second source, which of course comes from the precipitation, are the rivers. They supply water to, as I said, 1.3 billion people in the country, 1.3 million people in the country. And they originate from the melting of snow and glaciers and also from the rainfall. There are around 9,575 glaciers in the Himalayan region. They keep on changing, of course. And the melting of these glaciers and also the rainfall gives rise to three major rivers, that is Indus River and River Ganges and Brahmaputra. The maximum runoff from snowfall, from the snow melt from Himalayas originates in the month of June and July. And these glaciers are melting, at different rates, but one of the studies tells us that the melting range is, melting rate is around 0.02 to 0.6 centimeter per day, per degree centigrade per day in the month of June. The third important source of water in the Indian Himalayan region are the springs. Springs are actually the lifeline of the people who are living in the hill and mountain ecosystems, because they are the main source of the fresh water for household, more than 80%, for example, in Sikkim and likewise in other parts of Indian Himalayan region. And majority of the irrigated area is fed by water coming from the springs. These springs, they also generate the stream flow in the non-glaciated catchments. That means the rivers which are coming from, mainly from the precipitation, that is the rainfall. They also maintain the winter and dry season flows across the numerous in the rivers across IHR basins, and they also contribute the base flow of many rivers. Now, since the climate is changing, which is no more a myth now, it is proved beyond doubt that climate is changing, and is changing fast and the impact of this climate change is more in the Himalayan or the hill and mountain ecosystems as compared to the plains. And what are the parameters which indicate us that the climate is changing? The first is the warming of air and surface. The Himalayas is continuously warming, and this rate of warming in Himalayas has been found to be faster than the plain areas in the Indian landmass. The average temperature rise in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, one study was, it's a very interesting paper, is around 0.11 in the first half of the 20th century, and it increased to 0.16 in the second half of the 20th century. And in the 21st century, it has just doubled. It's very interesting. from 0.13 to 0.32 degree per decade during 21st century. This is alarming information. Another information coming is that at the lower elevations, the temperature rise is slower, around less than 0.2 degrees per decade, and this is if the elevation is less than 500 meters. But as we go to the higher elevations and say beyond 2,000 meters, the warming rate is much higher. It's about 3 times less than 0.2 to 0.61 degrees centigrade per decade, and it has a tremendous impact on the melting of the glaciers. The temperature rise in Indian Himalayan region during the last 4 decades, it has been observed to be around 0.1 to 0.7 degrees, depending on the elevation and also the aspect. If it is the north facing or south facing, it has a tremendous impact. Warming in the northwestern Himalayan region is around in the maximum, minimum, and main temperatures is around this one. Interesting information here is that the minimum temperature is rising more than the maximum temperature. And the projected temperature rise by the end of 21st century would be around 4.4 degrees centigrade, which is also a very important issue. In addition to the temperature rise, there is, event of deposition of the black carbon. Earlier, it was thought that this, the melting of the glacier is because of the rising temperature. But now it has been found that the black carbon is equally important as far as the, melting of the glaciers and snow is concerned. And this black carbon is primarily because of the air pollution. Earlier, it was thought that it is because of the forest fires, but now it has been found that the increasing concentration of carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide, they are also responsible for the carbon particles which are depositing on snow and glaciers. The first historical event was found in the Mount Everest, where around 80 nanogram per meter cube of the black carbon was observed. And now many examples are coming from India of the deposition of black carbon, say from Kullu in Himachal Pradesh, Suru River in northern India. And this black carbon, it is, as I said, is contributing to the increased the melting of the glaciers and the snow because of the decrease in the albedo. It decreases the reflection of the incident radiation and increases the radiation absorption. And it has been found now that it is as potent as carbon dioxide in melting of snow and glaciers. Changing precipitation trends. There are 2 weather systems operating in India as far as the precipitation is concerned, the summer monsoons and the winter westerly disturbances. And they are mainly responsible for the snowfall input, which are the lifeline of the glaciers, and they are responsible for their sustainability. The local heating and warm climate conditions are significantly changing the precipitation pattern. And the precipitation data, unfortunately, is too scarce to observe any particular precipitation trend in Indian Himalayan region. But although there are many, studies coming out from different locations, and one can make out the some inference out of that. Very interesting observation study has been conducted and presented. It has been found that the rain to snow line, that means a line, an elevation above which the rainwater converts into snow because of the low temperatures, it has moved up by 400 to 900 meters. It's a significant increase. And in some cases, it is as high as 900 meters. So resultantly, what is happening that below this, in the lower ranges, the snowfall is decreasing and the rainfall is increasing. And this is because of this, change in the pattern of the snowfall and the rainfall. There is a drastic effect or significant effect on the flow of the rivers. The total precipitation followed a decreasing trend. Although as I said, the rainfall is increasing and the snowfall is decreasing, but the net precipitation, snowfall plus rainfall, is on the decline side, and annual snowfall decline projected due to temperature rise is 30 to 50% in Indus Basin. This is very important information. I'll explain how. 30 to 50% in Indus Basin, 50 to 60% in Ganges Basin, and 50 to 70% in Brahmaputra Basin. So snowfall is decreasing. What is happening actually, the melting of glaciers is very much dependent on that. And glacial melt is a worldwide phenomenon. The significant melting of snow and retreat of glaciers observed in Indian Himalayan region during the past 5 decades. The loss is at this rate. The continuous negative mass has been observed in some of the basins like Baspa Basin and the Chandrabhaga Basin, which they show that the rate of melting of glaciers and snow is at the exceeding rate. This is a very interesting study conducted on the glacier mass balance. Data from 15 glaciers in Indian Himalayan region. It has been found that throughout the study, ranging from 74 to 2010, most of the time, the mass balance was negative, which indicates that the glaciers are melting at a very alarming rate. Eastern Himalayan glaciers are shrinking faster than the central and western Himalayan region. Why Eastern Himalayan glaciers are shrinking? Because, as I said, the rain to snow line is moving up. Rainfall is increasing and snowfall is decreasing, and that is why in the eastern regions the glaciers are shrinking. Whereas in case of the western part or the central part, the rainfall is less and the snowfall is a little higher. The rate of recede in the glaciated area, where these are the different data, but it is varying from 0.1% per year to as high as 1% per year. There are some more examples of the melting of the glaciers. I'll not go into the detail of this, but the interesting thing is the variability is as high, is so wide, 4 meters to as high as 178 meters per year. If you look at the Gangotri Glacier, for example, the receding rate is about 20 to 30 meters per year, and it has been found that over the period of, let's say, 15 to 20 years, this glacier has moved 20 to 30 kilometers back. It's an alarming situation. Another thing is the receding of the mountain springs. About 50% perennial springs in Indian Himalayan region have dried up. 30% springs in Nepal has been dried up. And the decline in spring flows has been observed. Either they are drying or their flow is declining. Around 25% spring flow in one of the, this river basin, Gaula River Basin, has been observed in 35% in other places. My point is that because of this, change of the impact of the climate change, the springs are either drying up or their flow rate has been declining. There are several reasons for the mountain springs which are drying. One of the biggest reasons is the climate change, and associated with that, there are so many other anthropogenic and natural forces. I will not go into the detail of that. Another important thing which is happening now in the hydrology of the Himalayas is the change in the river flows. The river flows, as I said, is one of the major source of fresh water downstream. And if this flow is changing, it will definitely have a significant impact on the lives of the people who are living downstream. Now, the rainfall is the major contributor factor in Ganga and Brahmaputra, whereas snow and glacial melt is the contributing factor in case of Indus. And this has a very tremendous impact. Contribution of snow and glacial melt in the river flow is about 9 to 19% in Ganga and Brahmaputra, only 9 to 19%. Whereas in case of Indus river flow, it is 60%. So that means that the consistent increase in the river flow is expected until at least 2050. Ganga and Brahmaputra rivers due to increased precipitation. What is happening actually, as I said, in the eastern part, the rainfall is increasing and the snowfall is declining. But since these Ganges and the Brahmaputra are fed by the rainfall water, so their impact, the reduced effect, the amount of snow is not going to impact the flow of the Ganga and Brahmaputra. Whereas in case of Indus River, it is due to the increased glacial melt. But what is happening? Because of the climate change, the Ganga and Brahmaputra river flows, they are unlikely to change with the coming time. But in case of Indus River, this is a short time increase, and due to increased glacial melt and likely to decrease as soon as the stock of snow and melt is exhausted, then the flow of Indus River will fall down. But this will not happen in case of Ganga and Brahmaputra because the rainfall is increasing, but it will happen in case of Indus River. So the water balance in these three river basins are going to be changed in different ways with the climate change. The implications of the climate change are the shrinking of the water resources. And there are different observations. For example, there is from Uttarakhand, there is a report that snow covered area in Uttarakhand has decreased by 26 kilometers square during last 37 years. Alarming situation. More than a quarter of all ice in Himalayas lost in last 4 decades. Another report. There, it was very recently in the paper, it was published that the entire snow in the Arctic region shall melt by 2050. There are different reports coming. The inference is that the water store in the Himalayas is declining. River flows shall consistently increase by 2050, but the Indus River flow is expected to decline, whereas the Indus and Brahmaputra river flows will remain. Ganga, not Indus, but it's Ganges. Ganga and Brahmaputra river flows will remain unchanged for some time. Implications. This is a very serious impact of the glacial melt, that is the formation of the glacial lakes. And the glacial lake outflow floods is this. It's a very serious event which is going to happen. Increased flash floods, soil erosion, cloud bursts, destruction of infrastructure, and I think we have not forgotten the 2 major disasters: Kedarnath disaster in 2013, and only the Joshima disaster which happened only 2-3 days ago on 7th of February. And this is because of the GLOF. And these events are going to increase. And dear participants, you must be knowing that there are hundreds and hundreds of new lakes which are coming up because of the glacial melt. And this is going to be a very serious issue in coming years. Implication of water resources, drying of the water springs, as I have already said. So they are the lifeline of these people. Another problem which is coming up, which is about to come in near future, is the water security threatened by increased water demands. This is because of the improved socioeconomic conditions of the people in the downstream. Their lifestyle is changing, their water requirements are changing. There is a lot of use of the demand of water for the industry and other things. So because of that, the water security is more threatened. One, the store of water in the Himalayas is declining, and secondly, the demand is increasing. So the gap in water demand and water supply from Himalayas could be doubled by 2050, and so this is a matter of serious concern. What are the challenges? Challenges are information with respect to changing climate scenarios in Indian Himalayan region and its implications on the water resources related threats are not fully investigated and understood. Although there are so many papers published, but they're very sporadic from here and there, and it is very difficult to make some conclusions. And secondly, the variability in the Himalayan ecosystem is so high that these small studies will not suffice the purpose. So research on the climate change vis-a-vis the impact on the ecosystem, that is forests, the water, agriculture resources, so on and so forth, is still in the infancy stage. So this needs to be strengthened. Paucity of long-term climate data and lack of dependable micro-level data are limited. The climate data collection network is very weak, so it has to be strengthened. So because of that, the information gathered is not enough. Another problem is that the assessment of the water flow in the rivers, in the IHR basins, there are a lot of uncertainties in that because of the methodology and because of the limited resources which are put in for the assessment of the river flows. The current generation climate models and the downscaling methodologies have limitations in capturing the observed hydroclimatic variations, because there is tremendous variation. As I said, microclimate is highly variable in Himalayan region, and because of that, the climate models, which are based on several assumptions, they are not fulfilled, and because of that, whatever inferences we are getting are scanty. The climate effects of black carbon, which is becoming a very, very important issue as far as the glacial melt is concerned, on the Himalayan glaciers are not adequately understood. There are very, very few studies. Each Indian Himalayan region river basin has its characteristic ecological complexity, endowment, and needs of water, creating diverse governance challenges. With one governance, you cannot solve the issues of entire Himalayan region because there is so much variability in that. So what needs to be done? Only 2 slides. The climate data collection network, first thing, it has to be strengthened. If we have to do some meaningful work for the conservation and the management of the water resources in Himalayas or Indian Himalayan region. This is the first thing which we have to do. The data collection network has to be strengthened. We must understand that the glaciers which have already shrunk, which have already decreased in size, it is very difficult to rescue them. We cannot do anything. So what we can do, what we have to do is we must concentrate our efforts on the mitigation of the impact of these melting glaciers and get prepared at the societal and economic level. We have to get prepared about the consequences and also try to see that the further shrinkage is not there. But the glaciers which have already melted, we cannot do anything. So we should not spend any energy on that. Address the water crisis due to the dried up springs through spring shed management study. Like the watershed management, we must go for spring shed management studies because they are the lifeline of the hill people. Very, very important. As far as the household water is concerned, irrigation water is concerned, this is mainly the spring water which is coming to their help. And in doing so, we must combine our scientific knowledge as well as the indigenous technology knowledge, because people are very, very intelligent. They have managed their water resources for centuries, and we must make use of those information, their knowledge. We must reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. We cannot do to the glaciers which have already melted, but what we can do is we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and move on to the renewable energy resources like wind, solar, and ocean waves. You must be knowing that the government of India is already committed to reduce the CHGs, GHGs, the greenhouse gas emissions intensity by 35%. But in spite of that, the temperature rise, decline in the temperature rise would not be very significant. There are some policy issues at the government level or the governance level, which we must be taken into consideration. I believe that there should be a two-tiered policy approach. One, a framework policy for the entire Indian Himalayan region water resources. And two, within this large framework, the very specific policies need to be framed and practiced for the individual basins because of the large variability. Two, recognize all the constituents of river flows. What I mean to say is when we make our policies, developmental policies, we must take into consideration all the possible constituents of the water, that is household use, irrigation potential, hydro water potential, power potential, industrial potential, recreation potential, etc., 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 in a holistic manner, rather than simply considering that this is water. Third thing is the policy must integrate water demand and infrastructure development. That means our infrastructure development must meet to the water demand, and also this demand must take into consideration, as I said, the different constituents for flood mitigation, irrigation, water supply, functioning of ecosystems, for example, your industry, etc., recreation purpose, pollution control, all these things have to be taken into consideration while calculating the demand, and then you make the policies for the infrastructure development according to that. It must be in the integrated fashion. Organized governance at the basin level, considering IHR as the large catchment is needed. Piecemeal approach will not do. We have to move in a holistic manner. Consider the entire Indian Himalayan region as one unit and then frame policies and go ahead. Dear friends, India has a great potential as far as the human resource is concerned, technology is concerned, infrastructure development, and political will is concerned to manage the water resources in the Indian Himalayan region. So we need not to worry about it. We have the potential. Only thing is, since it is a very complex issue, I believe that it has to be tackled in an integrated manner with the participation of all the stakeholders in an holistic manner, taking into consideration the environmental issues, the agroecological issues, and the socio-economic conditions of the region. We cannot, separate out the social aspect of the people who are living there. Last but not the least, I believe that there are several opportunities waiting for the development and the prudent exploitation. Thank you very much, all the participants, for giving your time to listen to my presentation. And I'm thankful to all the organizers of this conference for giving me time and share my views on this topic. Thank you. Thank you once all.
Thank you, Dr. Deep Kumar Sharma ji, for a very elaborative and thought-provoking discussion onto the water resources in Indian Himalaya region, challenges and opportunity. So from the point, you have made the presentations right from the east to west, north to south also, all kinds of how we can manage them. The water resources is really an eye-opener for all of us. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
Now I'll move on to the next presentation by Dr. V.K. Mishra, Director ICAR, RC for Northeastern Region, Barapani. And he'll be speaking on underground taming of flood for irrigation, UTIF. Is Dr. V.K. Mishra available?
He is not.
He's not available?
Sir, he is not available. Right now, he is in journey.
Okay, so at present we will drop him. So I'll invite the next lead speaker, Dr. Hasrat Arjuman, founder president from the Grassroots Institute Canada. He is speaking on multidisciplinary approach for human resource development, dissemination of knowledge, and international cooperation. Dr. Hasrat Arjuman, please. Dr. Hasrat Arjuman, please. Is he available? Swami sir, he is available or not?
Sir, he is also not available. Although I have no information.
Okay. So by considering that he is also not available, I'll move on to the next. Now we have the oral presentations approximately as per this thing is 14. So I expect that within 1.5 minutes, the oral presentation has to be made instead of the 8 minutes as per the mail message. So first of all, I'll invite the Rajat Singh, Nutrient Management in Pumpkin Crop. Rajat Singh, please. Is Rajat Singh available? Rajat Singh, please. I don't think he's available. Then we can have the, is Rajat Singh available, please? Okay. Then we can have the next speaker in line for oral presentation. LK Behra.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
LK Behra, sir, is available?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then it is regarding the teak volumetric equation, volume table development in Sayadari Hill of Western Ghats for hill ecosystem management.
Yes, sir.
Dr. LK Behra, please. Yes. So please don't take more than 1.5 minutes. So this is my submission because we have to have after this session, the valedictory session. So that is scheduled by 4 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Next. My presentation is a volumetric equation and volume table development for take in the Sayadri Hills of Western Ghats in the hill ecosystem management. Next slide. Coming to its objective, we do this research for to develop a volumetric equation and a volume table for the farmers as well as forester to quantify the volume of take in standing condition by measuring the diameter, height, and calculating its volumes, and so that the farmers or forester or any scientist can be benefited to know the how much quantity of wood is present in take tree in standing condition, and it could be helpful for their management aspect or for their selling purpose. Next one. Next, sorry. The methodology adopted as per FAO, and in this context, we
Please
have.
go on to the next slide. Please don't go by the methodology. You would straightway come to the title and then objective and the final part. That's all.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Because
Next
we won't
slide.
be able to put on the 3 slides only. That's all.
Next slide. These are the parameters measured by our staffs. Next slide. In this regarding this is the summary of the different parameters measured, and the parameters are classified in different diameter classes, and mean value are calculated in the different ranges of Sayadri Hills. Next slide. Next slide. Next. Okay, these are the pictorial view where we have taken the different tree having different ranges of their diameter, height, and in a difficulty condition, we measure the tree parameter and calculated its volumes. Next slide. Next one. By putting the diameter and height in the x-axis and volume in the y-axis, we develop a linear regression equation, and it is 0.0004x, where x is nothing but diameter and height multiplication plus 0.014. And by considering this equation, we have developed a volume table for Sahyadri Hills region. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is the volume volume table developed by from that equation, and here we divided into different diameter classes and height classes, and mid of these diameter classes and height classes we calculate the volume, and here we can see next, by considering the mid value of height and diameter in that is 6.5 and that is 12.5, it is of 0.055 meter cube. Similarly, the midpoint of the diameter and height class, it is coming around that is about 2.225 meter cube, and in the larger part that is diameter and height class, it is coming around 10.225 meter cube. Next slide, please. Validating the data from the actual volume we are calculated and from the equation we have developed, it is very less negligible difference among the calculated value, and there is only less than 5% of deviation from our equation and the actual volume calculated. So the conclusion part of my our finding is that the farmers and forester or scientists can use the volumetric equation, that is V equal to 0.004 d square h plus 0.041, and the volume table we have prepared for the calculation of absolute volume of standing trees of teak in the Sahyadri Hills region of Western Ghats, for the to quantify the quantity of wood present in the standing tree. As we know, it is very much difficult to calculate the standing tree volume of any tree, so they can easily calculate the volume of standing tree by measuring only diameter and height and putting these values in the equation, or they will get the volume of the teak in the volume table preparation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Behra. Now I'll invite the next speaker, Omala D. Kuchanwar. Effect of graded level of nitrogen and phosphorus on yield, quality, and total uptake of calendula. Next speaker, is he available, please? Omala D. Kuchanwar. I think he is also absent. Then I'll move on to the next speaker, Padmaja H. Kasadikar. Is Padmaja H. Kasadikar available? Padmasa S. Kajadikar. Not available. Padmasa H. Kasudikar. Not available. Okay. Then we will move on to the next. KL Chungoli.
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Okay. You can make your presentation. So.
Sir, slide. Okay.
Yeah. She will be making a presentation on sustainable productivity and profitability through maize waste cropping system in hilly areas of Chandel district in Manipur.
Respected Chairman, Co-Chairman, Convener, a very good afternoon to everyone. Today I'm going to present on sustainable productivity and profitability through maize-based cropping system in hilly areas of Chandel district, Manipur. Next slide, sir. So as we know, maize is the second cereal crop grown in Manipur next to rice, and is grown in all hill and valley districts of Manipur. And the main cropping pattern in Chandel district is maize and rice-based cropping system, which prove advantages because of difference in their crop growth and nutrition requirement, and owing to the high population pressure and less chance of increasing in cultivated land Intercropping seems to be one of the options to increase food grain production and intensify land use, as well as to meet the diversified need of farming communities from limited area. And this practice is an alternative strategy to smallholder farmers for increasing productivity, land labor utilization per unit area of available land through intensification of land use. Next, sir. With the objective to find out the best intercropping system for higher productivity, profitability, for increasing the livelihood security of the small and marginal farmers of the district.
Bravo. Bravo.
So here the study was carried out in Krishi Vigyan Kendra Chandel, ICR Research Complex, NEH region, Manipur Center, with in 3 different locations of the farmers field during 2018-19 and 19-20. Then to the in maize-based cropping system. Then here we have 3 different maize-based cropping system. That is one sol maize crop, and then maize intercrop with groundnut, and maize intercrop with rice bean. The variety of the maize taken up was HQPM5 and groundnut ICGS 76 and rice bean local. And these crops were sown during Kharif season, that is first week of May to the first week of June. Here, from the findings we can see that among the different intercropping system, the highest grain yield was observed in sol maize. That this might be due to the higher plant population, and the maize yield recorded in different cropping system was lesser. Next, sir. Next slide, sir. Okay, here the effect of maize-based cropping system on grain yield and maize equivalent yield. As we have discussed, grain yield was observed highest in when the maize was grown as sol, and then the second was followed by maize plus rice bean. Then, but in when we see in the equivalent yield of maize, we can see that the highest grain equivalent yield was observed when maize was intercrop with groundnut, which might be due to higher production as well as the high price of the local market. Next, sir. So in the economic point of view, also we can see that the gross return and net income was also highest when maize was intercrop with groundnut, with the benefit cost ratio of 3.18 in case of maize plus groundnut intercropping system.
Bengali, please come to, yeah, okay. Thank you. Please present.
So in the summary, we can just summarize that during the first year experimentation, the performance of sol crop was higher in the yield and yield attributes like number of crops, crop length, grain weight. But during the consecutive years of experimentation, it was observed that maize under intercrop performed better, which might be due to legume interaction, and differences in yield of maize crop. Excuse me, sir. Then differences in the yield of maize crop between sol crop and intercrop were mainly due to higher plant population of maize. Maximum grain yield of maize was recorded in maize plus rice bean intercrop during 2 years of experimentation, which was higher than maize plus groundnut intercropping system. So and the maximum, but in case of maximum maize equivalent yield, it was observed that maize plus groundnut intercrop give the highest equivalent yield of 52.16 quintal per hectare and 54.90 quintal per hectare. Next, sir. Next slide, sir. So among the intercropping system, maize-based, sir, my slide is jumping. Among the intercropping system, maize plus groundnut intercrop has the highest net income and the highest benefit cost ratio. And during the 2 years of experimentation, which might be due to higher production and comparatively higher selling price in the local market. And in conclusion, I would like to conclude that the sole maize cropping system can be improved by intercropping with legumes. It has the advantages of both soil fertility and crop yield also. Diversification of the existing cropping system will enhance the productivity and economics. Therefore, it can be concluded that maize plus groundnut intercropping may be a viable and remunerative maize-based intercropping system in the hilly regions of Chandel district, Manipur. So in conclusion, I would like to conclude that ultimate goal of farming is not only the growing of crops, but also cultivation and perfection of the human being. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chongoli. Now we will move on to the next presentation by S.S. Dhakar.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I will share the presentation.
He will be presenting on effect of raised bed planting on growth characters and yield of soybean in Malwa region of MP.
Yes, sir.
So don't take more than 2 minutes. Already she has taken the more time. So try to be, just go by title, your objectives, and the conclusion part. That's all. Only 3 slides.
My presentation is effect of raised bed planting system on growth character and yield of soybeans in Malwa region of Madhya Pradesh. In Malwa region, soybean is the major crop in Kharif season, and these are an abstract introductions.
Please put onto the power slide board, please. Slide board, please. No, it is visible, but the size is not appropriate. Put onto the slide mode presentation. Okay, continue just. Okay, continue. No problem.
Material method, raised bed planting in Kharif season 2017-18 for soybean under Operation Village of Krishi Vigyan Keन्द्र Sajapur. The training are conducted to promote the technology of raised bed planting in the farmers field. Here technology approved trainings, farmers visits, Kisan Goshtis. These are the farmer practice sweep bell seed drills, and these are the recommended practice raised furrow irrigated bed systems conducted in the field of farmers. These are photographs. The procedure followed. We are observed the plant height, number of plants, roots, plant seed index, seed yield, and harvest. All agronomical parameters are dated. These are the parameters. Resultant discussions. Sowing times are more in farm irrigation system, but in sowing cost, but growth parameter are more reliable for soybean crops. Plant heights, number of root plant at 60 days are more in the case of raised bed planting. These are the photographs in case of raised bed planting. Calculation effect of raised bed planting in soybean crop found better in control due to safe removal of excess rainwater, soil moisture stored sunshine in the soybean crop during dry spell, proper aeration in the root zone of the soybean crop. Result of the experiment indicated by achieving higher productivity of soybean crop, the soybean should be sown by raised bed planting system. These are the impact in the Sajapur district of Madhya Pradesh. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next we have the presentation by Narinder Panotra. Is Narinder Panotra available? Narinder Panotra. Is Narinder Panotra available? Okay, if not, then we'll move on to the next. Neha Chopde. Neha Chopde. Neha Chopde. Not available? Then we move on to the next. D. Nong Maitham. D. Nong Maitham. D. Nong Maitham. Is he available? It also seems to be absent. Then we have Priya P.
Yes, sir, I'm present.
Okay, please make your presentation. So she'll be presenting on assessment of K release threshold levels in shrink swell soils under different agroecological regions of India. Priya P, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Very good afternoon to chairman, co-chairman, and all the members of second Web Asian conference. I am Dr. Priya Gurav, working as a scientist in Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, and today I am presenting on assessment of K release threshold levels in shrink swell soils under different agroecological regions of India. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, now what is the threshold level? Threshold level or threshold K is to the fraction of non-exchangeable K, which is held around the 8 and base zone of the micaceous mineral and released in soil solution below a certain critical value of K concentration in soil sage. And there are two types of threshold level, that is a release threshold level and fixation threshold level. The release threshold level is nothing but solution concentration below which K starts releasing, and the fixation K level is the concentration above which K start decreases continuously. So next, please. An objective of my study is to evaluate the K status of shrink swell soils through release threshold levels, and second one is to relate the findings with the soil K release and fertilizer management. Next, please. So study area, I have collected soil samples from the 3 different states under 3 different agroecological regions. First from the Panjri series, Nagpur, Maharashtra, which comes under subhumid dry agroecological region and classified as a typic haplosters. Second one is from Telgi, Bellary, Karnataka, classified as a sodic haplosters and which comes under semi-arid dry condition. And last one is from the Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh, which is classified as a typic haplosters and which comes under the subhumid moist agroecological regions. Next, please. So what we the procedure is for threshold K level, that we have taken 2 gram soil samples, and by maintaining the different soil solution ratios from 1:2 to 1:400, then we have shaked for 1 hour and kept it for overnight for settlement. And this is the procedure how we have determined the threshold K level from the different soils. Then come to the results. Here we can see that release threshold K level in terms of concentration activity ratio exchangeable K shows that there is no similarity in Panjri, Telgi and Kheri soil series, even though the 3 soils are verticose, and results for variations are predominance of diactadal and tractadal components, type of different K bearing minerals, expanded layers and cleavage plane, and amount of non-exchangeable K. Likewise, and here we can see the exchangeable K content in all the 3 soils is more than that of the release threshold level for all the 3 soils. Therefore, there is no need to external K fertilizer application in all the 3 soils. And here we can also see the release threshold level of Jabalpur Kheri series is high, and the exchangeable and non-exchangeable potassium content is also high in all the these fractions. Next, please. Next slide. See, this figure shows that the relationship of total K, that is a solution plus exchangeable K, with activity ratio and K concentration of Nagpur. Sorry, last slide, please, sir. The release threshold, so finally conclusion, the release threshold value in terms of exchangeable K for soil of Panjri series ranges from 130 to 150, Telgi from 90 to 150, and Kheri from 120 to 80. And these soils have adequate potassium more than the available or labile K. Therefore, there is no urgent need to apply surplus K fertilizer in these soils for plant growth and production. The importance of the concept of threshold value lies in the fact that the amount of contribution of non-exchangeable K toward plant uptake is determined by difference between actual K concentration in the soil solution and the threshold K concentration. So the difference should be considered before scheduling of K fertilizer to get optimum response. In some soils which are less cultivated, intermediate K is released even if the K level is quite high, and in this case, the knowledge of threshold value is very important for fertilizer recommendation. So the soils having exchangeable K near the release threshold value should be fertilized with potassium fertilizer to avoid soil mining. Next slide. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Okay. Thank you, Priya. Now we have the next presentation by K. Manhanta.
Yes, I am present, sir.
Okay. So Kaveri Mahanta, you can present. So she'll be presenting
Yes,
on
sir.
effect of tillage practices on some microbial characteristics in acid soils of Eastern Himalayan region.
Yes, sir, my slides are visible.
Yeah, visible.
Yes, sir. Respected chairman, co-chairman, convener, sir, and the distinguished participants. Very good afternoon to you all. Yes. My topic of discussion is effect of tillage practices on some microbial characteristics in acid soils of Eastern Himalayan region. So, as we know that conservation soil tillage technology used as a method of field crop stand establishment leading to sustainable agriculture. Sustainable soil management systems require not only the proper choice of cropping methods, tillage techniques ensure supply of nutrients, but also subsequent soil quality evaluations. It is well known that the soil quality and fertility is connected to the biological activity of a soil. Hence, the soil key indicators must include both biological and biochemical properties of soil to evaluate soil quality. Among the general parameters, the microbial biomass carbon is considered to be the most reliable one, followed by the dehydrogenous phosphates and beta glucosidase activity because they are related to the nutrient cycling and residue decomposition in soil. So, with this background, my objective of the present study is to assess the influence of conservation tillage practices and soil depth on selected soil microbial characteristics in winterized Indian master Sesbania sequence in acid soils of Eastern Himalayan region. So coming to the methods and method, the study was initiated during 2016 in Assam Agricultural University in the instruction cum research fund with soil type sandy loam, CAC 6.42, organic compound 0.86, and nutrient status of medium range. And for with management practices, Pedilachlor at the rate of 750 gram per hectare was applied in rice, and pendimethalin at the rate of 750 gram was applied in Indian mustard. So soil samplings were done from the conventional tillage, minimum tillage, and minimum tillage with residue incorporation from 4 depths, that is 0 to 5 centimeter, 5 to 15 centimeter, 15 to 30 centimeter, and 0 to 30 centimeter. So the next, the total, there is 4 applications we consider, and the design of experiment was RBD, and the estimation of the microbial characteristics were done by following the standard protocols. So coming to the results, the dehydrogenous activity, it is a vital, dehydrogenase it is a versatile enzyme which takes an important part in electron transfer chain, and it is observed that the minimum tillage with and without residue incorporated tend to increase the activity, enzyme activity significantly due to more accumulation of organic and inorganic nutrients in the surface soil, facilitate the proliferation of the microbial community and similar enzyme activity as well. Coming to the acid phosphatase enzyme, which helps in the removing of soluble forms of phosphate from the other complex molecules during decomposition. And it is observed that this activity is significantly affected by the tillage treatments and increased significantly in minimum tillage with and without residue incorporation compared to the conventional tillage. It is because of that minimum tillage enhances the accumulation of organic nitrogen and carbon in the surface soil, as well as the greater accumulation of inorganic nutrients, which in turn increase the microbial population and ultimately the enzyme activities. Next, coming to the beta glucosidase activities, the beta glucosidase it is mainly involved in the decomposition of plant residue, and it helps in the catalyzing the hydrolysis of the glucoside bonds, and it is observed that this is very much sensitive to the management practices like tillage and directly related to the soil organic carbon and the soil water holding capacity, for which the minimum tillage yielded and significant influence on the enzyme activity compared to the conventional tillage. Coming to the microbial biomass carbon, which is a measure of carbon contained in the living components of the organic matter and is significantly affected by the tillage practices. And we found that
I think link has been broken, please. Yes. So thank you, Dr. K. Mahanta. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now we'll move on to the next. BP Meena.
Yes, sir, I am present, sir. Yes, sir,
Okay,
I am present.
Okay. BP Meena will be presenting on effect of integrated plant nutrient supply modules on system productivity and soil properties in cereal legume cropping system. Meena, please.
Yes, sir. Respected chairman, co-chairman, and convener of this technical session program, myself, Dr. Bharat Prakash Meena, scientist, agronomy at ICR, ISS Bhopal. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much to organizers for giving me opportunity to present my study in this prestige conference. This is the effect of integrated nutrient plant nutrient supply modules on productivity and soil health in cereal legume system. Sir, it is evident that in order to maintain and increase the food production, the present soil degradation must be a top priority in our society. Therefore, a long-term fertilizer experiment was set up at ICR ISS Bhopal to develop IFNS model for sustaining crop productivity and maintaining soil health, with this objective to develop different integrated plant nutrient supply modules for sustaining crop productivity and soil health. These are 12 INM modules and combinations, including chemical fertilizers and FIM, poultry manure based, urban compost, and glycerin seed habits, and soil test based fertilizers. Those was applied target yield. So this is a long-term trend of 8 years data of maize yield and system productivity significantly increased with IFNS model. And maize yield and system yield were significantly highest with STCR based IFNS model, and that is 75% of NPK with STCR based NPK, followed by integration of poultry manures as compared to 100% NPK. However, integration of different organic sources of nutrient could not sustain the maize yield, whereas chickpea yield was significantly increased in response to residual fertility of different IFNS model. And the system productivity was the highest with the IFNS model, that is 75% NPK, along with FIM at the rate 5 ton per hectare, which was significantly higher than GRD and 100% NPK. This clearly indicates that the importance of adequate amount of NPK fertilization along with FIM for sustaining maize chickpea yield. Next, please. This is the apparent nutrient balance. The apparent nutrient balance is the most important sustainability indicator to assessing the long-term nutrient management practices. The apparent nutrient balance was negative in all the treatments except T11 treatment, where large amount of FIM was applied in every year. This negative balance was due to higher plant growth and nutrient uptake as compared to applied. Hence, the negative balance indicates that integration of organic manures with NPK is inadequate to compensate the grain and extra removal by the crops. Next, please. So this is a total organic carbon and total nitrogen content. These total nitrogen content and total organic carbon content are higher under T11 treatments and followed by T5 treatments, where 20 ton FOM and 5 ton FOM along with 75% NPK were applied. And this was mostly due to addition of organic manures in the surface soil. Hence, it is proved that the FIM is a good source of organic matter, contributed tremendously enhancing the carbon content in the soil. Next, please. This is the impact of IFNS model on soil biological properties. This indicates that where continuous application of organic manures increase the soil enzyme activities as compared to chemical fertilizers. The soil enzyme activity significantly increased under the continuous supply of larger amount of FIM at the rate 20 ton per hectare. It was sustaining and it was statistically at par with T5 treatment, where 5 ton FIM was applied along with 75% NPK with STCR based. Next, please. This is the micronutrient content was analyzed after 8 years experiment. These micronutrient contents were also significantly influenced by the different treatments. They significantly increased the zinc and manganese content in all treatments as compared to first cycle, that is 2012. And the highest zinc and manganese availability was increased in T5 treatment and T11 treatment, where 75% NPK plus FIM was applied, followed by 20 ton FIM was exclusively applied, and similar trend was also observed in case of manganese. Next, please. This is the iron and copper concentration. The iron content in surface soil was also significantly increased over the initially level of iron, and highest iron was observed with T11 treatments, followed by T5 treatments, and similar trend were also observed in case of copper. Next, please. This is the conclusion on the basis of crop productivity and soil health. We have concluded that balanced use of nutrients through STCR-based fertilizers with organic manure sustain the maize yield over the years. Though exclusive organic treatments maintain the soil properties better than others, but could not sustain the maize yield. However, there is no problem in sustaining chickpea yield. The apparent nutrient balance was negative for nitrogen and potassium in all the treatments, except T11 treatments where the larger amount of FIM was applied, and while field balance was positive under the complete and balanced nutrition. The significant positive increasing trend of total organic carbon content and nitrogen status were observed under the higher amount of FIM was applied, followed by STCR based NPK plus FIM at the rate of 5 ton per hectare. Next, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Meena, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Now, next I invite the Rekha Yadav. Is Rekha Yadav available? Rekha Yadav, please. Okay, I think she is also absent. Then we have next presentation by Rajiv Padmabhushan.
Yes, sir.
Rajiv Padmabhushan. Okay, please
Yes, sir.
take only
Good
2
afternoon,
minutes.
sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
good afternoon. Take only 2 minutes.
Okay.
And put your title, your objectives, and just briefly your methodology and your conclusion. Half minute for each slide, only 4 slides. Please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 1 minute. Sir, you are able to see my slide?
No, I'm not able to see. Yeah, okay,
Is
put
it
on
visible,
the,
sir?
yeah, visible, but put on the slide mode presentation.
Okay, sir.
Put on to the slide mode presentation.
Okay, sir.
No, visibility is not
It's a
title. Yeah, now it is okay, but It is not giving in the slide mode. Okay, just continue. I think it is okay. Option.
Okay, sir, it is okay.
Yeah, this first slide seems to be okay. We will see. Okay, continue.
Okay, sir. Respected chairman, co-chairman, and convener of and dear participants, myself Rajiv Padbhushan, assistant professor cum junior scientist in the Department of Soil Science and Agriculture Chemistry, Bihar Agriculture University, Sabor. I am here to present my presentation on the topic meta-analysis study to demarcate soil characteristics and carbon pools in grassland, then forest lands of India. So grassland, as we know, is a highly dynamic land system and provides vital ecosystem services mainly consisting of carbon storage in the tropics and subtropics. The objective of my study is to delineate the grassland in India according to soil characteristics and carbon pools in comparison to native forest land, and to discuss the management strategy for improving the soil carbon storage in the grassland. So here you can see the trend of this grassland over the forest lands. There has from 2001 to 2017, this forest land has increased by 1.5%. However, the grassland has declined by 2.3%. This is the study, major study there, which has been taken for my study, representing the climate, altitude, total carbon density, and the soil types. So in the brief, from tropic to subtropic, humid to semi-arid has been taken for this study, comprises of different soil types, and the carbon density, average carbon density was 59.80 megagram per hectare. The carbon stock was maximum in the Assam, whereas lowest was observed in the Rajasthan. These are the physical and chemical characteristics of the forest and grassland of the collected studies. So for this study, 675 paired data sets have been taken from different studies inside the India, from the different profiles, soil profiles from the year 1990 to 2019. These data, carbon related parameters were calculated, and this study was not used with the MetaWin software, which is a new dimension of the study to understand how these are going to bring the changes of the treatments over the control in the forms of the table and bar graph using the mixed model and with bootstrapping in 4,999 iterations. So coming to the results findings, that there was slight increase in the in pH and BD was observed in the grassland over the forest land. However, the carbon was and the carbon pools was decreased from 30 to 35%. The carbon stock was decreased by 37% if we see in cumulative 0 to 45 centimeter of the soil. But when we see the profile of the study, there was significant changes was observed in the bulk density from the for this period of study, while the carbon in the surface was changes were lower as compared to when we go into the depth. If we see about the different soil carbon pools, there the carbon pools was found, level carbon pools were found more affected in the subsurface soil as compared to the non-level carbon pool. However, the microbial biomass carbon was more affected in the surface soil as compared to the subsurface soil. Coming to the microbial quotient, which is a representative of soil quality and quality microbial activity, there was found that in the case of the it was more in the case of the forest land or in the subsurface and subsurface soil over the grassland. Through meta-analysis study, we can also find that there is this change was 2.4% in the surface soil. However, in the subsurface it was 8.47%. If we calculate this relative carbon stock, it was found that in the grassland it has been decreased by 15.2% over the forest land, and if we convert into the carbon dioxide equivalent emission, that is 33.37 33.3 megagram per hectare of the carbon loss has been observed. So how can we manage this carbon storage? So several studies has been incorporated in this study, silvipastoral system, in which the shrubs and trees can be used for managing the carbon in these grasslands. Also, we can have the different types of forest areas in the land spared areas. Also, the legume species and rotational grazing, regulating appropriating grazing intensity, controlling soil erosions, when can be a better method for improving the soil carbon stock. So we can overall conclude from our study that the among soil properties, the soil reaction and BD has increased in the grassland. However, the soil organic carbon and soil carbon pools has decreased due to the land use conversion. The loss of this soil carbon stocks from the conversion of native forest to grassland was significant at approximately found to be 33%, and this decrease in microbial quotients was found to be detrimental impact and affecting the microbial activity and the soil quality. Therefore, proper management strategies through this agroforestry, introduction of legumes, silvipastoral systems, fertilizations, irrigation, and introduction of quality grass species that could increase the soil carbon stocks in the grassland and conserve the capabilities of soil for soil carbon storage. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation, Rajiv Padmabhushan, on the meta-analysis of the grassland and the forest lands with respect to the properties of the soils. I think we are no more left with any kind of oral presentation in this session. Is anybody left? Okay, so I make a.
Thank you, sir. I think you have done your job very well.
No,
and
just
you're in time.
Yeah, I was
time
just
allows,
speaking.
maybe, sir, you will also be chairing this session. And yes, sir, this session actually includes poster sessions also.
No, that I know.
So,
that's what I was
I'll
seeking
just
your
arrange for
permission.
uploading the posters.
Okay, no, that we have to continue, or you first want to take that the validity session, then you want to
Yeah,
take the
that's
poster.
what I want to ask Dr. Swami.
Yeah, I think it is better if we take afterwards.
Yeah,
Because
Dr.
already
Swami.
I think we should complete our valedictory session first.
Yeah, that is better.
Okay.
So then we will. Then I will conclude later
if the chief guest is available, Dr. A.K. Singh has joined. Dr. A.K. Singh, sir.
He has not joined yet.
Dr. Suraj Ban, sir, please talk to Dr. A.K. Singh. He is not on this at present. So meanwhile, we can take one or two poster or anything.
Yeah, doctor. Then we can complete poster session.
One or two, just 5-7 minutes. Meanwhile, Dr.
So we'll
Suraj
just
will
try
talk.
to carry on with our poster session till the arrival of the chief.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Kohli, you can start with this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. The first poster scheduled is by Dr. Amit Kumar. Are you there? Then Dr. M. Bhargav.
Yes, sir, I am available.
Okay.
Very good afternoon to chairperson and co-chairperson and others. My poster topic is soil. Okay, wait. Yeah, sir, I am audible.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. My poster topic is L-glutaminase activity as influenced by varied crop conditions. So L-glutaminase is basically a soil amino hydrolase enzyme, sir, which help in the mineralization of organic nitrogen into inorganic nitrogen, which is available to the plants and other microorganisms. So here my major objective was that to study the influence of different crop rhizospheres on the activity of the soil enzyme activity. So in this experiment, we take the one lowland rice, maize, groundnut, legume, sunflower, and a vegetable crop bendi. So in all these crops, the enzyme activity was increases along with the age of the crop. So the maximum enzyme activity we observed at the maximum flowering stage of the crop, because at the stage the enzyme which secretes the maximum extracellular enzymes to the rhizosphere. So that will be the available food for the microorganisms. So they can use that. That is the carbon source for them. So at the maximum flowering stage, the enzyme activity will be higher. Later, the enzyme activity will be decreases according to them. And
Dr. Bhargav, just take 1 minute, please. Not more than 1 minute.
okay, sir. And among the different
Complete.
crops, groundnut crop is showing maximum enzyme activity because the groundnut is a legume crop. It has root nodules. Root nodules is the site of fixation of nitrogen. So when the atmospheric nitrogen fixation into the organic nitrogen form, somewhat of organic nitrogen form mainly converted into organic nitrogen compounds. So they may say that might be a food source for that microorganisms, and there is a stimulatory effect for the enzyme activity. So I am concluding that under the different type of crops, under legume rhizosphere, the L-glutamate activity will be more than other crops. Okay, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
Dr. Bhargav.
Thank you, sir.
Next by is Dr. N. Kalita.
Yes.
Dr.
Hello.
N. Kalita.
Yes, am I audible?
Okay. Yeah, you're audible. I'll just load your presentation. You
Okay.
please take not more than 1 minute. Just come straight away to the conclusion.
Okay, I will try. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Actually, this Zoom agriculture, this is an integral part of hill agriculture. That's why I wanted to share some results on Zoom cultivation. So actually, my study was to study the changes on soil physicochemical changes as well as fertility in different stages of Zoom cycle in Karbi Anglong district of Assam, that is under hill region of Assam. And actually the study ran in 4 different stages, that is on before clearing of the forest, after burning of vegetation, first year of cultivation, and after second year of cultivation. And the results showed that the physical properties, mainly sand content and soil bark density, this was the mostly increased. That are these are the main indicators of soil degradation. Then regarding soil organic carbon, it showed significant decrease after first year of cultivation. And even after second year, it showed maximum 50% reduction from the initial values. And regarding nutrients, nitrogen showed available nitrogen showed a significant decrease after first year of cultivation. So, and phosphorus and potassium, regarding these 2 nutrients, they showed initial increase after burning of the stubbles. So that is because of the addition of acids as well as rapid mineralization of the organic matters, and showed significant reduction after first year and second year of cultivation. And there was maximum about 38% reduction in case of potassium after second year of cultivation. So therefore, this study indicates that the proper soil and water conservation measures that is should be integrated with the traditional practices of Zoom, that it can make it a sustainable system, and with minimum, that is, ecological consequences, and sustain the livelihood of the livelihood security of the hill farmers. That's all, sir. Thank you. Hello. Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, Nilim. It's okay. Fine.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Next presentation may be uploaded, Dr. Kohli.
Dr. Ajina Sanil.
Yes, sir. I am available.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, I'll just upload your presentation.
Okay.
You can start. Please take just 1 minute.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon to all. Myself Ajina Sanil. So my poster presentation is on the topic of impact of long-term conservation agriculture practices of various soil microbial activities and a diversified maize-based cropping system in an insecticide. So for we know nowadays conservation agriculture are improving, increasing in India to conserve soil agriculture. So we conducted a long-term experiment which is started in the year 2018 with 3 tillage practices like zero tillage, permanent and conservation tillage, and with the 4 cropping system like maize, wheat, mung bean, maize, chickpeas, esbania, maize, mustard and mung bean, maize, sesbania. So we analyzed 5 different microbiological activities which is direct linked to soil health. So we found that in case of DHA, alkaline phosphatase, beta glucosidase, and FDA, in case of tillage practices, it is found to be higher in zero tillage compared to conventional tillage. And we also found that the zero tillage practices and permanent bed tillage practices were statistically at par in case of these microbial activities. And in case of different cropping system, we found that in case of DHA and alkaline phosphatase, maize, chickpea, sesbania cropping system were found to be higher to increase these enzymes, where in case of maize, wheat, mung bean, and maize, sesbania, which is statistically at par, which is more than that containing mustard cultivation. And in case of beta glucosidase FDA, we found that there were higher amount of beta glucosidase and FDA were found in maize, wheat, mung bean, and in maize sesbania. And we found that the allelopathic effect of this mustard might happen here to reduce the activities of different microbial enzyme. And with this experiment, I concluded that there is a synergistic effect, and means with different conservation tillage practices and cropping system. So if we apply the summer and winter legumes with the cereal crop, it will increase different soil enzymes and ultimately improve the soil quality in a long-term effect. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ajin.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Next
Thank you, Ajin.
presenter.
Yeah, could you just tell how this crop rotations and tillage practices have interacted to influence the microbial activity?
Sir, means
can you generalize this interaction?
Yes, sir. Means we in main plot we take 3 different tillage practices, and in that we subplot different cropping system like maize based cropping system.
Okay, but how do you generalize the interaction of tillage and microbial activity?
Means, sir, if we are applying in 3 season, in winter and summer season, if we take with legume crop, like in case of maize, chickpea and sesbania cultivation, we found that the microbial activities were higher. So if we cropping system in that including 2 legumes, then it will increase the microbial activity, sir, compared to other cropping
how is
system.
this tillage then interacting?
Means, sir, in case of tillage, we found that commonly zero tillage practices increasing the microbial activity, because we are not done tillage practices, so it will increase
I
the.
was asking about your last conclusion. I mean, how do you
Sir,
generalize the interaction between tillage and microbial activity? Anyway, maybe we can discuss it later. Now let's move on to the next presentation.
Dr. Kohli.
Dr. Love Bhushan.
Dr. Kohli.
Yes, I am present.
Dr. A.K. Singh is with us. Then we will move to the valedictory session, and thereafter some posters can be taken up.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. Then we'll just take a break from this session, go to the valedictory session, and then get back.
Thank you, Dr.
So over to
Hadda,
Dr.
for chairing
Arora,
the
please.
session, and then we shall move to the valedictory program. Good afternoon, everybody. So we are at the end of the 2 days Asian Web Conference, which is the second Asian Web Conference organized by Soil Conservation Society of India. In the valedictory session, we are having with us Dr. Anil Kumar Singh, who is Secretary NAS and former DDG NRM and Vice Chancellor of Gwalior Agriculture University. So we are fortunate to have him here as chief guest. And Dr. C.L. Acharya is the guest of honor for today's valedictory session. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Dr. Basanta Singh, who is DI at Central Agriculture University, who is also the guest of the honor, and Dr. Suraj Bhan, President of Soil Conservation Society of India and also President of ISCO, a prestigious international organization for soil conservation. Dr. Lala I.P. Ray and Dr. Sanjay Swami, the organizing team members. So at the outset, I welcome you all at the valedictory program. Although we have some posters left, we will be taking up after the session because you all must be very busy in your schedules. So I will request Dr. Suraj Bhan to kindly welcome the guest and give the welcome address.
Good afternoon to all. Respected Dr. A.K. Singh, Secretary NAS, and former Deputy Director General NRM, and former Vice Chancellor Rajmata Vijayaraja Sindhya, Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, Gwalior. Respected Dr. C.L. Acharya, former Director, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, and former Director Extension, Education, CSKHP, KV Palampur, and respected Dr. S. Vasanta Singh, Director of Instruction, CAU, Impol, delegates, respected Dr. Sanjay Arora, Sanjay Swami, Anshuman Kohli, and all the members of the organizing committees. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Soil Culture Society of India and my own, I extend warm welcome to Dr. A.K. Singh, Secretary NAS, former Deputy Director General NRM, ICA, who is kind enough to accept our request to be the chief guest of this validity session, despite his busy schedule. I also welcome to our guest of honor, Dr. C.L. Acharya, former Director, ICR, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, and also welcome Dr. S. Basanta Singh, Director of Instruction, CO, Impal. I also welcome to Dr. Lala I.P. Ray, Co-Organizing Secretary. I also welcome Chairman of Organizing Committees, Chairman, Co-Chairman, Rapporteur of various committees, speakers, all participants, including NGOs and progressive farmers, institutions, scientists and faculty members, students, and all the members of Meghalaya State Chapter of SSI and Secretariat of the conference, and all bona fide executive council members of the Soil Culture Society of India. The objective of this BAP conference was to demonstrate constants, gaps, and opportunity in hill, mountain agriculture to tap underutilized areas and resource for zero hunger and climate resilience. Identifying possible entry points and policy recommendation to develop the sustainable hill or mountain agriculture and strengthen food security and nutrition governance, and promote the knowledge, sharing and exchange of good experience and practices related to hill mountains agriculture, development for zero hunger and climate resilience. Various deliberation on the various themes of the conference have been discussed thoroughly. 195 abstracts of the technical papers for the presentation were received. There were overall 89 oral and around 106 poster presentation in all technical sessions, and about 300 participants from different Asian countries participated in this conference, which shows their keen interest in sharing the technical knowledge on research findings and innovative ideas. I believe the efforts made by Meghalaya chapter of Soil Conscious Society of India in collaboration with Central Agriculture University in Paul to organize Second Asian BEP Conference as successful, fruitful for the development of sustainable hill mountain agriculture to ensure zero hunger and climate resilience. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, President Sir, for welcoming the guest and giving a brief note. In this sequence, I will take the opportunity to request Dr. Sanjay Swami to just highlight the response of the participants he has received during these 2 days program as the organizing secretary as well as chairman of the Meghalaya state chapter of SCSI.
Thank you, Dr. Arora, sir. Good evening to one and all. First of all, I would like to welcome our today's chief guest, Dr. A.K. Singh ji, Secretary NAS and former Deputy Director General ICR, New Delhi, and former Vice Chancellor Rajmata Vijay Raje Scindia, Agricultural University, Gwalior. We are also blessed with the gracious presence of Dr. C.L. Acharya, former Director, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, and former Director Extension at the University, Palampur. We have also another guest of honor, Dr. S. Basanta Singh, Director of Instruction, Central Agriculture University in Imphal. Right now, he is busy in one of the field demonstration and he is on the way to his home. Most probably, shortly he will join us. Coming to the business, we have had a overwhelming response from the participants for this second Asian Web Conference. Earlier, we have the opinion that we are just taking a very narrow theme, but because we are working in the hill area, and it was the you can say advice or suggestion from Dr. C.L. Acharya that we should have one just like brainstorming session or workshop or any conference in which we can just see all the things related to mountain agriculture, hill agriculture, because these areas require completely different treatment with respect to the plain area. Therefore, we have planned this conference, and as I told earlier, it was planned in physical mode and it was supposed to be held in August 2020. But due to this corona pandemic, we were compelled to change or switch the mode in virtual, and during these 2 days, we are able to conduct it. Coming to the response of participants, total more than 250 participants we have registered, and out of these 89 were scheduled as oral presentation, while 106 were scheduled as oral presentations, poster presentations, which were divided into 5 technical sessions. The inaugural session was the conference was inaugurated by the Deputy Director General of EC-Mode, Kathmandu, Nepal, and the former Vice Chancellor Assam Agriculture University, Dr. K.M. Bazarbarua, and the Vice Chancellor of Central Agriculture University, Dr. Anupam Misra, was the guest of honor. Although Dr. Misra could not join us due to some personal problems. Dr. C.L. Acharya and Dr. Lun Yin delivered the keynote address in an inaugural session, which was very informative and motivated we people and all the youngsters to work hard, particularly for hilly regions, to conserve and manage natural resources, particularly soil and water. Then we have different 5 technical sessions, which were chaired by very eminent personalities. We have participants from almost 10 Asian countries, including one another from Canada. In Asian countries, we have participants from Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Pakistan, China, Indonesia, Iran, then one Egypt also. So these participants, they have shared their research findings, and this shows that they are very much keen to share their research in what they have conducted in their respective regions, respective areas. So at the end, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the lead speakers. They were very eminent and renowned in their areas. I would like to mention few of them: Dr. P.K. Sharma, former Vice Chancellor, Sher-e-Kashmir University of Agricultural Sciences and Technology, Jammu; Professor J.P. Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Sher-e-Kashmir University of Agricultural Sciences and Technology of Jammu; then Dr. Atiyal Gayar from Soil, Water and Environmental Research Institute, Giza, Egypt; Dr. Vista from National Soil Science Research Center, Kathmandu, Nepal; then Erika Udas and Dr. Madhav Prasad Dakal from EC-Mode; Dr. Vijay Arora, consultant faculty at Maharana Pratap University of Horticulture, Karnal, and many others. Dr. Hadda, Dr. Sadeghi has chaired one of the technical sessions from Iran. At the end, I appreciate the day and night efforts made by the Executive Committee of Soil Conservation Society of India, New Delhi, and all of this organizing team for extending their full support in organizing this event. I also thankful to the president of the society for providing me this opportunity to organize this important event, and I also appreciate the full logistic support and moral support provided by my organization, Central Agriculture University in Hall. So at the end, I extend a warm welcome to each and everyone present in this valedictory session. Thank you. Jai Hind. Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Dr. Swami, for detailing about the 2 days conference, and almost all of the work has been done. I think you have completed the report also and detailed about the proceedings of the different sessions. Just taking this opportunity to brief about the outcome of the 2 days Asian conference. I have some points received from the different chairmen and co-chairmen of the different sessions. So we will be refining it to make in the form of recommendation, but just because the conference is being continued till just 5 minutes ago. So the main basic points that emerged out of these 2 days 2 days Asian web conference was that the different presentations were made, and in the 5 sessions, and the more focus was on the gravity fed drip irrigation, which can be a very effective technology in the hilly regions. Solar power, low head portable water pumping system using existing solar panels can be a viable option for small farmers. There is need to strengthen the entrepreneurial ecosystem focus with resilience and local green enterprise developments. Rainwater harvesting farm ponds can be used for watering polyhouse in mid-hill regions. Need to train the farmers, especially for the tribal farmers in the hilly regions, that can help in improving their socio-economic condition as well as livelihood security. Spring shed management for meeting the water security and resilience building was also one of the focus. Modeling on the basis of curve number based analogy and empirical approaches for runoff prediction in micro watershed can be the future aspects. Hydroponics with high value crops can improve livelihood in hilly regions, especially in the foothill region. Conservation agriculture practices as well as resource conservation techniques needs to be adopted in the hilly region to improve soil health and crop production. Intercropping and silvi-horticulture systems for the central Himalayan can be a boon for the farmers. Integrated farming system with climate resilience agriculture, which includes use of organic manures, organic matter, recycling of residues, and these can be beneficial for the crop production. Diversified farming, including horticulture, was the main emphasis on some of the presentation, and many of the presentation focused on the use of effective microbes, not only for enhancing crop yield, but also for improving the soil health and pest management and disease management. Rich biodiversity of ethno-medicinally important herbs and plants for the hilly region can alleviate hunger in terms of economic growth. Soil carbon stock and soil carbon sequestration was the focus for many of the studies presented. Organic manure and humic acid, especially in the northeast region, many of the studies presented the use of organic manures and the transformation to humic and fulvic acid, and their studies in the acidic soils of northeast region. Productivity enhancement in Zoom farming was focused for eco-friendly nutrient management, and springs are the main lifeline for water in hilly region was the main focus, as well as the black carbon potential, which it was the concern of Dr. P.K. Sharma. So there was many more aspects that were covered during the 2 days national 2-day Asian conference, but overall we are seeing that the water was the main aspect rather than soil. Many of the studies were confined to water management and water conservation as well as climate change. Soil, there was limited presentations. So overall, there was a balance of these resources which needs to be managed for improving the sustainability in the hill ecosystem. So on the basis of the say screening done by the chairman, co-chairman, and the conveners of the session, we have taken the feedback from them to facilitate as well as to encourage the professionals who have participated and who have deliberated. So we have listed out some participants, and we want to facilitate them in the form of best oral presenters as well as best poster presenters. So I take this opportunity to declare the results. Although one session is still going on, so we will declare it later on by communicating them through emails. But up to session number 4, poster session, we have compiled the list. Dr. Anjuma Gayan got the best oral presentation award. Dr. Lala I.P. Ray, Dr. Vivek M. Arya from Jammu, Muhammad Ariful Islam from Bangladesh, Dr. Tarun Adak, Mr. Ramadan, Dr. Bhabesh Gogoi, Dr. Irshad Hussain, Dr. S.S. Sharma, Dr. Veena Sharma, Dr. Khumlo Levish Chongloi, Dr. Kaberi Mahanta, and among the poster presenters, Munjeed Mariam from Srinagar, Athirat Thanakchan, Dr. G.J. Patel, Durga C., Mr. Vishwanath, Dr. Rajbala Junia, and Dr. Pema Onglo Bhutia. These are the oral and poster presenters. This was basically to encourage these professionals for taking up their future activities, and this will surely encourage them. This is all from my side. I congratulate all the awardees and hope you will excel in your future activities. Thank you very much. Now I request our guest of honor, Dr. S. Basanta Singh, to kindly deliver the address. Dr. Basanta Singh, if
Yes,
you
yes,
are
yes,
if you are
dear.
comfortable.
Okay, sir. Okay, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Today's chief guest, Honorable Dr. A.K. Singh ji, Secretary NAS and former Deputy Director General, NRM, ICR, respected Dr. Shel Acharya ji, former Director ICR, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, Dr. Suraj Banji, respected President, Soil Conservation Society of India, Dr. Sanjay Arora ji, Dr. Lala I.P. Roy, Dr. Sanjay Swami, all the learned speakers, participants from all over the globe, scientists, ladies, gentlemen. Really, it is a privilege and honor for me to be here in today's valedictory program of Second ASEAN Web Conference on managing hill resources and diversities for zero hunger and climate resilience. Actually, today's topic is very relevant and important in the context of Northeastern Hill region of India. So I thank the organizer for hosting this program at Central Agricultural University, Imphal. You know, this Northeastern region of India, comprising of 8 states, is contributing about 8% of the country's geographical area and about 6% of the country's populations. You know, about 77% of the area in the region is of hills and mountains. And you know, there are more than 200 communities inhabited in these 8 states of northern regions. And we are receiving about 10% of the country's precipitations. And again, this shifting cultivation is still widely practiced in different states of the regions. About 4 lakh hectares area is bringing annually under this evil practice of shifting cultivations. So the main problem in the region is soil erosion and the water problem, particularly in agriculture sector. And you know, the soil loss varies from 70 tons per hectare per annum in conventional farming system to about 170 tons per hectare under shifting cultivation systems. So the challenges before us is how best we can adopt sustainable farming systems, including scientific and soil and water conservation methods. You know, although both central and state government departments, along with Central Agricultural University, Assam Agricultural University, and ICR institutes trying their best to develop sustainable farming system models and also soil and water conservation methods. Still, the result is not so encouraging. So our task is to concentrate more on low-cost, farmer-friendly technologies so that it reaches to the needy farmers of the northern hill regions. Here, the role of social scientists is also very important to understand the behavior of the local communities, local institutions, social systems, issues and problems. Again, climate change is also affecting a lot in the agriculture in the region. Rainfall patterns is becoming very erratic, and the drought and the floods are becoming a common phenomenon. Insect pests and disease problems is also becoming very alarming. You know, this region is having international boundary with China, Bhutan, Myanmar, Bangladesh, etc. So pest and the disease problem also becoming a major problems in the regions. So during these 2 days international webinar, I hope you have discussed in length, and the various deliberations out of the conference will certainly help in developing a suitable plan for managing hill resources and diversities for zero hunger and climate resilience, particularly for northern hill states of India. So I thank the organizers for giving an opportunity to share my views. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Basanta Singh, for your address. I want to thank Dr. Professor S.H.R. Sadeghi from Iran. He is always with us at every conference, every seminar, and he loves India and enjoys the participation. So I request Dr. C.L. Acharya, guest of honor for today's valedictory session, and he was the keynote speaker also during our inaugural session. He is a renowned soil scientist from India, and I request Dr. C.L. Acharya sir to please address.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Arora, for your kind words. Honorable Dr. Anil K. Singh, former DDG ICR NRM. Presently, he is not secretary, but he is now vice president NAS. The position is promoted because of his strenuous efforts and all the efforts that he has put to streamline the work in the NAS. He was also the vice chancellor, former vice chancellor of the Gwalior Agriculture University. Dr. Suraj Bhan, the president of the Soil Conservation Society of India. Dr. Basanta Singh from CAU. He is a senior faculty member and a director extension education over there. My esteemed colleague, Dr. Pradeep Sharma, former colleague, Dr. Pradeep Sharma, both of us are retired, of course. Dr. Sanjay Swami, the organizing secretary, the convener, Dr. Sanjay Arora, our guests from Iran, Dr. Sadiki. He has been very, meticulously listening to all the presentations that I observed. We have with us several distinguished scientists, the organizers, Dr. Anshuman Kohli, Dr. Dalla I.P. Ray, and many others, who made this conference a success. And indeed, the great efforts have been put by Dr. Sanjay Swami to organize this conference. He was in touch with me, and quite oftenly we discussed the modalities of this conference. He is a very meticulous worker, I observe. Well, as the title of the conference, Managing Hill Resources and Diversities or zero hunger and climate resilience, very appropriate. Hills, be the hills of Himalayas, the Aravalli Hills, the Vindhyas, or else we have in the, the western coast, eastern coast, or southern hills. In spite of so many, diversities as we come across, both in terms of habitat and biota, there are many commonalities also. These commonalities being that, number one, I would say, is the simplicity of the hill people. Throughout, you will find that the hill people are very honest, simple. Second is that there is enormous indigenous or traditional knowledge available with these people. And I feel this knowledge needs to be documented. This is very important, and we must, reappropriate our whatever treatments that we impose to the knowledge which is available or what farmer does. Let's listen to him and then reappropriate our technology accordingly. That suits him. So this is important. The third is that in all hill and mountains region, you will find that there is enough water, but there is always a scarcity of water. In some of the regions, I find that people have to, walk even 4 or 5 kilometers to fetch drinking water. This is a very strenuous task that particularly the women perform. Another commonality is that the surroundings of hills and mountains are most conducive to linking science with spirituality. No wonder our mythology and the verses of great poets like Kalidas described Himalayas as the abode of gods. So these are the surroundings, which influence the people. So these are the surroundings, Pardon? Which influence the people. So these are the surroundings, Yeah, surroundings of the hills and the mountains. Yeah, that's what has been.
Sir, please unmute your mic.
Sir, please unmute your mic, sir.
Well, I had unmuted. Who muted you? Could you listen to me or just now?
Yes, sir, we are able to listen.
Yes,
No,
yes.
just now
Yes,
you missed
sir,
it,
you are
or
audible.
earlier also.
No, just now, sir, just now.
Just now, okay. Well, I was referring to the surroundings. The surroundings you could listen, isn't it?
Yes, yes, we heard that, sir.
Okay. So this is and when we talk of the the zero hunger, then for that the first priority goes to the water, as everybody said it, and yesterday we were emphasizing this, that the water is the starter for everything, and for the agriculture this is the most important commodity, most important input, I would say, which is becoming scarcer and scarcer day by day. Whatever safe water is there, that is becoming scarcer, because the entire water, whether it's in the lakes or in the rivers or whatever are the sources, they are contaminated. You talk of organic farming, but what is organic farming when we are irrigating the crop with the contaminated water. The natural healer sources, the spring water, as very nicely presented by Dr. Pradeep Sharma. Very, very important sources. These are either diminished or showing the diminishing outflow and needs to be preserved. This water need to be recycled, as I also presented yesterday. How can we do it? And since water sustains the entire ecosystem, this needs to be proper regulated, because when there is a rise in temperature because of the climate change, the glaciers, they are melting, and that is causing a massive discharge in the rivers. This needs to be regulated properly. And when we talk of whether it's a corridor which is being prepared or which is being planned by the government of India from Porbandar to Panipat, I think the first priority should be given to the Himalayas and the hilly regions for afforestation. The results only last week we have seen that the Tapovan and the Rishi Ganga and in the Uttarakhand, these type of disasters have become very common these days. Sometime back we had 2013 in Uttarakhand, in Kedarnath, in 2014 Kashmir, 2010 we had again in some parts of Himachal and even the Punjab areas, some of them slides I showed yesterday. In Kerala also, and many other places, these are very, very common things. So more important is that we should take care of the Himalayan region, which is the origin of almost all North Indian rivers. The glaciers are melting every year, as Dr. Pradeep Sharma very nicely reported that how in a year or so, what is the retreating rate. Even during 3 years period, 1996 to 99, this has retreated almost more than 2-3 meters. So plantations of trees, very important in the sense that the trees are the earthly manifestations of heavenly blessings. A tree that we see that always looks at the God. The leafy arms are always spread upwards, always in praying mode. And this is what we have to learn from the nature. The presentations made by some of I would say many of the scientists were up to the mark. Many aspects were covered. And I was very happy to note that many of the youngsters, particularly scholars, PhD scholars, the young scientists, they made very good presentations. And when they were asked that, completed in 1 minute, so they could summarize just in a minute. That is a praiseworthy thing. I congratulate all of them. I congratulate the award winners also, those who got the award. And with these remarks, I once again thank the organizers for inviting me for today also for this valedictory address and share my views. I once again thank Dr. Sanjay Swami, Dr. Sanjay Arora, Dr. Suraj Bhan, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and the students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Acharya sir, for summarizing the 2 days Asian conference, as you were also present during almost all the days. So thank you very much for sparing your valuable time, sir, and also endorsing the presentations made by different participants, especially the young scholars. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. So moving ahead, I request our chief guest, Dr. Anil Kumar Singh, sir, as rightly pointed out by Dr. C. Acharya, that he is presently the Vice President of NAS and former DDG NRM ICR. I request Dr. A.K. Singh, sir, to deliver address, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Arora, and I must thank Dr. Acharya for updating the information, though I had informed Dr. Suraj Bhan. Thank you, Dr. Acharya. Let me also first thank the organizers, and particularly Dr. Suraj Bhan, the President of the Indian Society of the Soil Conservation Society of India, and also the International Society of Soil Conservation Organization, and Dr. Acharya, my colleague, also guest of honor, and I could see and Dr. Basanta Singh, also the Director of Instruction, CA Imphal. I could see Dr. P.K. Sharma, the former Vice Chancellor from Jammu, and also Dr. Siddiq, and a lot of colleagues whom I've seen off and on, and ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be part of this particular second Asian web conference, and it's always an experience to see the younger minds and see how they are thinking, what they are doing. And a lot of issues have been mentioned by Dr. Acharya and also by Dr. Sanjay Arora. And in his sum up, I think we all know that if you look at the title, Managing Hill Resources and Diversities for Zero Hunger and Climate Resilience, one thing which is very obvious is about the water. Now, the reason why we talk of water is that if water is available with the farmer, the climate resilience part is taken care of. Now, if we look from the quantum of water as such, most of the predictions say that the total amount of rainfall is likely to increase in the Indian subcontinent, all the countries which are participating. In most of them cases, the rainfall would increase. The models, of course, may vary upon the quantum, but they say there will be less number of rainy days and also a shift in the rainfall pattern. Now, these have very serious implications when it comes to agriculture. And the issues and the issues which are related to that have been directly and indirectly talked about. Number one, as I said, if you have more rainfall and less number of rainy days, obviously it means that the intensity is going to increase. And intensity, when it is particularly when you're talking of hill resources, means it is going to affect the soil erosion directly. Already in the hilly regions, the soil erosion rates are very high. And these soil erosion rates are taking away the soil, they're taking away the nutrients, plus the problems that natural disasters affect the population living in the hill regions. And they also are causing siltation in the reservoirs downstream. And that, I was reading somewhere that runs into several billion rupees, the storage that is reduced because of siltation. If you have to create again that much space or that much storage of water, it will cost you many billions of rupees. So in that sense, probably we have to look at that. And we all know that the catchment area generally lies in the hilly areas, or the catchment areas for whatever is happening in the place. So it's very important. Now we also know that, so we need to have the catchment treated, means that those slopes, those hill regions should be vegetated to the extent possible. And there are a lot of work has been done on what would be the appropriate vegetation for that. So I think it's very important that this issue is addressed in priority. We also note that the farm holdings are very small, and being slopy land, they cannot be of very large size. So having suitable equipment for those regions, again, something very, very important, that you need implements which are probably more manually driven rather than, or by motorized equipment, so that the farmers, because they can do it, they cannot probably use the larger tractors or things like that. So one has to also look at that option when you're doing it. It was also mentioned that about the use of spring water. It was also mentioned about the use of gravity. I think that has a lot of scope, because once you can exploit the gravity, you don't really need any power source. And I know with the sort of elevation that is available in the hilly regions, running a sprinkle or a drip irrigation system is not a major problem. Of course, solar setups are there, but still, even without that, one can manage. And because of the hilly, the water quality is always considered good. I think the maintenance of sprinkler and drip systems would also be quite simple compared to what we do when we have poor quality waters for irrigation. We also need to probably focus on community-based irrigation systems in the hill regions, so that those structures or whatever is created is shared equally, because that improves the efficiency of the water use. So that's very, very important, and I think that is being highlighted by many of the papers presented. In the forest regions, of course, in addition to water, if you look at the data, very little of groundwater utilization is there for many reasons, but still the potential is large. And if we really look at the Northeast in particular, in India, almost 30%, 34% of the water resources potential is on that about 8% of the land mass. And if you calculate in the per capita water availability, probably it's much, much higher than the rest of the country, and maybe less than 10% is being utilized. So a lot of potential is there for management of water, number one, and also for the hydropower generation. Because we all know that probably in the Northeast, in the hill regions, probably less than 10% or maybe less than 5% has been really used to generate hydropower. And of course, there are some problems with the water. We all know that groundwater, you have iron problem is there, and some regions in some of these states probably arsenic and fluoride problems. So we have to be very, very careful. The other thing which is a plus point in these resources is the biodiversity. The biodiversity that is, we know that India is one of the hotspots of biodiversity. But if you look at the estimates, why biodiversity is important? Because the plants that are surviving in those situations are having, they are a treasure house of genes, because they are adapted to that particular system. And so they have the potential that you want to come. For example, we know acid soils is a key issue in hilly regions because of high rainfall. All that is leached off. So there are a lot of the local land races which have the required genes. I think, and we need to probably work more on the potential that is available with these land races. And we all know that the technology now permits to transfer these genes, and we can come up with products. Because acid soils, we all know, all the soil scientists know that adding lime once doesn't help, because again, with more rain. So now there will be again volumes which you have to keep on applying, and sometimes you may not be able to get that sort of information, that sort of material, and it may be expensive. So one has to have this sort of approach. And I think integrated farming systems has been referred, and there are lot of IFS models which have been developed. I know for the Northeast in particular, many hill regions. The scaling up probably is the one that is required. How you can scale up the integrated farming system models that have been generated by a lot of work at the institute and on-farm level. And I think that's very, very important. If you really want to have the farmers to really make some profit from the agriculture. And it was organic farming was also referred to. And I think what Dr. Acharya touched upon is the water quality. I think we had a lot of discussions, but somehow nobody has any criteria to define which sort of water would be classified as an organic water, because even if the best of water would be having some chemicals dissolved in it. So I think that is one issue. But yes, if you utilize the quality, the water which the approved good quality water is there, I think that is okay. And but it is an important aspect. I think Dr. Acharya also referred to the ecosystem services, carbon sequestration. These are things which, because of the high amount of biomass and vegetation, we have just not taken steps enough to value the valuation of these ecosystem services which these natural resources provide to us. The other aspect which I'd like to just talk about is that we have now moved more and more to the plant-based chemicals for treatment. And these medicinal aromatic plants, we all know that hilly areas are associated with a lot of these medicinal aromatic plants, and our own rishis used to go there and all those vads and harvest those. So that is again a huge potential which is there in all the hilly regions, and again a lot of scope is there. Many things, of course, are easily said than done, and I hope that many of these things which come out as recommendations from this conference and they mention the actionable points, and who will probably address those actionable points, whether it's the state government, whether it is the ICR Institute, whether it is the State Agriculture University or the Central Agriculture University. It has to be specified so that one can move forward when it comes to what is to be done on the ground. So I think I would like to stop here. One more thing I would like to add is when it comes to organic farming, we certainly, the amount of fertilizers being used in hilly regions is very less. And if we have a systematic plan, we can certainly come up with a lot of organic farming models, because it has a lot of both domestic and export potential. And hilly regions probably are the best zones, agroecosystems, where probably organic farming can be pushed if approached scientifically for increasing the income of the farmers. And one thing which I feel we have to add in our agriculture production system is to take care of the nutrition of the population, because unfortunately, though we have record production in everything, including food and horticulture crops, the nutritional scenario of the Indian population, particularly the women and children, is one of the worst in the world. So I think we have to probably also somehow take care of adding these issues, important issues, vital issues, because somewhere I was reading that because of malnourishment, a lot of loss in the productivity of the population is there. I mean, those who are in terms of labor, in terms of efficiency, and that several percentages of GDP can be affected by the nutrition. So I think this is another aspect which needs to be considered when we are talking of zero hunger, because with zero hunger is, of course, the nutrition part is there. And I think I would like to stop here. I would like to congratulate all the awardees for their performance, and I hope it will also encourage others to come up with a better performance, so that they are also get these awards. And once again, thanks to Dr. Suraj Bhan for giving the responsibility, to Dr. Sanjay Arora, Dr. Kohli, and Dr. Sanjay Swami, Dr. Lala Pure, those who have put all their efforts in making this conference a big success, and wish you all the best. Jai Hind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You have always been encouraging and encourage us in taking up the activities, and this time the hill agriculture, hill farming was the aspect, and we have tried our best to come out with some way forwards during our presentations. So I, at the last, I request my colleague Dr. Lala A.P. Ray to, as co-organizing secretary, to for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Doctor.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to one and all. On behalf of the organizing committee, I privilege to present the vote of thanks for this valedictory session of second ASEAN Web Conference on Managing Hill Resources and Diversity for Zero Hunger and Climate Resilience, organized jointly by Soil Conservation Society of India, Meghalaya Chapter, Umiam Barapani, in collaboration with Central Agriculture University, Imphal. On the onset, I would like to thank the chief guest of inaugural function, Dr. Pema, Director General of Ishimod, Kathmandu, Nepal, for sharing his valuable inputs for this program. I would also like to thank Dr. K.M. Bujarbarwa, former Vice Chancellor of Assam Agriculture University, Jorat, for being with us and sharing his valuable ideas on hill agriculture. I extend my thanks to Dr. C.L. Acharya, Chief Guest, former Director, ICR IEISS Bhopal, for his technical support and know-how in supporting our seminar. I am thankful to Dr. Lun Yin, Director, CBIK, China, for sharing his idea on traditional knowledge associated to biodiversity for climate change adaptation during his inaugural ceremony. I am thankful to Dr. Anupam Mishra, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central Agriculture University, Imphal. Though he was absent, he shared his message for success of this event. I would like to thank Dr. A.K. Singh, Chief Guest of Valedictory Function, Vice President NAS, and former DDG NRM ICR, for accepting our request despite his busy schedule for this web conference. I am thankful to Dr. S. Basanta Singh, Honorable Director of Instruction and Chief and Guest of Honor of today's function, for his constant support and enlightening us with his knowledge. I extend my thanks to Dr. Suraj Bhan, President, Soil Conservation Society of India, Chairman of the Organizing Committee, for his constant support, suggestion, and also enlighten us with his valuable speech. In a similar note, I would like to thank Dr. Sanjay Arora, convener of this conference, for his active involvement, helping and guiding us at any moment whenever we need. I would like to thank Dr. Ansuman Kohli, active member of the society, for his constant support for all occasions. I especially thank to all the eminent lead speakers, chairpersons, co-chairpersons, convener, and participants of this conference. Without them, it is impossible for a successful conference. I would like to thank Dr. Sanjay Swami, Organizing Secretary and Chairman of Meghalaya Chapter, for his tireless effort for this conference despite his busy schedule and the routine activities. I would like to thank my colleague Dr. N.J. Singh, Co-Organizing Secretary, who really worked hard to make this event a grand success. Eventually, I would like to congratulate all the prize winners of this conference. I would like to thank all our postgraduate students for participating this event and make it successful. Thanks to one and all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lala, for the vote of thanks. And I think nobody is left to whom you have failed to acknowledge. Actually, the chairman, co-chairman of the sessions, convener, they have meticulously run the session and they have given us the report and all these things. Thanks are due to all those. And Dr. M.L. God, who immediately I asked him to be the chairman, he agreed. And Dr. Manivannan was our co-chairman. So Dr. M.S. Hadda. So thank you very much, sir. So with this, we end the session. the valedictory session. Thank you very much, sir. So, as some of the posters have been left, I request Dr. M.S. Hadda and Dr. Kohli to please continue, and we can have the poster presentations for the session 5th.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Arora.
And anybody left with the poster presentation during the previous session also can have their presentation in this, because we are at the end, but only the 5th session posters will be judged for the awards. Others they can share their information if they like.
Dr. Arora sir.
Ji.
We have one oral presentation also. That fellow is just requesting me from yesterday.
No, now we are free, na? Now we are free.
Yes, that's why I am requesting Mr. Zahid from SCOS Jammu. Please just announce that also after this.
Yes, sir.
But for only 3-4 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Sir, can you please upload my PPT? Hello, sir.
You can. Swami, do you have a PPT?
If you have your PPT, then you share it yourself.
Was in which session?
Second session, sir. Second session of first day.
Poster, no?
Yesterday.
Oral presentation, sir.
Okay. Just wait for a moment.
Till you find the poster, let us begin with one of the posters. Mr. Lavbhushan is waiting.
Okay, sir.
Yes, I'm present.
Okay.
Lavbhushan present.
Dr. Swami, just prepare for the
Yes. Okay, you continue.
Till then, we can go take one poster.
Yeah.
Mr. Lavbhushan, your presentation will be uploaded shortly. You just take 1 or 2 minutes, not more than that.
Okay, I will take half a minute.
Half minute to come रहेगा.
No, Dr. Lavbhushan, your slide is blank slide, whatever you have uploaded. Maybe Dr. Swami, you can also.
I can share from my computer.
Okay. Yes, you can do that.
The blank slide means that's why he was saying that half a minute is sufficient.
No, his slide is appearing blank on my computer, probably, but he might be having some content.
Sharing now.
I'm sharing.
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible. Please.
So the topic of is it visible now?
Yes, visible. Please start.
Good afternoon to all. The topic of my poster presentation is backyard poultry, a component of integrated farming system for tribal farmers of dry temperate northwest Himalayas. Sir, we introduce Himsmridhi, a multi-purpose or dual-purpose breed of chicken in tribal area of Himachal Pradesh in high hill dry temperate zone during the year 2018 and 2019. The objective of the study was to enhance the income and nutritional security of small and marginal tribal farmers of this zone. So I will be coming directly to conclusion. We found that the backyard poultry, a component of integrated farming system, not only enhanced the income of the farmers by rupees 10 to 12,000 per farmer per year, but also added to the nutritional security through availability of eggs and meat during the severe winters when the area is cut off from rest of the world due to snowfall, and when there is no fresh vegetables or meat is available for consumption. So with this, I complete my topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lavbhushan ji. Now, if we have the presentation of Dr. Swami, if you have the presentation ready. Zahid Sheikh ka presentation ready.
Ready.
Upload.
Yes, sir.
Just share that size presentation.
Our dear friend from New Delhi, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, has also joined.
Dr. You can go for second poster, as still we are facing some difficulty. Dr. Arora?
Next presenter for poster is the fifth session. Dr. Kohli, next.
Okay. So next I call upon Dr. Paveen. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am available.
Okay. Okay, so you can start, Dr. Paveen.
Yes, sir. My poster presentation is the topic of risk assessment and remediation of soil contamination. Everyone knows soil contamination. What is it? It is the part of land degradation is caused by the presence of human-made chemicals alteration in the soil surface. And now we can objectives of cause of soil contamination and risk assessment of the soil and the remediation of contaminated soil. That is, there are many different ways that soil can become polluted, such as seepage from a landfill, discharge of industrial waste into the so on. Let's come to the result. The following steps have been suggested to control soil pollution. To help prevent soil erosion, we can limit construction in sensitive areas. In general, we would need less fertilizer and fewer pesticides if we could all adopt the 3 Rs. 3 Rs: reduce, reuse, and recycle. This would give us less solid waste. First is site characterization and description of land use, determination of ecological aspects, and third one is site-specific tired assessment. And biological treatment, bioremediation uses bacteria to break down substance in the soil. Chemical oxidation converts contaminated soil into non-hazardous soil. Soil stabilization involves the addition of immobilized agents to reduce a contaminated soil. Let's come to the conclusion point. There is an urgent need for a tiered approach in ecological risk assessment of contaminated soil. Generic soil screening levels are needed as a first tier. Higher tiers of risk assessment should, however, contain some kind of site specific. Okay, thank you, sir.
Do you have any experience in this or just a review work?
Sir, my recently I have worked is a wetland sewage water treatment plant in Chhattisgarh. We plan
how what is the mechanism of remediation adopted by microbes? How you say that microbes can be beneficial in remediating these pollutants?
Some of the plants.
No, microbes. I am talking about microbes.
Okay.
Do you have any idea?
Sir, just I am studying this point of my project. So,
Okay, you read it from, there are large number of literature available. Then only you
okay,
can understand.
okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Dr. T. Sanhambi Devi.
Dr. Kohli, we have
Dr.
shared.
T. Sanhambi Devi, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. So
Dr.
just
Kohli,
after this presentation, Dr. Sanhambi Devi, your presentation will be there. Let Dr. Wahid present.
Am I audible, sir? Hello, sir.
Mr. Zahid.
Hello, sir.
Mr. Zahid.
Hello. Yes, sir.
You start your presentation.
Hello.
Okay, sir.
Dr. Sanhambi
Hello,
Devi,
sir.
please wait. I'll
Okay,
upload your presentation after this presentation, okay?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Dr. Zahid Sheikh, please continue.
Yes, sir. Good.
Mr. Animesh Sarkar.
Yes, sir.
If you want to, you want us to listen your music, then you play it loud so that we can all listen it.
Hello, sir.
Otherwise you mute your mic.
Hello, sir.
Start your presentation.
Yeah, Dr.
Sir,
Zahid Sheikh,
good.
please start.
Sir, I am presenting my presenting a topic: genetic diversity analysis of indigenous and some exotic apricot cultivars grown in Jammu and Kashmir based on SSR markers. Sir, one step. First of all, I will briefly provide you some introduction about apricots. Apricot belongs to Rosaceae family. It's an influential stone fruit that is majorly grown in temperate regions of world. And in Asia, it is majorly cultivated in China and Himalayan regions such as Tibet and other north regions of India such as Himachal Pradesh, J&K and Uttarakhand. Jammu and Kashmir presents immense diversity that has been revealed through various observations recorded before. For plant breeding and protection, maintaining of natural resources, it is necessary to analyze the diversity. One set forward. For this, we had taken 50 genotypes into consideration that were collected from different geographical areas of J&K. Majorly, these were indigenous varieties, and some of them were exotic that were collected from different countries. And these exotic varieties were established at ICR Institute, Sith, Srinagar. Then, after collecting these genotypes, we had the results were that 179 alleles were amplified by 46 SSR markers. In this study, we observed that our observed heterozygosity was higher than the expected heterozygosity, which was 0.54. Cluster analysis revealed two clusters where their exotic species were different from the indigenous species, which were shown in the dendrogram. Sir, one step forward. This is the dendrogram. This is the dendrogram showing two main subclusters in which one cluster is showing the exotic species and the next one is showing the indigenous varieties. One step forward, sir. And in our 50 genotypes that were taken, total of 4 populations were collected. These different colors are representing the subpopulations that subpopulations of the 50 genotypes that were taken into consideration. These are the different colors represent the different subpopulation. And molecular variance was detected for these 50 genotypes between the population and within the population. Between the population, the variation was 5%, and within the population, the variation was 95%. And the conclusion was that our study provided a wider perspective on genetic diversity structure within the apricot germplasms. These results offer new opportunities and define strategies for efficient conservation of genetic resources. Finally, the exploitation of broad genetic diversity of apricot genome obtained will help genome-wide association that will increase. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Zahid.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Kohli, next poster.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. Next is by Dr. Sanhambi Devi.
Yes, sir. I'm present, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Please, you can start presenting.
Okay, sir.
Please take very less time because there is so much of data. Instead of just explaining the data, just tell your objectives and your findings.
Okay, sir. Myself, Dr. Sanhambi Devi, PhD scholar, College of Agriculture, CAU Imphal. And today I'm presenting on the topic influence of integrated nitrogen management on dry matter production, NPK content, and yield of rice in Manipur, India. So, being a staple food crop of Earth and is a very much needed significantly in the production. So, a field experiment was done in research firm of COA, College of Agriculture, CAU Imphal, in randomized block design with 12 treatments, and the variety used was CAU R1. Here the treatment details is there. I will skip, and the only best one will be mentioned. So according to the findings, dry matter yield of paddy increased with advancement of crop growth up to 90 days after transplanting. So among the different treatments, 100% recommended dose of nitrogen from urea in combination with 10 tons azolla per hectare got a significantly higher dry matter yield. And among the, it showed that dry matter yield was mainly dependent on mineral nitrogen status throughout the growing stages, and therefore on mineralization of organic nitrogen forms, rice crop produced a good amount of dry yield. And here, according to from the table, it shows that among the different treatments, statistically higher nitrogen content was observed in 100% recommended dose from nitrogen in combination with 10 tons azolla per hectare, which is at par with 100% urea only. And at the time of harvest, significantly higher content of nitrogen in grain was observed in 75% recommended dose of nitrogen, with 25% recommended dose of nitrogen from farm unit manure and in combination with 10 tons azolla per hectare. In case of phosphorus, statistically higher phosphorus content was recorded in 50% urea in combination with 50% farm unit manure and 10 tons azolla per hectare throughout the growing period. And in case of potassium content, significantly higher was found in T12, that is 25% recommended dose of urea, nitrogen from urea in combination with 75% FYM and 10 tons azolla per hectare. So increased NPK content in integrated treatments might be due to gradual release of nutrients from organic sources, thereby increasing soil nutrients along with inorganic sources and merit available during the growing season. So, switching to the yield portion, soil prepared with 75% recommended dose of nitrogen from urea in combination with 25% RDN from farm yard manure and 10 tons azolla per hectare yielded significantly higher grain yield than the remaining treatments. However, these treatments was remained at par with 100% recommended dose of nitrogen from urea in case of soil also. So from here, it can be concluded the integration of organic and inorganic sources might have synergistic effects to produce higher grain yield of rice. Increase in straw yield with integrated treatments could partly be attributed to its direct
influence on dry matter production of these active parts of and indirectly through the increase the morphological parameters of growth. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next is by Dr. Hirojit Meti.
Yes, sir. I am present.
Okay, just a minute. I'll upload your presentation. Dr. Meti, you can start your presentation.
Okay.
Amen.
Sir, it's not okay.
I thank you. Hello.
Thank you, sir. A good evening to everyone, respected chairman, co-chairman. My title is Effect of Integrated Nutrient Management on Micronutrient Availability and Yield of Rice in Manipur, India, with two objectives.
Unmute कर लो.
Okay, sir. Okay, with two objectives. Material method, I'll somewhat explain design RVT, randomized block designs. Then spacing is 5 by 5, spacing 20 by 10, number of treatment 12, number of replications 3, seasons, Kharif season 2015, 2016, fertilizer dose 60:40:30, and the variety of the crop is CAU R1 with a total of 12 treatments. I'll directly come to the findings here. The available micronutrient, that is zinc and copper content in the paddy soil gradually decline till harvest, whereas available iron and manganese content in the soil increases up to 30 days after transplanting, followed by gradual decline till harvest. And next, significantly higher available zinc, iron, and manganese concentration was recorded in the treatment treated with 75% RDN using urea plus 25% RDN using vermicompost at the time of harvest. And in the case of yield of rice also, soil treated with a 75% RDN of urea plus 25% of RDN of vermicompost got significantly higher yield than the remaining treatment. But however, the treatment was at statistically par with the treatment number 11, revealed the protection's efficiency of the organic sources of nutrient due to the improved soil fertility level. Lastly, INM, that is integrated nutrient management, helps to maintain optimum crop yield stability through the correction of marginal deficiency of micronutrient, enhancing of applied nutrient, providing favorable soil physical condition, and require soil nutrient full on the sustained basis. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Meti.
Thank you, sir.
Now we move to the last presentation by Dr. A. Sarkar. Dr. A. Sarkar, are you there? Dr. A. Sarkar? Okay, I think then no more presentations are there. If anybody else is remaining, then he can raise his hand.
Sir, I want presentation, sir. Bijoy.
You are Dr. Himanshu?
Yes, sir.
And you have a presentation. You have your own presentation?
Yes, sir.
So please upload it.
Okay, sir. Sir, it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, sir. Sir, my topic's name is Impact of Inorganic Nitrogenous Fertilizers and Farmyard Manure Combinations on Yield and Soil Properties of Medium Land Rice, Oryza sativa. Then introduction. The loss of nitrogen from soil is very common from various channels such as leaching, runoff from soil surface, volatilization, and denitrification, which reduce nitrogen use efficiency and nitrogen uptake by rice crop. Then objectives: impact of inorganic nitrogenous fertilizers and farm-made manure combinations on psychochemical properties of soil. Then methodology. Methodology, I taken experimental location. The experimental was conductor research firm, Soy University. Then soil types. The composite surface 0 to 15 centimeter soil samples were collected from the campus for from field experiment. Soil types belong to order alpha soils. Then result is the experiment consisted of 8 treatments, that is T1 control, T2 50% recommended dose fertilizers, and T3 50% recommended dose fertilizers for farm-made manure added 5 ton per hectare. Then T4
what was the outcome? Just conclude.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Conclusion is the sir use of 5 ton farm-made manure hectare in combination through 100% recommended dose of farm-made manure fertilizers increased grain yield and yield attributing characters of rice due to increased nutrient availability, and it is also improved the soil physical, chemical, and biological properties. Hence, the use of farm-made manure 5 ton per hectare with 100% 80-40-40 NPK recommended dose fertilizer was found to be appropriate to improve productivity of rice, and the physiochemical properties of the soil as matched to the use of 100% RDF only. Those use of mineral fertilizers together within the farm-made manure should be included in integrated crop management for sustainable agriculture. Then, sir, I give one table. Table name is inorganic nitrogenous fertilizers and farm-made manure combinations yield on grain, straw, biological yield, and harvest index of rice. Then, sir, I put my data, and the results are of the most yield attributing characters.
Yes,
mainly.
Okay. What was the effect on soil biological properties? You mentioned in conclusion improvement in biological property. Which biological property improved?
Yes, sir.
Which biological property was improved with your intervention?
Sir, it is the attributing characters, sir.
Biological property, soil biological property, which improved with the application of 5 ton FIM and 100% RDF. You find any improvement in any biological property?
Sir, growth and production, sir.
Growth and production of plant and not the soil.
Yes, sir.
Soil biological property you have mentioned, na?
Yes, sir.
So which property improved?
Sir, nutrients, sir.
Nutrient is not a biological property. It is a chemical property.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think if there are no more presentations, Dr. Aura and Dr. Swami, I think last few words from you, and then we can.
wait.
Ratisha Pargiri.
What do you want to say? You have connectivity problem?
Doctor, if it is, Dr. Kohli, if it is over the session, I can conclude for this.
Yes, yes, sir. Please conclude.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kohli, Dr. Arora, Dr. Sanjay Swami, the organizing secretary from the Meghalaya chapter, for providing me with an opportunity to chair the session, technical session 5, along with co-chair by Vipul Deka, and the convener was Dr. Jitinder Singh. Probably he has to join or he has joined. I am not familiar with this. Well, there were supposed to be the 3 lead papers presentation, 14 oral presentations, and 24 poster presentations. Of the 3 lead paper presentations, we had the 1 lead paper presentation by Dr. Sharma, P.K. Sharma, the former Vice Chancellor of SUKAST Jammu, and he dealt in quite length and breadth of the subject, and he indicated about the black carbon, rise of temperature, changing precipitation trends, heat energy, warming climate, and how we can have the change in precipitations and the melting of the glaciers, which he has quoted about 4.2 to 278 meters per year, and drying of the springs are linked with the change in the weather conditions. Then after this, we used to have the another two lead presentations, but they were absent. We couldn't have that. And there were round about 7 oral presentations. The listed were 14. And of these 7 oral presentations, the first presentation was made by Mr. L.K. Behra. He spoke about the peak volumetric and volume table in Sharian Hills and how to have the volume estimations of the trees. Then the another was by K.L. Chongali. He spoke about the maize-based cropping system in Manipur, choosing the best equivalent yield of the maize, and maize plus groundnut provided the best combination. Then the next presentation was by S.S. Dhakar on the effect of RB plant and soya bean in the Madhya Pradesh. And he also said that the raised bioplant plus system, the raised that was quite effective, raised bed plantation was quite effective in those areas. Then the next presentation was by the Priya. She spoke about the potassium release in swell-shrinked soils, Panjari, and she used the 3 kind of soil series, Panjari, Telgi, and the Keri series. And she dwelt is that how the release pattern of the potassium is related with the soil to the soil solution or the other kinds of mechanisms involved. Then the another presentation was made by K. Mahanta on the tillage practices on some soil microbiological characteristics and acid soils of eastern Himalayan regions. And he used the 3 kinds of combinations of the tillage treatment, conventional minimum and the minimum tillage with the residue retention, and the 4 depths where they have analyzed. So I will correct that they have taken 0 to 5, 5 to 15, 15 to 30, then again 0 to 30. I think there was no need of this. Already they had from 0 to 5, 5 to 15, 15 to 30. I do not know how that have served their best part. Then the next presentation by BP Meena on the integrated plant nutrient supply, Zia maize cropping system, and how to have the better crop productivity and sustainability index to the maize chickpea, the soil test crop response, where they have applied the 75% of NPK plus farmyard manure at the rate of 5 megagram per hectare. Then the next presentation was made by the Rajiv Padbhuchan about the meta-analysis study to demarcate the soil chemical and the carbon pools in the grassland and the forest lands of India. So ultimately they were able to suggest that how to have the better sequestration of the carbon in the grasslands or in the forest land, how it can be presented in those areas. So then the another presentations which were left, there was another oral poster presentation by Zahid Shakil, maybe from the other session, genetic diversity analysis of indigenous on some markers based to conserve the quality of the regimes. Then the Love Bhushan about the backyard poultry integrated farming systems. Praveen K. Jamari on the risk assessment and remediation in the soil contamination. Sambhavari Devi integrated nutrient management with respect to the dry matter NPK yield of rice in the Manipur, India. Then Hirojit Mithai onto the INM of micronutrient availability and yield of rice in India, and how they are able to improve in the, they all helped in improving the soil characteristics. So summarizing, then there was another by Himanshu about the impact of inorganic fertilizers and farmyard manure combinations on the yield and soil properties. So summarizing all this, the technical session 5, for which I was been asked to conclude, was the session pertains to the management of environment and ecosystem services for social sustenance So there were some clear ideas which were propagated through this. We need to stop the pollution of the soil, air, as well as the water pollution by improving the soil quality, water quality, and aquifers through the groundwater, or the geogenic in origin through the rock structures, and that will be able to provide the better social sustenance by better management of emission and greenhouse gases that can be achieved through the carbon sequestration or the other best management practices depending upon the location specific and the magnitude of the problem which is prevalent in a particular area. Employing a combination of better practices with the better policy initiatives that need to be taken up by the scientists, by the policy institutes, by the government of India also. And ultimately, we will have the better climate emergency. So this kind of example is by the government of New Zealand, where they have proposed by employing the emergency situation, the climate emergency situation, to have the better climatic to improve upon the things. So if we are able to improve upon the better air quality, better soil quality, better water quality, they will all lead to have the better sustainable production in the area. And all this will be ultimately linked to the better happiness index, on which I think we need to concentrate more, which has been done by the other governments of, which is I think by the government of Bhutan. They have already a large plantation of the forest in their areas, which is contributing to the better air quality and better water quality, better soil quality, and above all links to the better happiness index. So thank you very much. So this is from my side on which I would like to.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for sparing your conducting the session number 5. So we are at the last of the 2 days Asian Web Conference, but it will not be last till we get the last remarks from our friend Dr. Sadegi.
Yeah.
Dr. Sadegi, sir. Your last remarks. We are closing.
No, thank you very much. In fact, I was not expecting to give me any further time because it is very late. But just I would like to tell you that everybody knows the importance of mountainous region, and even upland watersheds. And I think now it is clear to everybody who attended these webinars. But just I would like to point out one important point, that as a main conclusion that I have to disclose, that focusing on a particular aspect or theme should not result in ignoring integrated approaches for the sound management of the resources at proper scale of the watershed. Since the entire globe is even supposed as a whole to which a precise and also comprehensive attention has to be made. And you know, all the presentations that they were presented by the audiences and by the presenters, really, they were very of value and of use. But in fact, just few of them have focused on the theme of the conference and theme of the webinar, that I think we have to get much more experiences to know how we have to present our findings and our results in a proper destiny, that the seminars and webinars and journals even can be supposed as some of those important destinies that they have to be properly considered. Thank you very much for the time that you have given to me. I know that you are going to, start your weekend holidays, so I wish you all the best and enjoy. And namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Sadegi. This theme was also very much integrated one, and we have tried to integrate from pest management to weed management and all the aspects related to soil, water, plant conservation, as well as some poultry, animal, means livestock also. So we tried our best, but nevertheless, some of the aspect of hill region may be left. So for the next, we will try our best to do it.
It was great. It was great. Anyhow, it was great.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
For the house, I want to say that Dr. Sadeghi is also the president of the Watershed Society of Iran, as well as he is also hosting one international youth conference, which is very shortly being organized at his university under the aegis of Waswak. So,
Thank you very much.
as I have already circulated to many of the participants, if they have still, although their time is not left, but
No more time. Already over. हो गए, सब कुछ हो गए, हो गए. और नहीं टाइम मिलेगा, टाइम नहीं और मिलेगा, खत्म हो गए.
My special thanks to Dr. Arora sir, Dr. Kohli sir, Dr. Vikas Sharma, Dr. Harda sir, Dr. Sadeghi from Iran. We have met in New Delhi, and I think you are planning for some program, but due to COVID-19, that could not be materialized. Hope to meet you in Iran also. Dr. Hadda sir, he was all day here, and we are getting continuous blessings from him. Thank you each and everyone for guiding me for this successful completion of this second Asian Web Conference. Thank you, everyone.
Big hand to all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, take care of yourself and enjoy. Bye bye.
Bye. Bye.
Looking forward
Thank
to
you
meeting
all.
you again. Okay, Haddaji.
Convey my regards to all,
Thank
right
you.
from top to the bottom of Dr. Suraj Khan, Dr. Arora, Dr. Sanjay Swami, Dr. Sadeghi from Iran, all our teachers, Dr. Acharya, Dr. Sharma, VK Sharma, also we listened to ex-VC of the, and above all, Dr. Singh, who is now being the Vice President of NAS. So all these people, I think they are very much coherent with each other. Lot of coherence is there, binding with each other. So they feel their moral support also providing to have this. I am really blessed.
Yes, sir. Everyone is saying that
with
that
your,
it's a very energetic team.
I also feel very happy to be with you.
Okay, bye bye.
Thank you so much, sir.
You are also very energetic. For the participants, we will be sending the certificate, e-certificates to all the participants as well as the awardees in due course of time. Don't float us mail that you send just after 1 hour. There will be a lot of mails that send us the certificate. Wait for 2-3 days. We will send you by next week. Okay.
Okay. Dhanyawad and bye bye.
Okay. Good night.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kohli sir.
Dr.
चले गए
Kohli.
ना meeting में?
ये आर्या जुड़ा हुआ है, अभी चला गया.
Kohli to he is showing his face now.
मुकेश
सर नमस्कार.
जुड़ा हूँ सर.
पूरे दिन कहाँ थे?
मैं यही था सर. आप देखो ना रिकॉर्डिंग में कहा था.
अरे वो सिर्फ
रिकॉर्डिंग में नहीं दिख रहे हो कहीं. रिकॉर्डिंग में कहीं नहीं दिख रहे.
हाँ, मुकेश कुमार जी तो अभी नजर आए ना.
ऐसा हो सकता है सर.
स्वामी साहब के नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न हिल रीजन में वहां तो मिले थे ये बड़े.
ऐसा है.
All are really lovable people. All are.
ये लोग ना अपने बच्चों से सीख गए हैं, सिर्फ इंटरनेट कनेक्ट करके छोड़ के गायब हो जाते हैं.
सही कह रहे सर, सही कह रहे हैं. मैं शुरू से ही हूँ सर. मॉर्निंग में नहीं था, उसके बाद लंच के बाद मैं कभी से हूँ. कल पूरे दिन था मैं.
अच्छी बात है, छुट्टी थी आज तो.
सर पूरा दिन अटेंड किया है. एक्चुअली पीके शर्मा जी का लेक्चर पूरा, उसके बाद पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशन जो हुई, जो साउथ की भी हुई,
सिर्फ वही तक रहती है. स्क्वाश जम्मू पीके शर्मा जी और जेपी शर्मा जी और
संजय अरोड़ा जी
और एक्स वाइस चांसलर प्रेजेंट वाइस चांसलर.
नहीं ईश्वर की कसम.
संजय अरोड़ा जी.
संजय अरोड़ा सर विल बी द न्यू वाइस चांसलर ऑफ
शर्मा नजर नहीं आया. वो कर गया बिजी.
नहीं, वो भी है. वो
आज बिजी लगता है
कहीं जब जरूरत पड़ती है तो कहीं.
सर आप संजय स्वामी सर से पूछ लो सर. ये ऑन द रिकॉर्ड अभी, क्योंकि हम मतलब कोर टीम में, आप पूछो मैं कितना एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व था, संजय स्वामी सर खुद बता सकते हैं।
वो तो बताइए, वो तो फोन पे इन्वॉल्व
थे आप